Postscript. The introduction to the second edition of this volume was already printed when the Arctic exploring ships, HMS Alert and Discovery, returned to England, and I avail myself of this opportunity to express the feelings of admiration which the undaunted courage and perseverance displayed by its gallant crews have given rise to abroad, and to repeat, with warm enthusiasm, that welcome home which is still finding expression over the whole civilized world. The year 1876 will undoubtedly be written with golden letters in the annals of English Arctic exploring, for not only the North, but also the Northeast, was the scene of English enterprise. At the same time that Captain Nares and Captain Stephenson, under the most trying circumstances, succeeded in pushing the government ships through the heavy barriers of ice which obstructed the outlet of Smith Sound, another Englishman, Mr. Charles Gardiner, boldly penetrated the Kara Sea. Mr. Gardiner visited Barents and Heemskerck and brought home from thence a valuable collection of highly interesting relics. The following is a short account of this very successful cruise. The yacht Glowworm left Hammerfest, Norway, on June 23rd and made her first ice on the 4th of July, being about 25 miles to westward of Gooseland, Novia Zemlya. The approach to the land was found to be obstructed by solid ice fields, but 2 days afterwards, Mr. Gardiner succeeded in reaching the land water, and shaping his course north, he tried to get as far as Cape Nassau. A continuance of westerly winds having blocked up the west coast entirely, Mr. Gardiner, a few miles north of Nauigation Shore, was stopped by an impenetrable barrier of ice, which, closing upon the land, stretched itself far away to the westward. Finding the ice barrier which obstructed the entrance of Nauigation Shore only 2 miles broad, Mr. Gardiner, under steam and canvas, forced his way through, and on the 20th reached the open water in the straits. To his great surprise, he found the straits perfectly clear of ice, which, so early in the season, was a very unusual fact. July 25th, his yacht reached the land water along the east coast, and shaping her course for White Island, Mr. Gardiner boldly penetrated into the Kara Sea. Having got about 30 miles in that direction, his ship was brought up by a heavy solid pack, which stretched away to the eastward as far as could be seen. Judging that the westerly winds would have cleared the east coast of Novia Zemlya, Mr. Gardiner steered north, with the intention of trying, if possible, to reach Barents and Heemskerck. The weather now became most trying. Continual fogs, numerous icebergs and, at intervals, ice all round, made the navigation in these almost unknown waters very dangerous. The little ship for many days had to grope her way along the coast like a blind man, but Mr. Gardiner, never yielding to all these dangers and obstacles, had the well-earned satisfaction of entering Heemskerck at 8 o'clock in the morning of the 29th of July. Finding the bay still filled up with fast ice, he anchored outside of it. Amidst fogs and snowdrift he, during 3 days, made the most careful researches on and about the spot. He found the ruins of the old house fallen completely into decay, but leaving nothing untouched, and grubbing in every nook and corner, he gathered from under the ice a most splendid and highly interesting collection of more than 100 different articles. Depositing a record of his having been there, Mr. Gardiner, on August 2nd, shaped his course for White Island. In vain he attempted to make more easting. About 30 miles distance from the land his yacht was always stopped by impenetrable ice. This forced him to go south in the land water, and on the 13th he arrived at Waget's Island. In order to cross over to the Yalmal Peninsula, he had to push his way through very heavy ice, and while coasting north, along the low Siberian coast, a heavy pack was always in sight on his port beam. On August 18th, very thick weather obliged him to drop his anchor. It blew a gale from the northwest, which, bringing the pack down on the land, threatened to force the yacht ashore. The position was very dangerous indeed, and steam was ordered to be kept up ready at a moment's notice. Not long after, a very large floe, some 1,000 yards in circumference, drifted down on the little ship, and the pressure was such that the cable with 50 fathoms parted. In a few minutes, the yacht drew only 8 feet of water under her keel. Mr. Gardiner, however, not only succeeded in saving his ship, but next day got his lost anchor again, on which he boldly pushed further north. 3 days afterwards, in 67 deg, 10 min east longitude and 72 deg, 20 min north latitude, he experienced very bad weather. A strong northeast gale, it being very thick, brought so much ice down that the ship could not hold her ground. This weather continuing, and it being rather late in the season, orders were given to return. Passing Pett Straits on the 23rd, the yacht was back in Hammerfest on the 28th of August. After a most successful and interesting cruise, the history of which adds another bright page to the glorious annals of English enterprise. The collection of the Barents relics, which were brought over to England, consisted of more than 100 different objects. Remains of carpenters, tools, broken parts of old weapons, and sailors' materials form the greater part of the collection. Among the most curious articles are a wooden stamp with seal, a leaden inkstand, 2 goose-feather writing pens, a small iron pair of compasses, a little cubic die-stone, a heavy harpoon with ring, besides 20 well-preserved wax candles, very likely the oldest in the world now existing. Besides these, there are 3 Dutch books, 2 Dutch coins, an old Amsterdam ell measure, together with the ship's flag of Amsterdam, having been the first European color which passed a winter in the Arctic regions. The authenticity of the Barents relics is now fully borne out, for in one of the powder horns was found the well-known manuscript which Barents left behind, hung up in the chimney. Though much decayed, it is, with the exception of a few words, perfectly legible. It is not, as some have supposed it to be, a kind of journal, but merely a short record, giving the principal facts we knew already from de Veer's accounts. The dates it gives perfectly agree with the aforesaid accounts, whilst the record is signed by Heemskerck and William Barents. The signature of Heemskerck is identified, but that of William Barents was, till now, unknown. Mr. Gardiner, knowing that the relics brought home by Captain Carlson in 1871 were bought by the Netherlandish government, and convinced of the great interest which they possess for the native land of the great explorer, has most generously offered this collection to the Dutch nation. When this fact becomes known by the general public in Holland, we feel sure every true Netherlander will be very thankful to Mr. Charles Gardiner for this generous and courteous act. L.R. Ceulemans Benen. Introduction to the second edition. By Lute Ceulemans Benen, RNN. The republication by the Hakluyt Society of the first true polar voyage ever made is very opportune, now that the people of England have revived their interest in maritime enterprise and are waiting with anxiety the results of the government expedition up Smith Sound, where the brave explorers in the Alert and Discovery are enduring the hardships of an Arctic winter. A deep interest in this expedition, manifested in various ways, is felt throughout the whole civilized world, and never did ships sail to the Arctic regions which were followed with greater sympathy or warmer wishes both at home and abroad. While we are waiting with increasing impatience for the first news of their proceedings, the voyages of the stout-hearted Dutch pioneers of Arctic exploration will be found exceedingly interesting, showing what the human constitution can endure under good leadership, and stimulated and controlled by faith and discipline. They have set an example to all other Arctic navigators by showing the necessity for being well prepared to sustain a winter in the polar pack. If future explorers should find themselves surprised amidst the ice and consequently be obliged to winter, let them bear their hardships as those Dutchmen did, under the command of Heemskerck and the leadership of William Barents. The narrative of the 3 voyages undertaken by the Dutch towards the close of the 16th century, with a view to the discovery of a northeast passage to China, was printed for the Hakluyt Society in 1853. Then the learned Dr. Biquet, the eminent traveler and geographer, wrote the introduction. But since that time, Novia Zemlya has been circumnavigated. The house in which Barents and his gallant companions wintered has been found, whilst its true position and those of many other points along the coast have been accurately determined. Moreover, the researches into the archives and old state papers of the Netherlands have thrown much new light on the proceedings of the early Dutch Arctic explorers, and on the circumstances under which these voyages were undertaken. For these reasons, it has been thought advisable, in this second edition, to lay before the members of the Society the results of subsequent research. It will not be necessary to recall to mind the condition of the Netherlands at the close of the 16th century, now that the fascinating work of Motley on the rise of the Dutch Republic is familiar to everyone. The heroic Dutchmen, assisted by their not less gallant English friends, had to fight against superior forces, composed of the best soldiers and led by the ablest generals of Philip of Spain. Disposing of resources such as no other prince of the period possessed, backed by the most renowned captains of the age, and aided by the religious fanaticism of his subjects, Philip was nevertheless unable to maintain his hold over the United Provinces, which sought to render their land independent of Spain, as they had formerly freed it from the sea. This land had been reclaimed by their fathers in ever-recurring struggles, not only with the ocean, but likewise with the rivers Rhine, Maas, and Scheldt, which discharge their ice and waters into the North Sea. Their descendants still continue fighting against heavy odds to keep their land and property above water, notwithstanding the progress made in engineering and hydraulics. As an old ship at sea is kept afloat by continual pumping, caulking, and repairing, so, too, are the Low Countries preserved from destruction. This constant labor and enormous expense may be rendered useless at any moment by a sudden rise in the rivers, an equinoctial storm from the ocean, the breaking up of the ice, or the melting of the snow on distant mountains. So that, notwithstanding the indefatigable industry of the people, the bulwarks may be destroyed behind which they are never safe. In such a school were the old Dutchmen trained. They knew by sad experience that their country could only be held by hard fighting with the sea, and it was also by hard fighting that they were enabled to gain their political independence and the liberty to worship God as they pleased. But the war against Philip was very expensive and laid a heavy charge upon the already overburdened shoulders of the people. Agriculture and dairy farming could scarcely supply the means to cover the indispensable outlay necessary for keeping their land above water. Already, in a petition for the remission of taxes, addressed by the States of Holland to the Emperor Charles V, we read as follows: that Holland is very small, both in length and breadth, almost with 3 sides exposed to the sea, and full of downs, swamps, turf moors, lakes, and other unfruitful places, where one can neither sow corn nor graze cattle. Wherefore the inhabitants, to find food for their wives and children, are obliged to go and trade and traffic in foreign ports, and to export certain tissues, for which reasons the principal profession of the country is the art of navigation and the sea trade. Thus, from the earliest times, they had looked upon navigation and commerce as the great source of their wealth, and from this source they expected to get the means to carry on the war. It may be true that they worshipped the almighty dollar, but not for itself, not only from a hope of gain, but also from the purest patriotism, because they could not continue their struggle for independence without money, and this could only be gained by giving more expansion to commerce and not despising small advantages. Hence their natural resolution to search in every direction for new trade routes, and to risk so many lives and ships on their desperate exploring expeditions in frozen latitudes, hoping to reach Cathay and the Spice Islands by going north about. In that direction, they expected to avoid the superior Spanish naval forces, which in the infancy of the great struggle they could not expect to conquer, as very soon afterwards, in 1609, was done by Heemskerck. He burned the Spanish fleet on their own shores, and 30 years later the gallant Admiral Martin Harpertsoen Tromp carried his broom at the masthead. The cosmographers of the Netherlands were among the very best in the world, and were well acquainted with all the fruitless endeavors to find a shorter route to the Indies by the northwest. Several voyages had been made by Englishmen, mentioned in Dr. Biquet's introduction, towards the northeast, concerning which every particular was known in the Netherlands. This has since been proved by an irrefutable fact, for the so-called journals of Barents, which were in 1875 brought back to Norway, turned out to be a Dutch translation of the journals of the English navigators, Pett and Jackman, who, in 1580, endeavored to find the Northeast Passage. This translation was found in the old wintering house of Barents in Novia Zemlya, and consequently he must have taken it with him on his last voyage. There can, therefore, be no doubt that the Netherlanders had watched eagerly, and with intense interest, the attempts made by the English to find the Northeast Passage to the Indies. This may be the reason why a few Netherlanders tried at first to penetrate overland in that direction, for a certain Olivier Brunel succeeded in reaching as far as the Obi River, traveling all the way on terra firma. Thanks to the industrious and intelligent researches of the historian of De Noordse Compagnie, Mr. S. Muller, F.C., we now know a great deal more of this Olivier Brunel than Dr. Biquet did in 1853. The history of Brunel has especially roused Mr. Muller's interest, and the facts discovered during his researches are so surprising that we think we cannot do better than give them nearly verbatim. At the time that the English settled themselves at the mouth of the Dwina River, in the neighborhood of the monastery of St. Nicholas, they had spared no trouble to maintain themselves continually in the exclusive possession of the trade in these regions. In this, they succeeded, but for a short period. 12 years after their arrival on the shores of the White Sea, the Dutch had found, at least partially, the track of their predecessors. In the year 1565, a certain Philip Winterkenning, an exile from Wardohuys, entered upon a negotiation with the Netherlanders. By his intervention, a ship was sent out from Enkhuizen and arrived at a spot where a settlement was soon formed, to which they gave the name of Kola. In the following year, 1566, two merchants of Antwerp, Simon van Seilingen and Cornelis de Meyer, steering from Kola along the coast, ventured to follow in the track of the English to the White Sea. They landed at the mouth of the Wunga and traveled, disguised as Russians, overland to Moscow. This courageous voyage was undertaken for no other object than to settle private affairs, and they did not avail themselves of the opportunity that thus occurred of establishing commercial relations with the White Sea. However, the settlement at Kola now existed, and from thence efforts were made to carry on a direct trade with the Dwina. A trustworthy person was sent for that purpose on board of a Russian ship to Komaguri, a town situated in the neighborhood of the English settlement of Rose Island. He was instructed to learn the Russian language and to try to obtain all possible information respecting the best manner of establishing commercial relations. That man was no other than Olivier Brunel, a character well known at that time, but in these days almost forgot. His name ought to be remembered and honored as it deserves, for Brunel was not only the founder of the White Sea trade of the Dutch, but he was also their first Arctic navigator. For this reason, a better account of him than has been given in the former edition will not be found out of place here. Dr. Beekes saw in Olivier Brunel and Ulfierius two distinct persons, and did not agree with Hamel that they were the same individual. It is, therefore, necessary in the first place to give Mr. S. Muller's arguments as to why he considers Hamel's opinion the most trustworthy. We know he says that, in 1581, two persons, both going under the uncommon name of Olivier, of whom the one was Nation Belga, the other Domo Bruxella, lived on the shores of the White Sea. When it is remarked that in 1578 only a few Netherlanders went to those shores, this conformity of name and country is indeed very remarkable. The scholarship of both was the same. The one, Ulfierius, was, as Balak says, no scholar, but a man of skillful practice. The other, Brunel, had passed his life as a commercial discoverer in the north. There is also a striking conformity in the condition of life of the two men. Ulfierius, captivus aliquot annos vixit in Moscovitarum dician, apud viros elixelibirimos Jaconius et Anicius. Brunel was for a few years a prisoner in Russia, and was delivered from his captivity by the Aimkers, who were very clever Russian merchants, living at Kulwitzogda, whom Brunel afterwards served. Jaconius and Anicius had already been taken by Luck, who probably knew nothing of Brunel, to be the same as Jakov and Grigory Anicew. Hamel was convinced that by the Aimkers, the Anicews from Salwachagodsk only could be meant, although Sheltima, his authority, had changed arbitrarily Kulwitzogda, Salwachagodsk into Kola. To continue, Ulfierius was sent to the Netherlands in 1581. Brunel went there every year. We find Ulfierius journeying along the coast of the Baltic. Brunel often traveled overland to Europe. Ulfierius, in the service of his masters, had often been at the Obi. Brunel had been for years commercial agent of the Russians, who yearly traded with the Obi. Ulfierius started from the Netherlands with the design of seeking out the Northeast Passage. Brunel is known as the first Dutch Arctic traveler. In fine, Brunel was one of the inciters of the Dutch Arctic voyages, and spoke, therefore, with the South Netherlander Maucheren. Ulfierius is known to have had the intention of visiting the South Netherlander Mercator, with whose cooperation Maucheren gave that impulse which resulted in the first expedition of the Netherlanders to the Arctic regions. From all this circumstantial evidence, we must draw the conclusion that Ulfierius is the same personage as Olivier Brunel, and, based upon this conclusion, the following history of Brunel has been given by Mr. S. Muller. Olivier Brunel was born at Brussels in the first part of the 16th century. Of the early years of his life, absolutely nothing is known. It may be that he went in 1565 with the first ships of Enkhuizen to Kola, or that, escaping from the tyranny of the Spanish Duke of Alva, he came over to Holland, together with a number of South Netherland merchant families, such as the Moucherens, the Lemairs, the Usselins, and others. However, it is quite certain that, soon after the establishment of the Netherlanders at Kola, he undertook the voyage to Komaguri already alluded to. He was not lucky on that occasion, for, watched by the English, who feared him as a rival, he was handed over to the Russian government as a spy and remained for several years a captive at Jaroslav. At last assistance made its appearance in the persons of the brothers Jakov and Grigory Anikiu, who belonged to the celebrated commercial house of the Stroganovs at Solvechegorod. These latter asked and obtained his liberty of the Tsar. The generous merchants had every reason to felicitate themselves on the benefit conferred upon Brunel. Their protégé took a zealous and active part in the yearly expeditions which were made by the Russians towards the east. Brunel passed overland through the territory of the Samoyeds to Siberia, as well as by sea along the coast, and in one of his voyages crossing the river of Pechora, at last he reached the long-desired Obi River. In one of these expeditions, which probably now and then went through the Matthews Strait, a passage well known to the Russians, his guide, a Russian, brought him to Kostan Shar, a strait which by this means became known to Europe. Soon, however, Brunel rendered himself of greater use to his masters by opening new roads for their trade. Being acquainted with the Dutch colony at Kola and with the requisites for Dutch commerce, Brunel urged the plan of seeking towards the west for a mart to dispose of Russian produce. To put his plan into execution, he himself started, accompanied by 2 relations of the Anikius, and provided with passports from the Tsar. He hired a Dutch ship and arrived safely at the city of Dort. There the Russian visitors found a ready market for the greater part of their goods. The rest was advantageously sold at Antwerp and Paris, and when Brunel next year returned to his patrons, the latter were well contented with the results of the voyage. They decided upon entering into a negotiation with Kola, and from thence with the Netherlands. In this manner Brunel, as commercial agent of the Anikius, yearly visited both places. This state of things did not last long. Brunel made use of his favorable position to put into execution the plan to accomplish which he had gone years before to Russia, but with such bad success. He made arrangements with a certain Jan van de Waal, and in 1577 persuaded him to make a journey overland to Russia, accompanied by Brunel himself. Van de Waal made excellent use of the knowledge gained by him on this expedition. For the year following, a Dutch ship under Captain Jan Jacob Smet Lippen of Alkmaar anchored for the first time in the Putashemsko mouth of the Dwina. This ship, having on board Van de Waal as agent, had sailed from Flushing and belonged to an Antwerp merchant named Gilles van Eichelenberg. Almost at the same time, another ship arrived, belonging to the well-known Balthazar de Moucheren, and under the command of Adrian Crate, a captain in the service of Balthazar. Thus the commerce of the Netherlands with the White Sea was established. Soon after this, Melchior de Moucheren, as commercial agent of his relation Balthazar, settled at the mouth of the Dwina, and the trading establishment was then transferred to a harbor in the neighborhood of the monastery of St. Michiel. On this spot, a few years subsequently, rose the city of Nova Komaguri, commonly known as Archangel. After some hesitation, the English left their settlement on Rose Island and betook themselves to the young, but already prosperous, city of Archangel. 2 years had hardly passed after Brunel had set the Dutch trade with Russia on a secure footing, when we find him occupied with still more gigantic and adventurous designs. As we know, in the year 1580 the English expedition, under the commanders Pett and Jackman, set out in search of the Northeast Passage. It was accompanied by the good wishes of thousands of persons who assembled to see it start, whilst the whole scientific world awaited with breathless expectation the result of this further effort. The Russians, also, who at the mouth of the Dwina daily came into contact with the servants of the Muscovy Company, doubtless heard of the expectations which were fostered about the Northeast Passage. This being the case, surely it is not surprising that the Russians, possessing much more accurate knowledge of the Siberian coast than the English, should try to make use of that knowledge and also form plans to find the desired passage. A Swedish shipbuilder, who had for some years been occupied in the service of the Anakius, received the order to construct 2 ships fitted up with everything requisite for the exigencies of an Arctic expedition. And on the other hand, Brunel, the Dutch voyager, was instructed to proceed to Antwerp and their hire, at almost any price, hardy sailors and mates, with whom these vessels were to be manned. On his way thither, Brunel, in 1581, arrived at the island of Isel in the Gulf of Riga. Here he had an interview at Ahrensburg with a cosmographer named John Ballack, a friend of the renowned Gerard Mercator. Ballack, who took much interest in voyages of discovery, and who seems to have appreciated the enterprising genius of Brunel, gave him a letter of recommendation to Mercator at Duisburg. From that letter, happily preserved by Hakluyt, we know the plans and intentions of Brunel. But Brunel desired that his native country, and not his Russian benefactors, should have the advantage of his researches. Acting upon this impulse, he, immediately after his arrival in Holland, tried to find acceptance for his favorite scheme. It may therefore be supposed that a few merchants, and amongst them, beyond all doubt, de Maucherin, influenced by the zealous persuasions of Brunel, proposed to the noble Prince William the Taciturn a project for sending out an expedition in order to try and discover the northeast passage to the Indies. Probably they claimed the aid of the government to support their efforts. But the political situation of the country was too unsettled to allow the states to risk their money in so doubtful an undertaking. Nevertheless, the prince himself was greatly in favor of the expedition, yet to support it with the funds of the nation was out of the question. However, 2 such enterprising men as Brunel and de Maucherin were not so easily daunted, for the first Netherland Arctic voyage was undertaken in 1584 and, in all probability, was fitted out entirely at the expense of de Maucherin. But to Brunel belongs the honor of the voyage. This indefatigable traveler sailed with a ship belonging to the city of Enkhuizen, towards the north, to reach the far-off empire of Cathay. Brunel, like a true Dutchman of the period, for the Dutch were then merchants to the very core, occupied himself on the way with entering into commercial relations with the Samoyed tribes. In the records of the archives of Utrecht, among the papers of Bachelius, Mr. Muller has discovered an old letter, in which it is recounted that Brunel had tried in vain to pass through Pett Strait. Be this as it may, it is quite certain that his expedition was most unfortunate. On his return home, his ship, freighted with a rich cargo of valuable furs, mountain crystal, and Muscovy glass, was wrecked in the shallow mouth of the Petchora River. Brunel, after this sad occurrence, being perfectly aware that his country was unable at the moment to assist him in making a new effort, and not daring to return to the service of his former masters, the Russians, resolved to seek a new scene of action. Accordingly, he presented himself to the King of Denmark and offered him his services in order to try and find the long-lost Greenland colonies. The proposal of the able Arctic traveler was eagerly accepted. Brunel immediately entered into the Danish service and did not abandon the task before 3 vain attempts, made one after another, convinced him of the fruitlessness of his endeavors. But little more is known of the remaining period of his life. Mr. Muller has called attention to some information furnished by Purchas, Pilgrim's Roman 3, p. 831, of which the following is an extract. The rest of this journal, from the death of Master John Knight, was written by Oliver Brown, or Brownell. This last letter L is unfortunately not distinct. It may appear strange that so distinguished a seaman should have been on board a ship in a subordinate position. Yet, in all likelihood, this is the true Brunel, for other reasons justify the idea that he was in English service. Firstly, Josiah Logan, in 1611, knew very accurately how to describe the manner in which Brunel had found Coston Shar. Those particulars he could not have known from the very brief details given in the Dutch accounts. Either he must have been personally acquainted with Brunel or have read something that was written by him. And secondly, the fact that Brunel, after his failure in his Arctic voyage, 1584, had been constantly in Danish and English service, would account for his absence in the later Dutch Arctic voyages, and would sufficiently explain the want of acquaintance of Hessel Gerrits with Brunel's further researches. It therefore is by no means impossible that Brunel, together with Knight, quitting the Danish for the English service, again visited the northwest. After this, we lose sight of Brunel. It is a great pity that the evening of the life of this great man should be lost in total obscurity. Even the year of his death is not exactly known. However, it is supposed to have taken place in the first years of the 17th century, because, in 1613, Hessel Gerrits wrote of Brunel's voyage as that of Oliveri Cuiustum Brunelli. The above is the history of Brunel, as related by Mr. S. Muller. If his views are correct, then, in all probability, the first Dutch Arctic expedition took place in 1584. Now, in that same year, the King of Spain prohibited to the inhabitants of the Netherlands all trade with Portugal. Thus, it is easy to comprehend that attention was drawn towards the finding of a northern passage, which would have enabled the Dutch to open a direct trade with the Indies. Consequently, during 3 successive years, we see different expeditions leaving the Netherland ports and boldly penetrating into the Arctic seas. Dr. Biquet has given, in his introduction, the principal outlines of the route taken by these expeditions. However, led away by the example of the German geographer, Petermann, Dr. Biquet has made a mistake in laying down the track of Barents in his third voyage. This can be proved almost mathematically by an extract taken from a log, probably of Barents himself, which is preserved in the very rare work, Histoire du Pays, Neme Spitsbergen, etc., par Hessel Gerard at Amsterdam, 1613. This extract runs thus. May 18, New Style. We set out from the Texel and arrived on Thend at Ferrol and in the neighborhood of the Orkneys. June 5, we encountered ice, which, according to our estimation, came from Greenland, for we judged from our calculations that we were about 100 nautical miles distant from the said Greenland. The water was green with a brownish color, sounded without finding any bottom. The ice extended the whole length of the sea, southeast and northwest, and was either in pieces or in floes. The next day we made our way any and any a quarter n for a distance of miles, and came upon a great ice field, through which it was impossible to pass. Found no bottom at 120 fathoms. In our opinion, we were NW 220 miles off Lofoten Island and 400 to 460 miles from the North Cape. Turning thence towards the east, we arrived at Bear Island on 10th of June, in 74 degrees 35 latitude, and sailing NE. We came upon an ice field, against which we were anchored, and were obliged to return under the island. From Bear Island we set out, shaping our course W and W, thinking to find towards the north a better passage, for those of the other vessel wished constantly to draw towards the west, whilst I desired to go more eastwardly. We made until night, W and W, 64 miles, and during the night till the morning, NW, 60 miles. June 14, made till night and a quarter W, 88 miles. Then the weather clearing up, we found ourselves in the neighborhood of ice, and we fancied we could see land to the north, but we were not certain. June 15, we hove to sounded without finding bottom with 150 fathoms. Sailed until noon SE and SE a quarter E, 20 miles, having attained 78 degrees latitude. Then we sailed, wind aft east, 28 miles, and afterwards till night NNE, 20 miles. We passed a large dead whale, on which were several seagulls. June 16, foggy weather, wind west, we sailed until noon NNE, miles came into the ice, and we had to keep away in order to follow the edge of the ice, NE 20 miles. Again we had to put back S.E. 24 miles clear of the ice till shaping a course SSW. 16 miles, we came again in the ice, which was in the morning. June 17, weather calm until noon. We then found the latitude of degrees 10. We tacked, having the wind right ahead to keep clear from the ice, Estjans Pass C, 06 Luz. Wind till night, west, found bottom at 90 fathoms. During the whole watch, we continued steering SSW. 16 miles, having wind from the SC. We then saw land, but still kept on towards the WSW. The land trended for about 32 or 36 miles, from W a quarter S, towards E a quarter N. It was high land, and entirely covered with snow, and it extended from the N, W, to another point. June 18, SW a quarter W 24 miles, and there we found the latitude of degrees. With wind W and NW, we sailed against the wind along the land till noon, the 20th. Then we had the western point of the land SW, 20 miles, continued to sail SSW. And SW a quarter S, 20 miles, and came close to a large bay, which extended into the land towards the south, and another bay, before which was an island, and that bay extended far towards the south. Then sailed anew from the land, until night continued steering NW a quarter N, 8 miles, and came again in the ice, owing to which we had to return towards the south. June 21. It blew very hard and snowed much from the SW, and we steered close to the wind, until night anchored close under the land, near our companion just before the entry of the channel, at Fathom's sandy bottom. At the east point of the mouth was a rock, which was moreover split, a very good landmark. There was also a small island or rock, about 1/3 from that eastern one. On the west point also was a rock very near. June 22. Took in ballast of 7 boats full of stones, thus much because our ship was little ballasted, and came a great bear swimming towards the ship, which we pursued with 3 boats. He was killed, and his skin was 12 feet long. This day we entered with the boat into the entry, to find a better port, which was necessary, and found inside the land all separated and broken and some islands, where was good anchorage in several spots. June 23. Looked for our true meridian by means of the astronomical circle, and found before noon 11, and after noon 16 degrees declination, that the compasses, or the needle turned towards the NW, so that the circle proved not correct. We went out of the bay to seek how far the coast could extend itself, for the weather was very clear. Could not perceive the end of the land, which extended itself S a quarter E, 28 miles, as far as a high and mountainous cape, which looked as if it was an island. At midnight took the altitude of the sun 13 degrees, so that we were at the latitude of 79 degrees 24. June 24. Before noon it was calm, with the wind SW. The land along which we shaped our course was for the greatest part broken, rather high, and consisted only of mountains and pointed hills, for which reason we gave it the name of Spitzbergen. We sailed about SW and SW a quarter S, 28 miles, and then we were about 40 or 48 miles from the spot where we had anchored the first time more easterly. In the evening, we again kept out from the land. The northwestern point of it was any of us, and steered out of the coast W and W. A quarter S, 32 miles. Until the end of the first watch, sailed towards the east and steered SE, 32 miles, until noon of the 25th. Then came close to the land, and sailed with wind aft NNE, 8 miles. And anchored behind a cape in 18 fathoms sandy bottom, and it seemed to us there was ebb and flow, for we found in the time of 12 hours a current running from the SW and another running from the NE, so strong that the buoys of our anchors hid themselves under the water. This bay in which we were ran rather far inland, with still another interior creek. On the south side there was a low cape, behind which one could sail, keeping along the northern coast and stopping behind the cape, having shelter from all winds. Our men found their teeth of walrus or sea cows, for which reason we called that bay Teeth Bay. We also found there much dung of stags, and some wool as of sheep. Just south of the cape was a little creek like a harbor. June 26. We had the wind north, made sail, and steered S a quarter E, 40 miles. At noon we arrived between the mountainous cape and the terra firma, thinking that the mountainous cape was an island. We sailed within S a quarter E and S, and being a little distance inside the cape, we found the depth 12 and 10 fathoms good sandy bottom, and being entered 32 miles, there was a depth of 50 fathoms stony bottom, and the land was all covered with snow. Entering about 20 miles between the cape and the coast of the terra firma, we found that the cape, which we thought to be an island, was attached by a sandbank to the land, for we found a depth of 5 fathoms. There was ice on the shallows, so that we were obliged to return. That cape, which we thought to be an island, lies at 79 degrees 5 latitude. We called it Cape Bird, because there were so many birds upon it and in the neighborhood. June 27. It was calm, so that we remained floating, without being able to advance between Cape Bird and the land. June 28. We rounded it and then sailed SSW, 24 miles, always keeping along the land, which was very mountainous and sharp with a beautiful shore. We sailed south and S a quarter E, 24 miles, and afterwards S a quarter W, 12 miles. Found, at noon, the latitude to be 1 degrees, and we were then in the neighborhood of ice. Sailed same distance seaward, to keep clear of the ice, and sailed thus along the edge of the ice and in the neighborhood of the land SE a quarter S miles. And then we were close to a large bay, which extended itself in the land ENE, and was on both sides high and mountainous. Sailed with NNE. Wind abaft till night all along the coast, SSE and S a quarter W, 20 miles. Then again there was a large bay, in which was much ice under the land. To keep out of the ice we steered a little WSW, and sailed S a quarter W, 16 miles. Came into the ice, for which reason we sailed SW 12 miles. June 29. Continued with a north wind to sail SE a quarter E and SSE, 20 miles, all along the coast till noon, south 16 miles, and found at noon the latitude of 76 degrees 50. Sailed south and SSE, without finding land until we saw Bear Island on the 1st of July. This is all that Gerrit has copied out of the log of Barents himself, as he earnestly assures us. Dr. Briefe, speaking in his introduction of this extract, says, "Want of time and space prevents us from giving the subject any lengthened consideration. But from what we have been able to make out, our impression decidedly is that it was never written by Barents, but was attributed to him solely for the purpose of giving to it an authority which it might otherwise not have possessed." Dr. Briefe then gives his arguments in support of this opinion, and in order to refute them, Mr. Muller makes the following remarks. "I do not see," he says, "why, after the death of Barents, the important ship's log should have fallen into the hands of an inferior officer, even had he been a friend of the deceased. It would seem more probable that after Barents's death the skipper and supercargo, Gerrit de Heemskerck, would have taken all possible care of that interesting document, and, on his return to his native country, would have delivered it to Plancius or others entitled to it. Admitting that the log came into the hands of Plancius, we are not at all surprised that he should allow the perusal of its contents by his friend Gerrit, to assist him in his work of proving that the Dutch were the real discoverers of Spitzbergen. Dr. Briefe's chief argument against the authenticity of the extract above given is that in it, instead of Greenland, the newly discovered land is spoken of as being Spitzbergen, a name, according to him, only given to that island years afterwards. But Barents's opinion that they sailed along Greenland is no reason why they should not have given the name of Spitzbergen to a part of that coast. Mr. de Jonge, assistant keeper of the Royal Archives at The Hague and author of the History of the Dutch East Indies Company, sets at least this question at rest by making mention of evidence which he found in the archives at The Hague, given by Barents's companion, Captain Rape, before the magistrates of Delft, in which it is said, "And we gave to that land the name of Spitzbergen, for the great and high points that were on it." De Veer, it is true, does not make any mention of this name in his account, but the extract from the ship's log of William Barents, as Gerrit gives it, contains other peculiarities, which are not found in De Veer. Dr. Briefe, moreover, brings a charge against Gerrit of having intentionally invented wrong courses, but there is no reason why he should have done so. For, in order to prove the discovery of Spitzbergen by the Dutch, he had only to refer to the work of De Veer, and the invention of new courses would in no respect have strengthened his arguments. The difference in the statements of the courses, and here and there in the account of the circumstances, proves sufficiently that we have here to do with two quite distinct documents. And then, as Mr. Muller remarks, the Journal of Barents, which gives fewer anecdotes but more courses, merits even more confidence than the indistinct statements of De Veer. The very accurate account kept of the courses, as well as of the observations, the total neglect of all that could give the journal an agreeable form, everything, in fact, concerning it marks the extract as being a log, that is to say, a work not destined to be used as a pleasant history of the voyage. Moreover, Barents's statements are much more correct. Barents gives continually, and with great accuracy, the courses which are often changed several times on the same day, whilst De Veer says repeatedly, the courses were about northerly, without giving any further indication. Barents gives what happened every day, whilst De Veer sometimes omits a few days. But the journal of De Veer especially loses in value when we come to compare his account with that of Barents. At once we perceive that he did not keep a strict daily account, but rather that he had written it at different intervals during the voyage. For whilst in the main points both accounts quite coincide, the chronology of de Veer is entirely incorrect. Combining all these arguments, we may come to the final conclusion that the extract given by Hessel Gerrits is truly taken from Barents's log, and as such merits more credit than the account of de Veer. This granted, we see that Barents's true track does not go north along the east coast, as Dr. Biquet believes, but runs up along the west side of the land. Dr. Biquet and Dr. Petermann have supposed Barents to have sailed up the east side and to have circumnavigated the largest island in the group. This is not possible, for then Barents would have known it to be an island, and therefore could never have thought it to be a part of Greenland. The track, as Dr. Petermann lays it down, has, up to the present day, never been followed by any known ship, although in the last 10 years many attempts have been made. One of the most successful of these voyages was that of Captain Nilsen, a Norwegian, who, in the remarkably favorable season of 1872, with his schooner de Freya, pushed as far as 79 degrees 20 N latitude, the farthest point yet attained, on the east coast of Spitzbergen, coming from the south. Arriving at the very entrance of Hinlopen Strait, Captain Nilsen was prevented by impenetrable pack ice from entering that strait, and had, after sighting Cape Toril, to retrace his steps. The question whether Barents went north along the west or along the east coast of Spitzbergen has been fully treated by Mr. P. A. Tile, archivarist at Leyden, who has also demonstrated that the ship's track, laid down in the chart of J. Hondius, Tabula Geographica, of the year 1598, has been printed after a drawing of William Barents himself. With the extract from the log of Barents in our hand, and following the chart, we believe the true track of Barents's third voyage to have been as follows. On the 18th of May, 1596, the two ships left the Netherlands and arrived on the 10th of June at Bear Island, from whence they departed on the 13th, shaping their course in a northwesterly direction. In the evening of the 14th, or in the morning of the 15th, they fancied they saw land. On the 15th they made more easting, till at the beginning of the first watch, when they began to steer again more north. On this course they made, till noon of the 16th, 84 nautical miles. The weather was foggy, and prevented their seeing any land towards the east. There they encountered ice, and sailed along the edge of it as much as the wind allowed, and late on the 17th they saw high land, entirely covered with snow. Till noon of the 20th they continued, in latitude about 80 degrees, to sail along that land, when they had the western point of the land SSW, only 20 miles. Continuing to sail SSW, and SW a quarter S, they passed two bays, which both stretched into the land towards the south. In the evening of that day they made a fresh effort towards the NW, but were again hindered by the ice from pushing further north, and had to return, anchoring on the evening of the 21st close under the land, in 18 fathoms, sandy bottom, surrounded by several rocks, of which one was split. Very good to recognize. On the 22nd they inspected, with one of their boats, the northwesterly point of the land, which they found to be only islands with many good anchorages. The following day they went out of the bay, and, the weather being very clear, they saw the coast stretching in a southerly direction, and found at midnight the latitude to be 79 degrees 34. In the evening they again made a vain effort to push farther in a more westerly direction. On the 25th they anchored in a bay, about 10 miles north of a high point, which they afterwards christened Cape Bird. That bay ran rather far inland, and by sailing round its northern shore, it was possible on the south side of the bay to find shelter from all winds behind a low point. Early in the morning of the 26th they weighed the anchor, made sail, and arrived at noon between the mountainous cape and the terra firma. After sailing about 20 miles in a southerly direction, they saw much ice aground, and on sounding they found only 5 fathoms. These shallows obliged them to return, but having to strive with foul winds, and being becalmed, they only on the 28th rounded the mountainous cape, which they called Cape Bird, because there were so many birds upon it and in the neighborhood. This cape lay in 79 degrees 5 N latitude. Steering about 60 miles in a southerly course, they came close to a large bay, which ran into the land ENE. 20 miles farther they passed another large bay, in which was much ice under the land. To keep clear of the ice, the course now became more westerly, and at noon on the 29th, in latitude 76 degrees 50, they lost sight of the land. Sailing S and SSC. They, on the 1st of July, returned to Bear Island, where they agreed to separate. Barents, as we know, went to Novaya Zemlya, and Rape steered again towards the north. In deciding whether Rape steered along the west or went north along the east coast, opinions are again at variance. Hessel-Gerrit, in the same work, Histoire de Spitzbergen, etc., speaking on this question, says, Rape and Barents, anchoring at Bear Island on the 1st of July, differed much in their opinions. Rape calculated that the spot where they were lay any of the North Cape in Norway, whilst Barents, on the contrary, maintained that it was NW, whilst the calculations of Barents led him to believe that he was 1,000 miles distant from the ice cape of Novaya Zemlya. Rape pretended to be only 250 miles distant from the same point, and because Barents thought it better to extend his knowledge of a land already somewhat known, and thus render easier the passage to the Strait of Anian, they resolved to separate. They both agreed that Rape should investigate towards the northwest and Barents towards the Eni. So that Rape again set sail towards the north, and came, after marvelous accidents from ice and winds, to the spot where they had anchored for the first time in 80 degrees. He had also been up again to Cape Bird, and he returned from thence with the intention of rejoining Barents. This statement of Hessel-Gerrit that Rape proceeded to the same spot in 80 degrees, where he had already been in company with Barents, agrees with the account of Pontanus in his work on Amsterdam, published in 1614, as well as with the information of Rape himself, found in the old records by Mr. de Jonge. Pontanus, p. 168, says that Rape pretended they ought to retrace their steps till 80 degrees, whilst Rape himself says that they returned to the same spot where they had first been, et prévient au lieu où ils avaient été premièrement. This granted, and with the experience of past navigators before us, to prove the almost impossibility of going north along the east coast of Spitzbergen, one would be inclined to conclude that Rape must again have gone up along the west coast. Dr. Biquet's opinion, that nothing worthy of remark can have occurred to him, or otherwise it could not have failed to be recorded, seems fully borne out by later research. Sailing up to 80 degrees and latitude, Rape found his further passage again intercepted by that ice barrier which, as we are now aware, yearly obstructs the sea north of Spitzbergen. Not long after he sailed to Kola, and from thence returned home. It is perfectly clear why Barents and Rape should have followed the west coast in preference to the east. In his previous expeditions towards Novaya Zemlya, Barents had had to contend with masses of ice constantly driven towards the west, so that he had a perfect knowledge of the western current. And, consequently, he could not expect to penetrate along the east coast, against which the ice would be accumulating. Not daunted in his heroic purpose, by the remembrance of all the difficulties with which he had to grapple along the coast of Novaya Zemlya in penetrating through the pack ice, Barents decided upon again trying what could be done in that direction. Subsequent research has added nothing to Dr. Biquet's introduction, as far as the further voyage of Barents is concerned, but we are able to lay before our readers the results of several other Arctic expeditions made by the Dutch after the return on the 29th of October, 1597, of the survivors of Barents's heroic companions. The results of the 3 voyages made before that date had been, as far as their real object was concerned, insignificant, and could not be called an encouragement to make another attempt to find the Northeast Passage. And, besides this, the necessity to search for it no longer existed. In the same year in which Heemskerck and his companions entered the Maas, Houtman returned to the Netherlands with the first Dutch fleet coming from the East Indies. He had found, without great difficulty, his way to the East Indies, around the Cape of Good Hope, and consequently there was no longer any necessity to find a new route through the polar ice. But when, in 1602, the Dutch East India Company was established, and received, by its charter, to the detriment of all other Netherlands shipowners, the exclusive permission to sail to the East Indies round the Cape of Good Hope or round Cape Horn, a new inducement was given to the interlopers to seek the northern passage. The East India Company saw the danger which threatened it on that side, and was compelled, in its own interests, if possible, to be the first to discover the North Passage, hoping thus to obtain the monopoly of the northern, as it already possessed that of the southern route. The origin of most of the subsequent expeditions can be traced back to the contest between monopoly and free trade. Hudson, the celebrated English navigator, had just returned from his voyage in 1608 when the East India Company seized the opportunity and invited him over to the Netherlands, desiring to retain him in their service. After long negotiations, an agreement was entered into, in which Hudson engaged to seek the Northeast Passage. Accordingly, on the 6th of April, 1609, Hudson started from the Texel in a small vessel called de Havemon, the Half Moon. But among the interlopers was one Isaac Le Maire, a clever merchant and an inveterate adversary of the company, who, seeing the preparations made for the departure of Hudson, had not remained inactive. 30 days later, by his zealous exertions, another ship was fitted out in order, if possible, to outdo Hudson, and consequently the hated East India Company. This expedition was under the command of Melchior van Kerkhoven, who left the Dutch ports on the 5th of May, 1609. Hudson had gone out with instructions to follow the example of Barents in seeking for a passage north of Novia Zemlya. On this occasion, he was again unfortunate, for, as on his preceding voyage in 1608, he could not succeed in rounding Novia Zemlya. On the 5th of May, he arrived at the North Cape of Norway, but before he had sighted Novia Zemlya, he was obliged by his mutinous crew to return. On the 19th, he again passed the North Cape, and from thence sailed towards the NW to make new discoveries in that direction. In this, he was much more successful. On the other hand, the expedition of Isaac Le Maire came to no better result. Melchior van Kerkhoven penetrated some distance into Pett Strait, but finding it perfectly blocked by ice of extraordinary thickness, he was obliged to return without having effected his object. Both these expeditions tended to confirm the opinion already entertained of the great difficulty of finding, in that direction, the passage to the Indies. The number of those who maintained the possibility of finding a way straight across the pole daily increased. So early as 1527, an Englishman, Robert Thorne, who lived at Sevilla, had strongly recommended this direction for reaching the Indies. A warm defender of his doctrines was found in the Dutch cosmographer Plancius. Maintainer of the existence of an open polar sea, Plancius argued that the cold gradually augmented as far as 66 degrees latitude, but that from thence to the pole it again decreased. Accordingly, when in 1610, a certain Helisarius Roslin, medical doctor at Buchswiller and court physician to the Count of Hanau, presented to the States a small book in which he attributed the ill luck of the former expeditions only to taking the wrong direction. This coincided with the views of the supporters of the doctrines proclaimed by Plancius. Consequently, in the year following, two Netherlanders, Ernst van de Waal and Pieter Aerts de Jonge, requested the States General and the Admiralty of Amsterdam to assist them in fitting out a new expedition. They positively believed they would find the Northern Passage, and jokingly remarked that the sun at the far north was rather a manufacturer of salt than of ice. The plan, notwithstanding the disapprobation of many, found support, and in 1611 the Admiralty of Amsterdam decided on giving their sanction to the new expedition. Two ships, De Vos and De Creen, were fitted out for the voyage. As commander of the expedition, Jan Cornelis May, surnamed the Man-Eater, was appointed. This experienced and skillful sailor had already been, in 1598, among the first Dutch navigators to round the Cape of Good Hope on his way to the Indies. On board of the ship De Vos, Ernst van de Waal was appointed supercargo and Pieter Frans mate. The ship De Creen, with Pieter Aerts de Jonge as supercargo and Cornelis Janssens as mate, was commanded by Simon Willems Cat. On the 18th of March, 1611, the ship started, but instead of going straight north, they again sailed towards Novia Zemlya, visited Kostenschar, but were prevented by the ice from penetrating into the Kara Sea. The ships were so damaged by their collisions with the ice that they were obliged to return to Kildin to repair. From thence they sailed to North America, wintered there, and afterwards explored the coastline between 47 degrees and 42½ in latitude. In one of the attempts to land, Pieter Aerts de Jonge was killed by the natives. In the beginning of 1612, the De Creen returned to Holland, but Captain May, with his ship the De Vos, sailed again towards Novia Zemlya, where he arrived on the 30th of June, 1612. Setting out from thence, he sailed to the north, along the coast of the island. But notwithstanding his great perseverance, he met with no better success. He was checked by a vast barrier of ice, which stretched itself from the land in a northwesterly direction. He followed the edge of it until the 14th of July, when he had attained the latitude of 77 degrees, and then returned to the coast of Novia Zemlya, where he arrived on the 20th. Between the 29th of July and the 9th of August, he renewed his endeavors, and came as far as 77 degrees 45, and his attempt to sail straight to the pole proved a complete failure. On the 26th of August, he resolved to give up his trials and to return to Holland, where he safely anchored about the 15th of September. Yet all these misfortunes did not affect the courage of the enterprising Netherlands merchants. The many ships which in the following years left the Dutch ports, bound on voyages of discovery, were, however, without one exception, sent towards the northwest, where Hudson, in the last years, had gathered such unfading laurels. All these trials to the northwest gave, however, no better results than those to the northeast, and after many fruitless expeditions in a northwestern direction, we see, in the year 1624, a return to the old plans of the 16th century, which were all based on the principle of following a coastline. A ship called De Cat, with 24 hands on board, and provided with stores for 2 years and a half, was fitted out to renew the investigations towards the northeast. Cornelis Venus Bosman was appointed commander of the expedition, whilst Willem Joost and Glimmer accompanied him as supercargo. As late as the 24th of June, they left the Texel with the design to sail along the Russian coast through Pett Strait in the direction of the Obi. From thence, they intended to try to reach Cape Fabin and seek through Strait Anian the way to Cathay. The highest expectations were entertained of this expedition, but the result did not bear them out. On the 24th of July, passing the island of Kalgoju, they reached Novia Zemlya on the 28th in 70 degrees 55 N. On the 10th of August, they entered Pett Strait, and only by great exertion did they succeed in pushing through it. But on the 17th, when the sails were frozen as hard as a plank, so as to render all working of the ship impossible, the wind drove the ice floes with such force against the ship that it was driven back in the direction of Pett Strait. Anchoring in the strait, they had to contend with very heavy storms. The ship was parted from her anchors, and the strait getting choked with ice, they resolved to retreat. Upon the return of Bosman to Holland in the beginning of September, without having effected his object, the public was greatly disappointed and almost denied the strenuous efforts he had made to conquer all difficulties. It seems that after this bad success, the Netherlands merchants gave up all trials towards the northeast. The English and Russians, who afterwards continued to seek for a passage in that direction, did not meet with better success. In the year 1676, an English expedition was sent towards the northeast, but the commander, Wood, only explored the edge of the ice between Spitzbergen and Novia Zemlya without rounding this latter island. Russian walrus hunters and fishermen have also made many excursions in the seas around Novia Zemlya. The greater part of the Russian expeditions were made with the object of reaching the Siberian rivers. Seldom did they go along the east coast northward of Matthews Strait. In the archive für Wissenschaftliche Kunde von Russland, these excursions are described more or less completely. Chronological order is adhered to, and this rather detailed account of the Russian expeditions extends from the year 1690 down to the voyages of Lutke, Baer, and Krusenstern. One of the most remarkable recorded is that of the Russian navigator, Sawa Lashkin, in 1760, of which it is written that in the year 1760, a certain Sawa Lashkin from Alanaz formed the bold design of exploring the east coast of Novia Zemlya, because this coast, till then never visited by Russian hunters, would surpass all other places in abundance of fur animals. From this account of the expedition, which in a nautical point of view has never been surpassed, we know that Lashkin sailed along the east coast from Buruf Strait, as far as the any point of Novia Zemlya in 76 degrees 9. During this unprecedented voyage, he had to overcome so many obstacles, in consequence of the ice, that he was obliged to winter twice on the east coast, and to use 3 summers in sailing to the any point. This information leads Mr. de Jonge to the conclusion that Lashkin must have wintered much more southwardly than Barents, else he would not have wanted 3 summers to reach the northeast point. For the rest, that the Russians seldom visited the northeast coast of Novia Zemlya may be proved from the fact that, on a chart of the Northern Polar Sea of 1864, drawn after Russian data and published in the Review of Ermin, above alluded to, the northeast coast of Novia Zemlya is laid down between 75 degrees N and 76 degrees 59, as being very uncertain and doubtful, and only with the 3 old Dutch names: Ice Harbor, Cape Flessing, and Cape of Desire. The Russian admiral, Lutk, who was employed in surveying the coast of Novia Zemlya from 1821 to 1824, made all his attempts along the west coast, without being able, however, to round Cape Nassau. All these trials, made towards the northeast, fully show us the great difficulties which Barents had to encounter, and the gallant perseverance which enabled him to penetrate thus far into the frozen seas. A greater proof of this exists in the fact that in 1872 we find that the steamer Tegethoff, under the skillful command of Lieutenant Weyprecht, not only failed in rounding Novia Zemlya, but was entirely closed in by the mighty ice floes and driven powerlessly towards the northeast. However, the sea north of Novia Zemlya was not always found obstructed by the ice. During a favorable season, ships could penetrate far to the northeast without the slightest difficulty. This was often proved by the old Dutch whalers or walrus hunters, who sailing north of Novia Zemlya even passed into the Kara Sea. The journal of Gerrit de Veer sufficiently proves that the year 1596 was by no means a favorable season. The Dutch walrus hunters, among others Theunis Wise, Cornelis Roel, and William de Vlaming, repeatedly frequented these seas north of Novia Zemlya. But we find no mention made of their having discovered Barents's winter quarters. Skipper William de Vlaming seems to have passed nearest to it. Whitson, in his work, North and East Tartary, speaks of this skipper's voyage thus: I was informed by skipper William de Vlaming of Oostvliet that when he sailed in the year 1664 to catch whales, he succeeded in passing along the northern shore of Novia Zemlya and rounded the any point of the island in order to try and be more prosperous in his fishery than he had been towards the west, steering S and S, W. He came near or about the house in which Heemskerck had wintered in the year 1596. From the house, he sailed ESE, till in about 74 degrees latitude, where he saw nothing but open water. He afterwards sailed back in the same direction, and 16 days after having lost sight of Novia Zemlya, he again anchored in the Vilai. Combining all the information we find in the work of Whitson, there are reasons for believing that de Vlaming went on shore on the west and on the north coasts of Novia Zemlya, but not on the east coast. Mr. de Jonge, speaking about this whaling cruise, remarks, according to this account, Vlaming would have been near the house of Barents or thereabout, but Whitson does not say that Vlaming went on shore there. This information leads us to conclude that Vlaming did not see the wintering house at all, but simply presumed that he had been near to it or thereabout, or else surely he would not have failed to have mentioned it. For the rest, the account of Whitson is rather vague, and exclusively depends upon verbal communications. These old voyages of the Dutch walrus hunters, as well as those of the Norwegian fishermen in the present day, clearly show us that here, as well as in every other part of the Arctic regions, a favorable season might allow the fortunate navigator who happens to be on the spot to penetrate in a few days further than any of his predecessors, notwithstanding their unequaled perseverance and energy. Within the last 10 years, the Norwegians, like the Dutch walrus hunters of old, have been making continual inroads into the Kara Sea. This has been principally due to the discovery of rich fishing grounds in that direction. The first of these Norwegian explorers was Captain Carlsen. With a small fishing boat of Hammerfest, he sailed through Pett Strait, and following the Siberian coast, he reached White Island, near the mouth of the Obi River, without having fallen in with any signs of ice. It was, indeed, a bold undertaking to penetrate thus with so small a boat into the Kara Sea. But Captain Carlsen was fully rewarded for the risk he had run in making a vast capture of blubber-yielding animals, which handed him over a profit of £1,100. The voyage of the intrepid English walrus hunter, Captain Palliser, who in that same season sailed as far as the north coast of Novia Zemlya, was of no less importance. Being about half a degree north of Cape Nassau, he fell in with extensive ice fields, which, however, were soon broken up by stormy weather. Captain Palliser writes, "After the ice was broken up and driven away by the heavy gales, I believe I could have circumnavigated all Novia Zemlya without much trouble. We were, however, prevented from doing so, on account of having on board the crew of a wrecked fishing smack. For this reason, a great decrease in our provisions had taken place, and consequently our store would not have been sufficient for so long a voyage." Captain Palliser then shaped his course south, came through Matthews Strait into the Kara Sea, and penetrated to within 3 or 4 miles of White Island. However, both these voyages were surpassed in intrepidity by the interesting cruise of the Norwegian, Captain Johannessen. On the 1st of May 1869, the schooner Nordland, Captain E.H. Johannessen, anchored at the Mørstasjarsky Island, south of Kosten Skjar. After sailing for some time in the direction of Buruf Strait, Captain Johannessen changed his course northwardly, and keeping the west coast continually in sight, he eventually passed Matthews Strait on the 9th of June. 10 days later, he was close to Cape Nassau, where he experienced a strong easterly current. From here, turning south, the Nordland sailed on the 17th of July through Matthews Strait, and running south in the land water along the east coast, Captain Johannessen was, on the 26th July, in Buruf Strait. At once he resolved to penetrate into the Kara Sea. He followed the low coast of the country of the Samoyeds in an easterly and afterwards northeasterly direction, and found himself on the 8th of August in the immediate neighborhood of White Island without having been hindered by the ice. The day following he shaped his course northwest, and attained on the 15th of August the estimated latitude of 75 degrees 6 N and 71 degrees E, longitude, where he encountered his first ice. Thence, in a westerly direction, he returned to Novia Zemlya, which he sighted on the 20th in 75 degrees 10 N latitude and 64 degrees E longitude. He now sailed along the east coast and passed through Buruf Strait on his homeward voyage. He had repeatedly encountered a heavy swell from the southeast, but had scarcely met with ice. He must, undoubtedly, have been close to Barents's winter house, which is placed by Captain Carlsen in 76 degrees 12 N, latitude and 68 degrees E longitude. Induced by these advantageous voyages, several Norwegian fishermen entered the Kara Sea in the following year. Again, the skillful Captain Johannessen made a cruise which almost surpassed his former one, having this time circumnavigated Novia Zemlya, a feat never before achieved. He visited the east coast of that island, passing close to, but without perceiving, Barents's winter quarters. F. Torkeldsen, commander of the schooner Alpha, was less fortunate. On the 24th of June, he passed through Buruf Strait and entered the Kara Bay, where he, on the 13th of July, in 68 degrees 40 N latitude and 68 degrees E longitude, lost his ship. The crew was, however, saved. Captain E.A. Ulv sailed with his schooner Samson along the west coast of Novia Zemlya, and on the 1st of August attained the high latitude of 76 degrees 47 in 59 degrees 17 E longitude, without sighting any ice. Entering on the 8th of August through Matthews Strait into the Kara Sea, and keeping between White Island and the island of Vegat, he, on the 24th of August, when homeward bound, sailed through Buruf Strait. F.E. Mack, with his schooner Polarstern, found, on the 5th of July, Matthews Strait blocked up with ice. But 13 days afterwards he sailed through it, and after crossing the Kara Sea in all directions, returned on the 21st of August through Buruf Strait. Another navigator, Captain P. Quale, pushed more eastwardly. With his yacht, the Johan Mary, he, in the latitude of 75 degrees 20 N, attained the longitude of 74 degrees 35, and thus found himself eastward of the meridian which goes across the mouth of the Obi River. The following year, encouraged by the partial success of these cruises, we find the Norwegian seal hunters again entering this new and prosperous ground. The southern entries being closed by the ice, the captains directed their course northwardly, in order to penetrate into the Kara Sea by rounding Novia Zemlya. Passing over in silence the cruises of Captain F.C. Mack and those of the brothers Johannessen, we come to the interesting voyage of Captain Carlsen, the first navigator, who, since 1597, has entered the ice harbor of Barents. Captain Elling Carlsen, with his sloop the Solid, left the harbor of Hammerfest on the 22nd of May, 1871. When rounding the North Cape of Norway, he met with very heavy squalls and snowstorms from the northwest. On the 28th, he passed Vardo, and on the 10th of June, in 68 degrees N, latitude and 40 degrees 36 E longitude, at the northern outlet of the White Sea, he fell in with the first ice. On the 16th of June, he met two other ships, of which the one had already killed 500 and the other 1,000 seals. On the 19th of July, Captain Carlsen reached the coast of Novaya Zemlya, in the neighborhood of Mrstosharsky Island, and shaping his course towards the north, he passed Cape Nassau, rounded Novaya Zemlya, and anchored on the 18th of August at Cape Hooft, on the east coast. On the 24th of August, when he had advanced in a southerly direction almost as far as 76 degrees N latitude, he observed much drift ice at a distance of 40 miles from the coast. On the 29th of August, Carlsen again steered north and anew anchored at Cape Hooft. North of Matthews Strait, Captain Carlsen had fallen in with Captain F. Mack, who was provided with better instruments, supplied by the Meteorological Institution at Christiania. By means of these instruments, both captains made very correct observations, with such success that they noted down the northeast point of Novaya Zemlya as lying in 67 degrees 30 E longitude, instead of in 73 degrees, as was given in the latest charts. They found that the land to the northeast of Novaya Zemlya lay pointing more towards the north than to the northeast, as given in the previous charts. These observations proved the calculations of the old Dutch navigators to have been perfectly correct, and restored to them the reputation of which they had been so long defrauded. As for the subsequent part of Captain Carlsen's voyage, we had better follow his own ship's log. In it he says, "Sept 7 strong breeze from the south with weather overcast and 2 reefs in the mainsail. Anchored in the afternoon under the land near Barents Harbor, where Barents wintered. Pumped the ship free. Friday, 8 gale from the west with detached sky. We began to flinch the animals we had caught on the 6th. Afternoon, we finished flinching and repaired the gaff, which was broken. Let go also our port anchor. 8 o'clock pumped the ship free. During the night, strong breeze. Saturday, 9, strong breeze from the SW, sky overcast. 8 o'clock forenoon, we went under sail and coursed south along the land. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, we saw walrus on the ice, boats were lowered, and we caught 2 of them. We also saw a house on shore, which had fallen down. At noon, we observed the latitude 76 degrees 12, the distance from shore guessed. The house on shore was 16 meters long by 10 meters broad, and the firwood planks, of which it was composed, were 1½ inches thick by from 14 to 16 inches broad, and as far as we could make out they were nailed together. The first things we saw amongst the ruins of the house were 2 ships, cooking pans of copper, a crowbar or bar of iron, a gun barrel and a larum, a clock, a chest in which was found several files and other instruments, many engravings, a flute, and also a few articles of dress. There were also 2 other chests, but they were empty, only filled up with ice, and there was an iron frame over the fireplace with shifting bar. Sunday, 10, light breeze from the NW, almost calm, clear sky, we sailed along the coast SSE. In the afternoon, we caught 2 walrus. 8 o'clock pumped the ship free. During the whole night, calm. Monday, 11, light breeze from the west, sky overcast. In the afternoon, the wind freshened from the west. We put 3 reefs in the mainsail. 8 o'clock pumped the ship free. The whole night gale from the SW. Tuesday, 12, gale from the SW. We are obliged to return to Lednaji Bay Ice Harbor, where on the evening of the 9th we had found the ruined house. At noon we anchored in the bay and went again on shore and found several things, viz., candlesticks, tankards with lid of zinc, a sword, a halberd head, 2 books, several navigation instruments, an iron chest already quite rusted. Wednesday, 13, gale from the W&W. At noon we went under sail, but as we made a little south the wind shifted to the SW, and in order to keep off we had to let go both anchors. Storm with snow. 8 o'clock pumped the ship free. During the night, light breeze. Thursday, 14, calm with clear sky. 4 o'clock in the morning we went ashore further to investigate the wintering place. On digging, we found again several objects, such as drumsticks, a hilt of a sword, and spears. Altogether, it seemed that the people had been equipped in a warlike manner, but nothing was found which could indicate the presence of human remains. On the beach, we found pieces of wood which had formerly belonged to some part of a ship, for which reason I believe that a vessel has been wrecked there, the crew of which built the house with the materials of the wreck and afterwards betook themselves to the boats. 5 sailors' trunks were still in the house, which might also have been used as 5 berths, at least as far as we could make out. We now set to work to build a cairn and erected a wooden pole 20 feet high. We placed in the cairn a description of what we had found, shut up in a double tin case, after which we returned on board and went under sail. At noon the wind was NE, observed latitude about 76 degrees 7 N, longitude 68 degrees E Greenwich. We steered in the direction S by W. Along the land. 8 o'clock pumped the ship free. The whole night light breeze. Thus far, we have let the log speak for itself. After having quitted the house, Carlson intended to return home by circumnavigating the island. Following, therefore, the east coast in a southerly direction, he soon passed several icebergs. On the 16th of September, he fell in with much ice, which probably by the west and northwest wind was driven from the land. On the 18th, it froze so stiff that they had to cut their way through the ice. On the 19th, being becalmed, the ship could move neither forward nor backward. During the afternoon, the wind freshened from the southwest, upon which they tried to approach nearer to the land. On the 20th, they had again to cut their way through the ice, which was already strong enough to bear them. Till 8 o'clock in the evening, they worked to reach a lead close to the land. On the 21st, Carlson, in about 74 degrees N latitude, was, during a storm from the northeast, in great danger of losing his ship. Closed in by the ice, he drifted that and both the following days with the ice, in a southwestern direction, during which time he could see from the crow's nest open water towards the northeast and east. Not before the 30th of September, in 72 degrees 25 N latitude, did he again succeed in reaching open water, thus, fortunately, escaping a fate similar to that of Barents. The 3rd of October he sailed through Briefe Strait and anchored on the 4th of November at Hammerfest, thanking God for his prosperous voyage. Thus Carlson, like a true seaman, ends his log. News of the discovery, by Captain Elling Carlson, of a great number of relics on the beach of Ice Harbor, was soon spread in Hammerfest. In consequence, on the 12th of November, 1871, in the Hammerfest newspaper called Finnmarksposten, there appeared a leading article entitled Captain Elling Carlson's Voyage around Novia Zemlya. A detailed account was given in it of the old Dutch voyages towards the northeast. Notwithstanding some faults, the article was in its main points correct, and proved that in the far north of Europe the expeditions of Barents had attained a legendary celebrity. About the discovery of the winter quarters at Novia Zemlya, the Finnmarksposten communicates a few details, which seem to have been given to the writer by Carlson himself. After a lapse of 275 years, says the Finnmarksposten, Captain Carlson found himself in the very spot where, in 1596, Barents and his companions had come on shore, and near to the ruins of the simple hut constructed by the unfortunate Dutchman. Captain Carlson, as far as lay in his power, made researches on and about the spot, but the season being far advanced and the obligation he was under of circumnavigating Novia Zemlya obliged him to seize the first opportunity of proceeding on his voyage. Consequently, on the 10th of September, without having brought his work to a conclusion, he was obliged to sail. On the 10th and 11th, he remained cruising, but in the evening of the latter day, he found himself under the necessity of returning to Ice Harbor, and thus he was enabled to proceed with his investigations. On the 13th, he set sail, but was again forced to return and anchor. On the 14th, he was enabled to complete his researches. The house, fallen completely into decay, was so to speak covered and almost hermetically enclosed by a thick layer of ice. All the objects were likewise covered by a thick sheet of ice, and this explains the excellent condition in which many of the articles were found. Such was their unimpaired condition that one would be inclined to suppose that they had been placed there but a short time previously, and one never would believe that they had, during almost 3 centuries, been left uncared for. The house, as far as Captain Carlson could make out, was 16 meters long by 10 broad, and nailed together out of fir wood planks 1.5 inches thick by from 14 to 16 inches broad. The house was in part constructed out of the materials of the wrecked ship, indications of which still existed in the remnants of a few oaken timbers scattered on the beach. The house seemed to have contained for the occupants 5 standing bedplaces. There were 5 ship's chests, which were however too decayed to be taken away. In 2 of the chests were found a few instruments, such as files, sledgehammer, a borer, 2 pairs of compasses, a few caulking irons, engravings, a flute, pieces of navigation instruments, as well as a few books in the Dutch language, which latter makes it almost certain that the relics belonged to Barents and his companions of the year 1596. In the center of the house, where the fireplace had probably stood, a great iron frame was found, on which 2 ships' copper cooking pans still remained. A few porringers were so rotten that one could only take away their copper mountings. In addition to these were found candlesticks and tin tankards, a crowbar, 2 or more gun barrels, a gun lock, an alarum with the clock and clock weight belonging to it, a great iron chest, a grindstone, a few spears, and a halberd. Carlson relates that round the house were found several large casks which had been provided with iron hoops, but the staves as well as the hoops were so rotten that no part of them could be brought home. Before Captain Carlson left the place, he erected in the neighborhood of the house a cairn, on which he placed a pole 10 meters long. In the cairn was deposited a double tin case, containing a written account of his having been there on the 13th of September 1871, and of his having found articles belonging to the men of the Dutch expedition under Barents, who had wintered there in the years 1596-97. Such are the particulars about the discovery of the relics in the winter house of Novia Zemlya. Up to February 1872, the public in Holland remained ignorant of the discovery of the winter quarters of Barents, and that several objects, including a few books written in the Dutch language, were brought home. This news, however, when spread, caused a general sensation throughout the Netherlands, and measures were immediately taken by the government to obtain possession of these interesting relics. Information was at once obtained as to their whereabouts, and it became known that they were already in the possession of Mr. Ellis C. Lister K., who, traveling as an English tourist in Norway, and being by chance at Hammerfest on the arrival of Carlson, had immediately bought them. Upon learning the interest which the Netherlands government took in these relics, Mr. K. kindly gave them up, accepting only the same amount as he had given to obtain possession of them. This courteous behavior of Mr. K. restored to the native land of the great explorer these precious relics, which had remained hidden for nearly 3 centuries. They were afterwards deposited in the model room of the Naval Department at The Hague, where a model house, having an open front, has been constructed for their reception. This is an exact imitation of the original at Novia Zemlya. There these old and touching memorials of a noble achievement have found a final resting place in the worthy company of a number of ancient objects, which each for itself silently points to some one of the many glorious pages in the annals of Dutch naval history. To demonstrate that these objects found by Captain Carlson originally appertained to Barents and his companions, Mr. de Jonge says, "The relics bear in themselves the undeniable proof, first, that they have belonged to Dutch navigators, and second, that they must belong to the last period of the 16th century, and especially to that part included between 1592 and 1598, as I will prove out of the following description of the objects. 1, an iron frame on 4 iron feet, with 3 iron crossbars of which one is movable, a kind of iron trivet, was found by Captain Carlson in the center of the house of Barents and Heemskerck, exactly resembling that iron frame which we see also represented in the center of the house in the old illustration by Levinus Hulsius in 1598. 2, a round copper cooking pan with handle, found standing on the iron frames. 3, a ditto larger one with broken handle, the pan on the upper side a little dinted, found standing on the same place. 4, 3 copper bands, remains most likely of porringers, found close to the 3 objects above alluded to. 5, a fragment of a copper scoop with handle. 6, a round grindstone with iron axis. 7 fragments of a chest with metal handle belonging to it, besides 4 other pieces of iron. An iron box made to fit within the chest, in order therein to deposit valuables. All these things were half crumbled away. 8. The iron cover of the chest, spoken of in number 7, with intricate lockwork. 9. An iron crowbar, bent in the middle, at the lower end a point, the upper end formed like the tail of a swallow. The part which opens out is worn in a circular shape, having in all probability served as a rest for the axis of a spit. 10. The sieve of a copper scummer. 11. A tin plate. 12. An iron bar in 2 pieces. This bar was sawn across at hammerfist, as it was presumed to be a gun barrel. 13. Iron striker or sledgehammer, the handle is broken. 14. A borer or auger with auger bit. Such an auger is represented in the illustration, how made ready to sail back to Holland. 15. A ditto, one with larger auger bit. 16. 3 gauges without handles. 17. A large chisel with a wooden handle. 18. An adze, of which the handle was broken. 19. A caulking iron. 20. A borer with the handle broken and 2 other boring irons. 21. 7 iron files of different dimensions. 22. A stone to wet tools. 23. 2 iron pairs of compasses. 24. A broken pocket knife or cutlass with horn handle. 25. A copper tap of a wine or beer cask, excellently preserved. 26. A wooden siphon of a beer or vinegar cask. 27. A wooden trencher painted red. 28. An old Dutch earthenware jar in which there was still a little grease. See a similar jug in the illustration, how we were wrecked and with great danger had to betake ourselves to the ice. 29. A tin tankard with lid and handle, decayed. 30. The lower half of another tankard. 31. 3 tin spoons, of which one is broken, of the form used in the 16th and 17th centuries. 32. The inner works of a lock. 33. A ditto larger one with a part of the key. 34. An iron weight of 8 pounds. 35. A padlock. 36. 2 leathern shoes or slippers. These shoes are too small for a full-grown man. They must consequently have belonged to the ship's boy, of whom there is mention in the Journal of de Veer on the 19th of October, 1596. 37. Iron clockwork in which are 7 cogwheels, the cover is of iron plates but partly rusted. The dial plate is lost, but one of the hands is still present. There is also a circular-shaped flexible piece of iron, quite rusted, probably the spring. In the Journal of Gerrit de Veer, at the date of 27th of October, he makes mention, on that day, they set up the dial and made the clock strike. On the 3rd of December, 1596, the clock was frozen and might not go, although we hung more weight on it than before. This clock agrees in form almost perfectly with the clock drawn in the illustration of Hulsius. A similar clock is also given in the work entitled Le Moyen Age et la Renaissance par P. Lacroix et F. Serre, Paris, 1851. In the article Corporations de Métier par A. Montelet Rabutants is found a drawing, L. Horloger, facsimile de planche dessinée et gravée par Jost Ammon. This drawing represents a clock of similar construction to that found in Novia Zemlya. This print, in Le Moyen Age, seems to have been copied out of the work of Harton Scoparus, entitled Panoplia Omnium Illiberalium Mechanicarum aut Sedentariarum Artium Genera Continens, cum figuris ad Jost Ammon. Frankfurti, 1568. Hence we come to the conclusion that the clock, with its weight, found at Novia Zemlya, belongs, as is proved by its construction, to work of the 16th century. The application of the pendulum took place later, in 1658. 38. One of the weights belonging to the clock. 39. A metal clock. This clock, with 4 perches, stood probably upon the mechanism described in number 37. 40. A little iron hammer, without doubt part of the striking apparatus. 41. 3 copper scales of a balance, having served for weighing medicines. According to the journal of Mr. G. de Veer, a barber surgeon joined the crew of Heemskerck and Barents. 42. A 6-holed German flute of beechwood but without the mouthpiece. It is broken at the end. 43. A part of an instrument of which one end is constructed of wood. In this end is found a groove, a round opening, and a wooden tongue. To this wooden tongue is fastened a copper one, opening out in 3 parts and ending in a point. It is difficult to say to what instrument this belonged, but it is not quite improbable that it has been fastened on the axis of a globe in order to prick the chart. Globes and plane charts were used at this period for want of Mercator's projection. 44. A wooden compass card with movable wooden hand, in the center of which is found a round opening for the point of the axis. 45. A wooden rectangle with 3 circular segments one within the other and subtending the rectangle. The longer arm is broken in 3 pieces. 46. A semicircular copper plate, whose case is curved in such a manner as to form a parallel. Through the middle of the plate runs a meridian, having in its center a small screw, which was formerly movable, but now fixed by rust. On the left or on the west side of the meridian are drawn 9 arcs, having their center in the point of intersection of the meridian and parallel. On these arcs the degrees are indicated by ciphers, and between these arcs are found the Dutch words Waasend Noordoosters, Afghan Noordoosters, Waasend Noordwesters, etc. It is difficult to say in what manner this instrument was used, but probably it is an instrument that has served for examining and determining the variations of the compass. If I dare express my opinion, I should say that this is the instrument which Plancius, the master of Barents, invented to calculate the longitude at sea. Plancius was at that time much occupied with his theory of determining the longitude at sea by means of the variation of the needle. For farther details, see the work entitled Rise of the Dutch Power in the East Indies, Volume 1, p. 86. According to Plancius, there existed 8 meridians, under 4 of which there was no variation, and under the 4 others a maximum variation took place. Calculating upon these data, Plancius imagined that the true longitude could be found. He therefore adapted a copper plate to the astrolabe employed at that period, and the object found by Carlsen is probably this very copper plate, the only one now extant. 47. The handle of a sword beautifully formed. A similar handle is represented on drawing 61, letter B in the work of Mr. D. van der Kellen, Jr., entitled Antiquities of the Netherlands. 48. A sword with ditto handle. 49. The point of a sword. 50. A part of a spear with iron spearhead. 51. Ditto head without wood. 52. The point of a halberd. A nearly equiform halberd is represented in the illustration. The exact manner of the house wherein we wintered. 53. The barrel of a heavy musket or matchlock with breechpin pan matchstick, a sight on the forepart of the barrel. In the work Le Moyen Age et la Renaissance, par P. Lacroix et F. Serre Paris, 1851, T. Roman 4. In the article Armurerie, Arms a few portatives, folio Roman 23, by F. de Salcy, is the following passage. L'arquebus emerge restapendant longtemps l'arme ordinaire d'une partie de l'infanterie. Seulement après en avoir diminué le poids en lui donnant le nom de mousquet, et le mousquet emerge était encore en usage dans les armées de Louis Roman 13. To this kind of firearm belongs the barrel spoken of under number 53. The mechanism with which the match was brought on the panpowder was called le serpentin. Le serpentin, says de Salcy, exigit quelle soldat out constamment sur lui une merche allumée, au le moyen de faire du feu. Il fallait en outri compasser la merche, etc. pour remedier à cet inconvénient, on inventa les platines à rouet qui furent employés de bord en alemagni et fabriqués, dit on, pour la première fois en 1517 en Nuremberg. Dans la platine à rouet la complication du mécanisme avait trop d'inconvénients, pour quoi ni cherchet pas le perfectionner. Les espagnols y parurent les premiers. La platine espagnole, appelée souvent platine de Miquelet, présentait de horen ressort, qui pressait à l'extrémité de sa branche mobile sur un bras du chine. El otter bras de cette piece lorsqu'on, medet le chino bende, appuyait contre une broche, sortant de l'intérieur et traversant le corps de la platine. On retirait cette broche et le ressort pausait le chine, qui en aidait plus retenu, et la pierre frappait sur un plan de cire cannelé, qui faisait corps avec le couvercle du bassinet. Le choc de la pierre sur les cannelures de l'acier produisait le feu. The matchlock under number 57 seems to be a fragment of such a platine de Miquelet. 54. The barrel of a gun of smaller caliber with 3 sights. 55. Ditto. 56. Ditto broken. 57. A part of a matchlock with cock and flintstones. 58. 19 copper powder horns, some of them covered with leather and some still full of powder. These horns were suspended to a shoulder belt. 59. an iron cannon ball. 60. A tin bracket pitcher, beautifully engraved, style Renaissance. Probably it belonged to the merchandise of which, according to de Veer, the ship's cargo partly consisted. The pitcher is in a perfect state of preservation. 61. The upper half of another pitcher. 62. 5 tin candlesticks on pedestals, beautifully formed, as they were used in the 16th and 17th centuries. Probably merchandise. 63. 5 ditto of another form of which 3 are broken, merchandise. 64. 13 ditto, but again of another and smaller form. In 3 of them the upper part is wanting. 65. 2 tin boxes, each divided into 4 compartments, of which the lower part, if you turn it, can be used as a drinking cup, the center as a salt cellar, whilst the upper part is fit for a pepper box, the top of which unscrews. 66. 2 ditto, of which only the drinking cups and the upper part of the pepper box have been preserved. 67. 2 ditto, of which only the lower part of the drinking cups has been preserved. 68. A tin medallion on which is represented time that uplifts truth from the earth, and on which a marginal inscription is to be read, Obstrusum, tenebris, tempus, me educit, 2 auras H.G., Henry or Herbert Goltzius. Inside the margin is found, Veritas filia temporis, probably also an object of merchandise. A description of similar metals is found in the Dutch work of C. Leemans, in De Verslagen der Koninklijke Academie van Wetenschappen. 69. A ditto medallion in a small wooden frame, representing a woman seated, holding in her right hand a cross, and in her left a chalice or goblet, from which a flame like light arises. Behind her lies one of the tables of the law, a symbol of religion or of the New Testament. 70. 2 ditto medallions in wooden frames, representing a woman with a child in her lap and another in her arms. A third child seeks refuge near her. This is probably a symbol of mercy. 71. 3 copper parts of objects, the original destination of which is uncertain. 72. 2 wooden stoppers, either belaying pins, which are used on small ships to fasten ropes or pieces of furniture. These objects have been erroneously taken by Captain Carlson for drumsticks. 73. 9 buttons and the stopper of a tin bottle. 74. The haft of a knife and another object of carved wood. Not Dutch work, but apparently of Norwegian or Russian origin. Barents or one of his companions might have obtained these objects on the former expeditions. Moreover, the trade with Archangel gave them opportunities of buying Russian or Norwegian articles. 75. A great number of prints from copper engravings. These prints have been completely frozen together, and whilst in that state a beam or other part of the dwelling has fallen upon them, for they seem to have been broken whilst in congealed condition, and a thaw has reduced them to a compact mass. The prints are well executed, but the paper having become too weak, only some of the engravings have been removed, and those in a torn condition. Some of them represent Roman heroes by Goltzius, The Defenders of Haarlem by Goltzius, 1857 subscribed Londerseal, Paradise by Spranger subscribed Boscher, Pallas, Juno, and Venus in Presence of Paris with Boscher executed. Scenes taken from the Bible, such as the meeting of Esau and Jacob, Tobias, etc. Also representations of Asiatic or Persian horsemen, etc. A large drawing showing a reposing lion with the monogram HTR. The H and R written together, and the T interlaced in the H. The manner of engraving the names of the engravers proves that all these must have been the work of the 16th century. It may seem strange that Arctic navigators had prints or engravings on board, but it is not at all so, for Heemskerck and Barents intended to go as far as China when they sailed to the northeast. For that purpose, they had merchandise on board, and prints or engravings were often used as such. This had also been the case on the first voyage to the East Indies. On a list of goods and merchandise left at Patani, in Siam, in 1602, a great number of drawings by de Gain, Goltzius, Brengel, etc. are to be found, and among these, facsimiles of those discovered at Novia Zemlya, namely, the 3 goddesses, the Roman heroes, etc. 76. A folio book bound in leather and with copper clasps, but half the binding has mouldered away. The beginning and the end of this book, as well as the edges, are much decayed, and the title of the first volume is quite obliterated. The book is divided into 2 parts. The first volume, of which the title is obliterated, has proved to be, after comparison with another specimen of this work, Die Chronik van Holland, Zeeland en Friesland, tot den Jaar, etc., tot Delft, by Aelbert Hendrikus, one end op t Meritveld, anno 1585. The second volume, of which the title is intact, runs, Short and True Account of the Government, and the Most Remarkable Facts that Occurred in the Country of Holland, Zeeland, and Friesland, by Albert Hendricks, anno 1585. 77. A book in quarto, the edges of which are much decayed, entitled, The Navigation or the Art of Sailing by the Excellent Pilot, Pieter de Medina, a Spaniard, etc., with still another new instruction on the principal points of navigation, by Mitchell Coignet. T. Antwerpen, anno 1580. At the bottom of the page, where the 5th chapter of the new instruction of Coignet begins, opposite to a copy of the Astrolabe, the number of the page is worn out. There is written in the Old Dutch, Y min Jan Ergents, Pieter Jans, Y, of 17 April Gingen Vij van, Liberen Hurt. The two last words are almost illegible. Gerrit de Veer gives, at the end of his recital, the names of those who returned from Novia Zemlya. Among these, the names of Jan Ergents and Pieter Jans are not to be found. These were, most likely, the names of two of the missing crew of whom the names are not mentioned. Of the 17 persons who set out, only 12 returned safely to the Netherlands. A new translation, by Mr. Martin Everard Brugge, of the work of Medina, had been published by Cornelis Cleese, at Amsterdam, with Coignet's new instructions. As the copy found at Novia Zemlya is a publication of 1580, it follows, as a matter of course, that the Dutch navigators who had left this copy, dated 1580, at Novia Zemlya, must have started before the year 1598, or they would assuredly have taken the latest edition of so important a work, especially when printed at Amsterdam, from whence they started. 78. A little book with parchment cover in octavo, having the form of a pocketbook, entitled, The History or Description of the Great Empire of China. This was first written in Spanish by Juan González de Mendoza, monk of the Order of St. Augustine, and then translated from the Italian into Dutch by Korn Teams, and printed for Cornelis Cleese, bookseller, living at the Gilt Bible in North Street, Hoorn, by Jacob de M., printer in the town of Alkmaar. The date of the edition of this copy cannot be given with exactitude, by reason of the moldering away of the lower part of the title page. The origin of the work can be deduced from the following facts. In the address to the good willing reader, verso of the title page, is written that this little book was edited after Jan Huygen van Linschoten had returned to the Netherlands, but somewhat before the publication of the account of his voyage. Jan Huygen van Linschoten returned to Holland in the autumn of, and the account of his voyage was published by Cornelis Cleese in 1595. Thus, the translation of Mendoza must have been published somewhere between 1592 and 1595. I even believe that we can fix the date of the publishing to be 1595. For the copy found at Novia Zemlya is exactly similar, both in form and type, to another copy still extant, published in Amsterdam by Cornelis Cleese in 1595. The edition of Amsterdam is exactly similar to the edition of Hoorn, except the title and the first 12 pages of the preface, which in the edition of Amsterdam are of the same purport, but printed in another type. The only difference between the two works consists in the type of the preface. On the 17th of August, 1875, M. Gunderson, commander of the Norwegian schooner Regina, was the first after Carlsen who visited Barents's ice harbor. In a chest, the upper part of which was quite mouldered, he found an old journal, 2 charts, and a grapnel with 4 flukes, 3 of which seemed to have been purposely broken off. The charts, pasted upon sailcloth, are much injured. The words Germania Inferior may be read on them. The journal has proved to be a manuscript Dutch translation of the narrative of the English expedition of Pett and Jackman, 1580. For the numerous abridgments and summaries of de Veer's work, I refer to the learned book of Mr. P. A. Viel, at Leyden, entitled Mémoire bibliographique sur les journaux des navigateurs néerlandais, Amsterdam, 1867. Introduction to the first edition. By Charles J. Biquet, Phildy. The 3 voyages undertaken by the Dutch, towards the close of the 16th century, with a view to the discovery of a northeast passage to China, are deservedly placed among the most remarkable exploits of that enterprising nation. while the 10 months, residence of the adventurous seamen at the furthest extremity of the inhospitable region of Novia Zemlya, within little more than 14 degrees of the North Pole, and their homeward voyage of upwards of 1,700 geographical miles in 2 small open boats, are events full of romantic interest. The republication by the Hakluyt Society of the narrative of these 3 voyages is most appropriate at this particular juncture, when public attention is so painfully absorbed by apprehensions as to the fate of Franklin and his companions. At all times would this work be read with interest, as giving in plain and simple language, which vouches for its truth, the first account of a forced winter residence in the Arctic regions, patiently and resolutely endured and successfully terminated. But at the present moment it acquires a far deeper importance from its representation. Faint, perhaps, and wholly inadequate to the reality of the hardships which must have been undergone by our missing countrymen. Happy if some of them shall have survived, like Gerrit de Veer, to tell the tale of their sufferings and of their final deliverance from their long captivity. In adverting to the causes which led to these 3 expeditions, it would be quite superfluous to enter upon the general history of Arctic discovery. All that is requisite for the proper elucidation of the present subject is an investigation of the actual state of our knowledge respecting the precise field of the labors of our Dutch navigators, previously to the date of their adventurous undertaking. 3 centuries have now elapsed since the first attempt was made to discover a northeast passage to China and India. The circumstances under which this took place cannot be better detailed than in the words of Clement Adams, in his account of the new Nauigation and discovery of the kingdom of Muscoya by the northeast in the year 1553, which is printed by Hakluyt in the first volume of his principal navigations. At what time our merchants perceived the commodities and wares of England to be in small request with the countries and people about VS and near VNTOVs, and that those merchandises which strangers in the time and memory of our ancestors did earnestly seek and desire, were no neglected, and the price thereof abated, although by versus carried to their own ports, and all foreign merchandises in great accompt, and their prizes wonderfully raised. Certain gras citizens of London, and men of great wisdom, and careful for the good of their country, began to think with themselves how this mischief might be remedied. Neither was a remedy, as it then appeared, wanting to their desires, for the awing of so great an inconvenience. For, seeing that the wealth of the Spaniards and Portingales, by the discovery and search of new trades and countries, was marvellously increased, supposing the same to be a course and mean for them also to obtain the like, they thereupon resolute upon a new and strange Nauigation. And whereas at the same time one Sebastian Cabota, a man in those days very renowned, happened to be in London, they began first of all to deal and consult diligently with him. And after much speech and conference together, it was at last concluded that 3 ships should be prepared and furnished out, for the search and discovery of the northern part of the world, to open a way and passage to our men for trial to new and VN kingdoms. And whereas many things seemed necessary to be regarded in this so hard and difficult a matter, they first make choice of certain gras and wise persons, in manner of a senate or company, which should lay their heads together and giu their judgments, and provide things requisite and profitable for all occasions. By this company it was thought expedient that a certain sum of money should publicly be collected, to serve for the furnishing of so many ships. And lest any preuate man should be too much oppressed and charged, a course was taken, that every man willing to be of the society should disburse the portion of 20 and 5 pounds apiece. So that in short time by this means the sum of 6,000 pounds being gathered, the 3 ships were bought, the most part whereof they prohibited to be newly built and trimmed. The 3 vessels thus fitted out sailed in company from Ratcliffe on the 10th of May, 1553. On their arrival at Harwich, they were detained there some time. Yet at the last with a good wind they hoised VP sail, and committed themselves to the sea, giuing their last adieu to their native country, which they knew not whether they should ewer return to see again or not. Many of them looked oftentimes baccy, and could not refrain from tears, considering into what hazards they were to fall, and what uncertainties of the sea they were to make trial of. These gloomy forebodings were not long in finding their realization. In a violent tempest off the coast of Norway, 2 of the vessels, the Bona Esperanza and Bona Confidencia, in the former of which was Sir Hugh Willoughby, Captain General of the fleet, were driven far out to sea, and at length put into a small haven on the coast of Lapland, near the mouth of the river Warsina, where the entire crews of both vessels, amounting in all to 70 souls, miserably perished from cold and hunger. Before meeting with his untimely end, Willoughby, on the 14th of August, descried land, which land, he says, in a note found written in one of the two ships, we bear withal, hoising out our boat to discover what land it might be. But the boat could not come to land. The water was so shoal, where was very much ice also, but there was no similitude of habitation. And this land lieth from Sainam east and by north 160 leagues, being in latitude 72 degrees. Then we plied to the northward. As the subject of Willoughby's voyage has been discussed by Mr. Rundall in a recent publication of the Hakluyt Society, it is here unnecessary to say more than that. Whatever may formerly have been the notions of geographers as to the coast reached by our hapless countrymen, and to which the name of Willoughby's Land was given, the almost universally received opinion now is that it was that portion of the western coast of Novia Zemlya, which is called by Luck the Goose Coast, Gansufer in Ehrman's translation, doubtless from the numbers of waterfowl found there, and of which the North and South Goose Capes, Sievernai Guseni Muis and Yuzhnai Guseni Muis, form the two extremities. Mr. Rundall is therefore fully justified in claiming for Sir Hugh Willoughby, as he so earnestly does in his work just cited, the credit of having been the first Englishman by whom the coast of Novia Zemlya was visited. And as, further, Willoughby was not only the first Englishman, but also the first European who had ever been there, the rule and usual practice in regard to new discoveries fairly warrants the application of the name of Willoughby's Land to this Goose Coast, which our countryman was thus the first to visit and make known to us. In thus attributing the discovery of Novia Zemlya to Sir Hugh Willoughby, it is in no wise intended to deny that that island, or chain of islands, as it may be more correctly designated, was previously known to the inhabitants of the northern coasts of Russia. The name itself, Novia Zemlya, which in the Russian language signifies the new country or Newfoundland, and the fact that the early European navigators, both English and Dutch, who followed in Willoughby's footsteps, met with native vessels on the coast, from the crews of which they learned their way and obtained various particulars of local information, are quite sufficient to establish the priority of the Russians. Still, the discovery of a country, like any other discovery or invention in science or the arts, dates properly from the time when the knowledge of that discovery is first recorded and publicly communicated to the civilized world. And in this sense, even the Russian Admiral Luck, the great explorer of Novia Zemlya in modern times, does not hesitate to acknowledge that, owing to the absence of all written records bearing on the subject, his countrymen cannot pretend to lay claim to the discovery of Novia Zemlya. Richard Chancellor, pilot major of Willoughby's fleet, was far more fortunate than his hapless chief. In the third vessel, the Edward Bonaventure, commanded by Stephen Burruff, he succeeded in entering the Bay of St. Nicholas, since better known as the White Sea, and on the 24th of August, 1553, reached in safety the western mouth of the river Dwina, whence he proceeded overland to the court of the Emperor of Muscovy or Russia, at Moscow. The result was the foundation of the commercial and political relations between England and Russia, which have subsisted, with but brief interruptions, till the present day. Shortly after Chancellor had brought his section of Willoughby's expedition to so successful an issue, the company of merchant adventurers, by whom the 3 ships had been fitted out, received a charter of incorporation, bearing date February 6, 1 and 2 ph. and Mar. 1554-5, and subsequently, in the 8th year of Queen Elizabeth, 1566, they obtained an Act of Parliament, in which they are styled the Fellowship of English Merchants for Discovery of New Trades, a title under which they still continue incorporated, though they are better known by the designation of the Muscovy or Russia Company. It is not here the place to discuss the general proceedings of the Russia Company, important though they be, and highly deserving of being made the subject of special investigation. All that we have to do is to notice the expeditions which were undertaken under the auspices of that company, for the purpose of exploring the seas bounding the Russian Empire on the north, with a view to the discovery of a northeast passage to China. Of these expeditions, the first was that of Stephen Burruff, who had in 1553 been the master of Richard Chancellor's ship, the Edward Bonaventure, and who now, in 1556, was dispatched in the pinnace Searchthrift to make discovery towards the River Ob. Leaving Gravesend on the 23rd of April of the latter year, Burruff, on the 23rd of May, passed the North Cape, which he had so named on his first voyage, and on the 9th of June reached Kola, where he fell in with several small Russian vessels, Laji, all bound to Pechora, a fishing for salmons and morses. The master of one of these boats, named Gabriel, rendered good service to Burruff, who is diffuse in his praise of Gabriel's conduct, as contrasted with that of other Russian seamen with whom he had to do. In the company of these native boats Burruff passed by Sviatoy Nose, called by him Cape St. John, Cannon Nose, Cannonaz, the island of Kalgev, by mistake called in his journal Dolgview, then the second Sviatoy Nose, and so to the dangerous bar of Pechora. Passing still onwards, he on St. James's Day, July 25th, spied certain islands, lying to the south of Novaya Zemlya, under one of which he anchored, naming it St. James his Island, and making its latitude to be 70 degrees 42 N, which according to Lutk is about 10 too far north. The next day they plied to the westwards alongst the shore of the southern extremity of Novaya Zemlya, where they met with another small native vessel, the master of which, named Lashak, told them that they were past the way which should bring them to the Ob, that the land by which they were was called Noizembla, that is to say, the New Land, and that, in this Noizembla is the highest mountain in the world, as he thought, and that Cayman Balshe, which is on the main of Pechora, is not to be compared to this mountain. But adds Burruff cautiously, I saw it not. On the 31st of July, Burruff was at an anchor among the islands of Vegetz, on one of which islands he went on shore the following day. On Monday, the 3rd of August, he continues, we weighed and went room with another island, which was 5 leagues east-northeast from us, and there I met Agin with Lashak, and went on shore with him, and he brought me to a heap of the Samod's idols, which were in number about 300, the worst and the most unartificial work that ever I saw. The eyes and mouths of sundry of them were bloody. They had the shape of men, women, and children, very grossly wrought, and that which they had made for other parts was also sprinkled with blood. Some of their idols were an oldie stick, with 2 or 3 notches made with a knife in it. I saw much of the footing of the Said Samods, and of the sleds that they ride in. These particulars clearly prove that the spot thus described by Burruff is Bolvanovsky Nose, Image Cape, at the northeastern extremity of the island of Vegetz, in 70 degrees 29 N lat, which place, according to Lutk, was visited by Ivanov in 1824, and found to be in precisely the same state as represented by its English discoverer. There is a second cape of the same name at the southeastern extremity of Vegetz Island, in 69 degrees 40 N lat, which is the Afgo Denhoek, Idle Cape, of Linskoten, and the Beeldthoek, Image Cape, of De Veer, and which is described by the latter in his account of their second voyage, at pages 53 and 60 of the present volume. Lutk erroneously identifies this latter cape with the one discovered by Burruff, but this is evidently a mere oversight, as the 2 capes of the same name are distinctly laid down in his chart. On the 5th of August, fearing to be hemmed in by the ice, which approached his ship in immense masses, Burruff returned westwards, and then southwards. And on the 22nd of the same month, on account of the north and northeasterly winds, the great quantity of ice, and the advanced season of the year, he determined on not attempting to proceed further to the east, but returned round Cannon Nose into the White Sea, and so to Kolmogoroi, the Russian port on the Dwina previously to the foundation of Archangelsk, Archangel, or Novo Komogoroi, as it was at first called, where he arrived on the 11th of September. The passage by which Burruff thus sailed between Novaya Zemlya and Vegetz into the Sea of Kara is that which by the Russians is called Karskoy Voroda, the Kara Gate or Strait. And as he was the first navigator who is recorded to have been there, he must be regarded as the discoverer of that strait. And that he was so considered by his contemporaries is established by the fact that, in the instructions given by the Russia Company in 1580 to Pett and Jackman, that entrance into the Sea of Kara is actually denominated Burruff Strait. For several years after Stephen Burruff's voyage in the Search Thrift, the Russia Company appear to have directed their attention principally to the trade with the White Sea, and thence, overland, with the interior of the continent both in Europe and in Asia. Still, it must not be imagined that they at all abandoned the idea of a northeast passage to China. On the contrary, there is evidence in the instructions given by them on the fitting out of 2 expeditions, at intervals of 12 years each, that the subject was not lost sight of by them, and that they neglected no means of obtaining information with a view to the eventual realization of the scheme, which was their principal object in the original formation of the company. The former of these 2 expeditions was in the year 1568, when James Bassendean, James Woodcock, and Richard Brown were appointed to undertake a voyage of discovery along the northern coast of Russia, from the river Pechora to the eastwards. Of this undertaking, no memorial appears to be extant, except the commission issued to the adventurers, so that it is impossible to say what its success was. But the instructions contained in that commission are in themselves of so interesting a character, as showing in a precise and definite form the extent of the knowledge of the Arctic Ocean to the east of the White Sea, possessed by the English at a date mounting up to nearly 3 centuries from the present time, that no apology will be necessary for here reprinting it from the pages of Hakluyt. It must be premised that the date attributed by that author to this document is 1588, which is, however, clearly a misprint. For, in the first place, it was in 1568, not 1588, that Thomas Randolph, by whom the commission was signed only a few days after his arrival in Russia, was appointed ambassador to that country, he having in the following year returned to England. While in the year 1588, it was Dr. Giles Fletcher who was our ambassador. And secondly, this commission, though appearing to bear the latter date, is placed by Hakluyt in chronological order among the documents of the year 1568. A commission given by V's, Thomas Randolph, ambassador for the Queen's Majesty in Russia, and Thomas Bannister, etc., VNTO Iams Bassendean, Iams Woodcock, and Richard Brown. The which Bassendean, Woodcock, and Brown we appoint eintly together, and aiders the one of them to the other, in a voyage of discovery to be made, by the grace of God by them, for searching of the sea and border of the coast, from the River Pechora to the eastwards, as hereafter followeth. Anno 1568, the 1st of August. Imprimis, when your bark with all furniture is ready, you shall at the beginning of the year, as soon as you possibly may, make your repair to the eastern part of the River Pechora, where is an island called Dolgview. And from thence you shall pass to the eastwards alongst by the sea coast of Hugary, or the main land of Pechora. And sailing alongst by the same coast, you shall pass within 7 leagues of the island Vagats, which is in the strait, almost halfway from the coast of Hugary unto the coast of Noix-Zembla. Which island Vagats and Noix-Zembla you shall find noted in your plat, therefore you shall not need to discover it, but proceed on alongst the coast of Hugary towards the river Abba. There is a bay between the Sade Vagats and the river Abba, that doth bite to the southwards into the land of Hugary, in which bay are 2 small rivers, the one called Kara Raka, the other Naramsey, as in the paper of notes which are genuine to you herewith may appear. In the which bay you shall not need to spend any time for searching of it, but to direct your course to the river Ob, if otherwise you be not constrained to keep alongst the shore. And when you come to the river Ob, you shall not enter into it, but pass into the eastern part of the mouth of the Sade River. And when you are at the eastern part of the mouth of Abba Rika, you shall from thence pass to the eastwards, alongst by the border of the Sade coast, describing the same in such perfect order as you can best do it. You shall not low the Sade coast or border of the land, but pass alongst by it, at least in sight of the same, until you ha sailed by it so far to the eastwards, and the time of the year so far spent, that you do think it time for you to return with your bark to winter, which trial may well be 300 or 400 leagues to the eastwards of the Ob, if the sea do reach so far, as our hope is it doth. But and if you find not the said coast and sea to trend so far to the eastwards, yet you shall not low the coast at any time, but proceed alongst by it, as it doth lie, lowing no part of it vien searched or seen, unless it be some bay or river, that you do certainly know by the report of the people that you shall find in those borders, or else some certain tokens whereby you of yourselves may eage it to be so. For our hope is that the said border of land and sea doth, in short space after you pass the Ob, incline east, and so to the southwards. And therefore we would ha no part of the land of your starboard side, as you proceed in your discovery, to be left vien discovered. But and if the said border of land do not incline so to the eastwards as we presuppose it, but that it do prow to incline and trend to the northwards, and so eyen with Noir-Zembla, making the sea from Vagats to the eastward but a bay. Yet we will that you do keep alongst by the said coast, and so bring us certain report of that form and manner of the same bay. And if it do so prow to be a bay, and that you have passed round about the same, and so by the trending of the land come back ye VNTO, that part of Noir-Zembla that is against Vagats, whereas you may from that see the said island Vagats. If the time of the year will permit you, you shall from thence pass alongst by the said border and coast of Noir-Zembla to the westwards, and so to search whether that part of Noir-Zembla do eyen with the land that Sir Hugh Willoughby be discovered in Anno 53, and is in 72 degrees, and from that part of Noir-Zembla 120 leagues to the westwards, as your plat doeth show it unto you. And if you do find that land to eyen with Noir-Zembla, when you come to it, you shall proceed further along the same coast, if the time of the year will permit it, and that you do think there will be sufficient time for you to return back with your bark to winter, either at Pechora or in Russia, at your discretion. For we refer the same to your good judgments, trusting that you will lose no time that may further your knowledge in this voyage. Note you, it was the 20th of August, 56, year the Search-Thrift began to return back from her discovery, to winter in Russia. And then she came from the island Vagats, being forcibly driven from thence with an easterly wind and and so she came into the Riuer Dwina, and arrived at Colmagro the 11th of September, 56. If the had not been so much that year as it was in the straits on both sides of the island Vagats, they in the said pinnace would that year ha discovered the parts that you are now sent to seek. Which thing, if it had pleased God, might ha been done then, but God hath reserved it for some other. Which discovery, if it may be made by you, it shall not only prow profitable VNTO you, but it will also purchase perpetual fame and renown both to you and our country. And thus, not doubting of your willing desires and forwardness towards the same, we pray God to bless you with a lucky beginning, fortunate success, and happily to end the same. Amen. As has already been stated, the results of this expedition are not known. We may, therefore, pass to the consideration of the voyage of Arthur Pett and Charles Jackman in the year 1580. For this undertaking written instructions were in like manner given by the Russia Company, which have also been preserved by Hakluyt. But as these instructions correspond in many respects with those given to Bassendean and his companions, it is here unnecessary to cite more from them than some few passages requiring particular notice. The commission from the Russia Company to Pett and Jackman was for a voyage by them to be made, by God's grace, for search and discoveries of a passage by sea by Burrows Straits and the island Vagats, eastwards to the countries or dominions of the mighty prince, the emperor of Cathay, and in the same unto the cities of Cambalu and Quinsay, or to either of them. And for that purpose they were directed to sail from this river of Thames to the coast of Finnmark, to the North Cape there, or to the Ward House. And from thence, continued their instructions, direct your course to ha sight of Willoughby's land, and from it pass alongst to the Noir-Zembla, keeping the same lands always in your sight on your larboard sides, if conveniently you may, to the end you may discover whether the same Willoughby's land be continent and firm land with Noir-Zembla or not. Notwithstanding, we would not ha you to entangle your sellows in any bay, or otherwise, so that it might hinder your speedy proceeding to the island Vagats. And when you come to Vagats, we would ha you to get sight of the main land of Samoda, which is our against the south part of the same island, and from thence, with God's permission, to pass eastwards alongst the same coast, keeping it always in your sight, if conveniently you may, until you come to the mouth of the Riuer Ob. And when you come unto it, pass the said Riuer's mouth unto the border of land on the east side of the same, without any stay to be made for searching inwardly in the same Riuer, and being in sight of the same easterly land, do you, in God's name, proceed alongst by it from thence eastwards, keeping the same always on your starboard side in sight, if you may, and follow the tract of it, whether it inclines southerly or northerly, as at times it may do both, until you come to the country of Cathay. or the dominion of that mighty emperor. But in case they should not be able to reach Cathay, they were directed to attempt to ascend the river Ob, and if they should not succeed in this, they were then to return baccy through Burrows Straits, and discover and try whether Willoughby's land ein continent with Noir-Zembla or not. In pursuance of these instructions, Pett and Jackman sailed from Harwich on the 31st of May, 1580, in 2 small barks, namely the George of the burthen of 40 tons, under the command of the former, with a crew of 9 men and a boy, and the William of 20 tons, commanded by the latter, with a crew of 5 men and a boy. On June 23 they reached Wardhouse, which place they left in company on the 1st of the following month. On the next day, however, as the William seemed to be out of try and sailed very ill, she was willing to go with Kegger, where she might mend her steerage. Whereupon Master Pett, not willing to go into Harborough, said to Master Jackman that if he thought himself not able to keep the sea, he should do as he thought best, and that he in the meantime would bear with Willoughby's land, for that it was a parcel of our direction, and would meet him at Varrow Ostrow or Vegetz. The name of Varrow Ostrow, here given to the island of Vegetz, does not occur elsewhere. It is manifestly Russian, though it is difficult to say what is its correct form and consequently what its signification. As to the designation by which that island is generally known, Whitson states, though without further explanation, that it was acquired from one Iwan or Ian Wegetz. In commenting on which statement, Luck says that the name should properly be written Wegetch, the Russian termination tish having been changed by the Dutch into tz, in the same way as in Pitsora for Petchora, etc. The correctness of this criticism is, however, questionable. For long before the Dutch visited or knew anything of these parts, we find Englishmen, who certainly had no difficulty in pronouncing the sound ch tish, which is common to our language, and who in fact always wrote Pechora Petchora, and not, like the Dutch, Pitsora, invariably writing not Vegetch, Vegetch, but Vegatz or Vegetz. It is therefore reasonable to conclude that Vegetz is the original pronunciation of the name, and that the Russian form is merely a corruption. But to return to Pett, who after parting from Jackman continued his course eastwards, apparently following in Willoughby's track, till on the 4th of July he saw land in latitude 71 degrees 38 north, being the coast of Novia Zemlya, somewhere about the South Goose Cape. Thence he coasted along the southwestern end of Novia Zemlya, keeping the same in sight on the larboard side, as instructed to do, but not nearing it, on account of ice and fog. On the 10th of July, he approached the northwestern extremity of Vegetz Island and landed on a small island near the coast, where he took in wood and water. Here he remained till the 14th, when he got out with difficulty on account of the ice, and lay along the coast northwest, thinking it to be an island, but finding no end in rowing so long, he supposed it to be the main of Noir-Zembla, in which, however, he was in error, and thereby missed the entrance into the Sea of Kara by Burrough Strait. He now altered his course, and on the 15th, lay south-southwest with a flawn sheet, and so ran all the same day, and, after meeting with much more ice, he on the 17th came into the Bay of Pechora. Thence, again taking an eastward course, he on the 18th had sight of the southern extremity of Vegetz, and on the following day entered the passage running between that portion of the island and the main land of the Samode country, to which passage the Dutch, in the voyages which form the subject of the following pages, gave the name of the Straits of Nassau, and which the Russians call Ugorsky Shar, that is to say, the Ugorian Strait. Nevertheless, if the first European explorer on record be entitled to the credit of his discovery, this entrance into the Sea of Kara ought to bear the name of Pett Strait, in like manner as the passage into that sea at the other extremity of Vegetz Island received the name of Burrough Strait. From the 19th till the 24th of July, Pett endeavored to make his way eastwards in accordance with his instructions, by keeping the main land of Samoda always in sight on his starboard side, but was constantly impeded by the ice. At length he was constrained to put into the ice, to seek some way to get to the northwards of it, hoping to haw some clear passage that way, but there was nothing but whole ice. Meanwhile, Jackman and his crew of 5 men and a boy, in their frail bark of 20 tons, had gallantly followed after the George. And on the morning of the 25th July the 2 vessels again joined company, the William being, however, in so disabled a state when she reached her companion, as to require assistance from the latter. The two vessels now set sail to the northwards to seek if they could find any way clear to pass to the eastward. But the further they went that way, the more and thicker was the ice, so that they could go no further. At length, seeing the impossibility of advancing either to the east or to the north, on the 28th of July, Master Pett and Master Jackman did confer together what was best to be done, considering that the winds were good for us, and we not able to pass for ice. They did agree to seek to the land again, and so to Voyages, and then to confer further. At 3 in the afternoon, we did warp from one piece of ice to another, to get from them if it were possible. Here were pieces of ice so great that we could not see beyond them out of the top. It was only with the greatest difficulty and peril that they occasionally made their way through the ice, in which for the most part they remained so enclosed that they could not stir, laboring only to defend the ice as it came upon them. But at length, on the 15th of August, they entered into a clear sea without ice, whereof they were most glad, and not without cause, and gave God the praise. On the day after, they say, we were troubled again with ice, but we made great shift with it, for we got between the shore and it. This day, at 12 of the clock, we were thwart of the southeast part of Voyages, all along which part there was great store of ice, so that we stood in doubt of passage, yet by much ado we got betwixt the shore and it. They now bore away to the west, passing by the island of Calgev, on the sands to the south of which both vessels went aground, on August 20th, in latitude 68 degrees 40 N, according to their calculation. Getting off, they proceeded together on their return voyage, but only 2 days afterwards, Pett's vessel parted from the William and saw her no more. Arthur Pett and the George reached home in safety, arriving at Ratcliffe on the 26th December following. But the William, with Charles Jackman, arrived at a port in Norway between Trondheim and Rostock in October 1580, and there did winter. And from thence departed again in February following, and went in company of a ship of the King of Denmark toward Ireland. And since that time he was never heard of. This voyage of Pett and Jackman has been noticed more in detail than might otherwise have been necessary, for the purpose of defending those able seamen from the animadversions of a recent historian, who says, from the meager narrative of this voyage, it is sufficiently evident that Pett and Jackman were but indifferent navigators, and that they never trusted themselves from the shore and out of shallow water, whenever the ice would suffer them to approach it. A situation of all others, where they might have made themselves certain of being hampered with ice. It will, however, in the first place, have been seen that their express instructions were that they should follow the line of the Siberian coast, keeping it always in sight on their starboard side, which instructions they appear to have obeyed to the utmost of their ability. And secondly, it was not so much the fixed ice along the coast which impeded their progress, as the immense masses of floating ice from the polar basin which had drifted into the Sea of Kara. For, on more than one occasion, it was precisely by getting into the shallow water, between the shore and the ice, that they were enabled to effect a passage, which in deeper water, where the ice masses could float, was denied to them. The fact is that it was from no want of either knowledge or skill that they were unsuccessful, but from the like unsurmountable natural causes which, 15 years later, compelled the Dutch fleet under Cornelius Nye to turn back from somewhere about the same spot. And, as Captain Beechey justly observes, to this day the hardy Russians have not been able to survey the eastern side of Nova Zembla. And the ships which passed through the Waigat Strait have never been able to proceed far, owing to the quantity of ice driven into the Sea of Kara. Further, when it is considered who these experienced seamen were, it will at once be manifest that under no circumstances ought they to be stigmatized as indifferent navigators. Arthur Pett was with Richard Chancellor and Stephen Burruff in the Edward Bonaventure, on their first voyage to the Bay of St. Nicholas in 1553, his name standing in the list of mariners, 6th before that of William Burruff, Stephen's brother. 7 years afterwards, in 1560, he commanded the Jesus, of London, in the service of the Russia Company. And now, 20 years later, in the year 1580, a convincing proof is afforded of the estimation in which he was held, by the interest taken in him and his expedition by several of the most distinguished navigators and cosmographers of his time. For in addition to his commission from his employers, in whose service he had been 27 years, whether constantly or not is immaterial, He received instructions and notes from Master William Burruff, Controller of the Navy, who had been his messmate 27 years before, together with certain brief addresses genuine by Master D, as also notes in writing, besides more preui by mouth, that were genuine by M. Richard Hacklight, of Eighton, in the county of Hereford, Esquire. And further, his voyage was deemed of sufficient importance to form the subject of a letter to Hacklight himself from the learned Gerard Mercator. Of Charles Jackman, we do not know so much. Yet he, too, had clearly had experience in Arctic exploration, having been the mate on board the Ide, one of the vessels of Frobisher's second expedition, when he was of sufficient importance to give his name to Jackman's Sound, on the south side of Frobisher's Strait. And it is not without significance that in all the documents above cited, except Mercator's letter to Hacklight, his name is coupled, without any distinction, with that of so old and experienced a navigator of the Russian seas as Arthur Pett. Notwithstanding the failure of Pett and Jackman's undertaking, the Russia Company appear to have in no wise relaxed in their endeavors to effect a passage by sea along the northern coast of the Russian dominions, and that they were, to a considerable extent, successful in their exertions, is proved by the following two documents, which have been preserved to us by Purchas. Notes concerning the discovery of the river of Ob, taken out of a roll written in the Russian tongue, which was attempted by the means of Antony Marsh, a chief factor for the Moscow Company of England, 1584, with other notes of the Northeast. First, he wrote a letter from the city of Moscow, in the year 7092 after the Russ accompte, which after our accompte was in the year, unto 4 Russes, that V said to trade from Kolmogro to Pechora and other parts eastward, whose answer was, by writings received from thee, as also by reports, we understand thou wouldest have us seek out the mouth of the River Ob, which we are content to do, and thou must gew therefore 50 rubles. It is requisite to go to seek it out with 2 kachimis or companies, and each kachima must ha 10 men. And we must go by the River Pechora VP wards in the spring, by the side of the ice, as the ice swimmeth in the River, which will ask a fortnight's time. And then we must fall into Ausen River, and fall down with the stream before we come to Ob, a day and a night in the spring. Then it will hold V's 8 days to swim down the River Ob before we come to the mouth. Therefore send V's a man that can write, and assure thyself the mouth of Ob is deep. On the Rus side of Ob soyern Samodes, called Vigorsky and Sibirsky Samodes, and on the other side dwell another kind of Samodes, called Monganet or Mongasayski Samodes. We must pass by few castles that stand on the River of Ob. The name of the first is Tesua Gorodok, which standeth vipon the mouth of the River Padu. The second small castle is Nasoro Gorodok, and it standeth hard vipon the side of Ob. The third is called Netchirgaskoy. The fourth is Cherdmata. The fifth is Nadesnia, that is to say, the castle of comfort or trust, and it standeth vipon the River Ob, lowermost of all the former castles toward the sea. Heretofore your people ha been at the said River of Ob's mouth with a ship, and there was made shipwracky, and your people were slain by the Samodes, which thought that they came to rob and subdue them. The trees that grow by the River are furras, and a kind of white, soft, and light furra, which we call yell. The banks on both sides are very high, and the water not swift, but still and deep. Fish there are in it, as sturgeons and sherry and pittle, and nelma, a dainty fish like white salmons and maucon and siggy and sterlity, but salmons there are none. Not far distant from the main, at the mouth of Ob, there is an island, whereon resort many wild beasts, as white bears and the morses and such like. And the Samodes tell V's that in the winter season they oftentimes find their morses' teeth. If you would ha us trial to seek out the mouth of Ob by sea, we must go by the Isles of Vagats and Noisembla, and by the land of Matfiau, that is, by Matthew's land. And assure thyself that from Vagats to the mouth of Ob by sea is but a small matter to sail. Written at Pechora, the year 7092, the 21 of February. Master Marsh also learned these distances of places and ports from Caninos to Ob by sea. From Caninos to the Bay of Medemsk, which is somewhat to the east of the River Pechora, is 7 days sailing. The Bay of Medemski is hour a day and a half sailing. From Medemsk Soros to Karirka is 6 days sailing. From Karska Bay to the farthest side of the River Ob is 9 days sailing. The Bay of Karska is from side to side a day and a night's sailing. He learned another way by Nauigation and Maritime to Ob more northeastward. From Caninos to the island of Calgu is a day and a night's sailing. From Calgu to Nauigation are 2 days' sailing. There is a great osra or Lake Vipan Nauigation, where wonderful store of geese and swans do breed, and in molting time cast their feathers, which is about St. Peter's Day. And the Russes of Colmagro repair thither yearly, and our English men venture thither with them all shares in money. They bring home great quantity of down feathers, dried swans and geese, bear skins, and fish, etc. From Naromsk Reka or Riur to Matashin Yar is 6 days' sailing. From Matashin Yar to the Parawalagi Tupla, that is to say, to the warm passage hour land, compassing or sailing round about the sands, is 13 days' sailing. And there is upon the sands, at a full sea, 7 fathoms water and 2 fathoms at a low water. The occasion of this highing of the water is the falling into the sea of the 3 Riurs, and the meeting of the 2 seas, to wit, the North Sea and the East Sea, which make both high water and great sands. And you must beware that you come not with your ship near Viento the Island, by the Riur Ob from Matashin Yar to this island is few days' sailing. Matashin Yar is in some part 40 versts hour, and in some parts not past 6 versts hour. The aforesaid Anthony Marsh sent one Baden, his man, a Russ born, with the aforesaid 4 Russes and a young youth, a Samode, which was likewise his Saruant, Vipan the discovery of the Riur of Ob by land, through the country of the Samodes, with good store of commodities to traffic with the people. And these his Saruants made a rich voyage of it, and had bartered with the people about the Riur of Ob for the value of 1,000 rubles in sables and other fine furs. But the emperor hoing intelligence of this discovery, and of the way that Baden returned home by one of his chief officers lay in wait for him, apprehended him, and took from him the aforesaid 1,000 marks worth of sables and other merchandises, and delivered them into the emperor's treasury, being sealed VP, and brought the poor fellow Baden to the city of Moscow, where he was committed to prison and whipped, and there detained a long while after, but in the end released. Moreover, the emperor's officers asked Anthony Marsh how he durst presume to deal in any such enterprise. To whom he answered that, by the privileges granted to the English nation, no part of the emperor's dominions were exempted from the English to trade and traffic in, with which answer they were not so satisfied, but that they gaw him a great check, and forfeited all the aforesaid 1,000 marks worth of goods, charging him not to proceed any further in that action. Whereby it seemeth they are very ealous that any Christian should grow acquainted with their neighbors that border to the northeast of their dominions. For that there is some great secret that way, which they would reserve to themselves only. Thus much IVN dursted by Master Christopher Holmes. From these documents we gather 2 very remarkable facts. The first is that, previously to the year 1584, an English vessel had crossed the Sea of Kara, and penetrated as far eastward as the mouth of the river Ob, where it was wrecked, and its crew were murdered by the natives. The second is that at that time, the best way from the White Sea and the mouth of the Pechora by sea was deemed to be by the Isles of Vegetz and Nueva Zembla, and by the land of Matfiau, that is, by Matthew's land. This being manifestly the same as that which is described as another way by Nauigation and Matashin Yar to Ob, more northeastward, than that along the Russian coast, by Cannon Nose, the mouth of the Pechora, and thence through Ugorsky Shar, Pet S Strait, and across the Gulf of Kara. And there can be no question that we have here a record of the discovery of the entrance into the Sea of Kara by the strait, at present known by the name of Matichkin Shar, in which the Russian pilot Rosmuislov passed the winter of 1768-1769, and through which he penetrated into that sea, though prevented by the ice from proceeding far from the eastern coast of Novaya Zemlya. The singular description thus given by Marsh of this passage through Matashin Yar, between Novaya Zemlya and the land of Matfiau, does not appear to have been hitherto noticed by any writer except Dr. Hamel. Unfortunately, that author, through what would seem to be a systematic omission of all particular reference to his sources of information, has rendered his work of little value as an authority. Inasmuch as, without having the means of appeal to the originals, it is impossible to discriminate between the facts and opinions gathered by him from others, and the conclusions, or sometimes mere hypotheses, based by himself on such information. On the present occasion, however, having the original statements of Anthony Marsh before us, we can have no hesitation in availing ourselves of Dr. Hamel's comments on the same, and in agreeing with him that the present name Matyushkin Shar appears to be merely a corruption of Matyushin Shar. Matyusha itself being the diminutive of the Russian proper name Matvey, or Matthew, which name was probably that of the first discoverer of this passage. It would also seem that the expression Matyushin Yar, made use of by Anthony Marsh, is intended for this Matyushin Shar, and not, as Dr. Hamel supposes, for the coast Yar, lying opposite to Novaya Zemlya, and that the breadth attributed by Marsh to Matyushin Yar, of in some parts 40 versts over, and in some parts not past 6 versts over, is meant to apply to the supposed breadth of the passage itself. There can, further, be no doubt that Dr. Hamel is right in his conclusion. Indeed, it is self-evident from Marsh's statement that towards the close of the 16th century, and previously to the time when the Dutch visited those parts, Novaya Zemlya was looked on as an island extending from Burov Strait, Karskoy Voroda, as far northwards only as Matyushin Yar, Matyushin Shar, and that the land lying to the north of this latter passage was not deemed to be a part of Novaya Zemlya, but had a distinct designation, namely, Matthew's land, which in Russian would be Matvieva Zemlya, an expression which corresponds precisely with Marsh's land of Matveev, Matviau. How this Matvieva Zemlya, together with Matyushin Shar, should have been lost from our maps, may be easily explained, though not altogether in the way attempted by Dr. Hamel. The accompanying facsimile of a map drawn by Isaac Massa and published in 1612 by Hessel Gerard in a small volume now very rare, contains, as will be seen, a delineation of Novaya Zemlya, there shown as an island of not large extent, and the surrounding regions. The strongly marked entire line along the western side of Novaya Zemlya is that of the coast as furnished to Massa by his Russian authorities. The faint dotted line is that of the coast as corrected by himself or Gerard from Dutch sources of information. The proper names, as written in strong and faint characters respectively, indicate, in like manner, the several sources from which such names were derived. In this map, a broad channel is laid down between the island of Novaya Zemlya and a terra innominata to the north of it, to which channel is given the name of Matsay of Tsar, which was evidently intended for Matsyav Tsar, which again must be taken to have been written instead of Matveyev Tsar, through a mere clerical error. The faint dotted line along the west coast of Novaya Zemlya shows that it had been carefully, and considering the time when it was drawn, very accurately corrected. For we there see plainly laid down the Mezdasharsky Ostrov and the two inlets, Kostin Shar and Podryasov Shar, between which that island lies, and from which it derives its appellation. Had the name Kostin Shar, in any of its chameleon forms, been retained in its proper place, at the same time that the new name Matveyev Tsar was introduced to designate the more northerly channel, and the map constructed by Gerrit de Veer from William Barents's observations does not warrant the former's being carried much higher up than the 71st parallel, there would most probably have been no occasion to notice this grave error. But the passage between Novaya Zemlya, proper, and Matveyev Zemlya not having been observed by Barents and his companions, and De Veer having in his journal expressed the opinion that Konstinsark goes through to the Tartarian Sea, the corrector of Massa's map was led to suppose that this passage must be the same as the Matveyev Tsar of the Russians, and he accordingly placed over the latter the name Kostin Sarch in faint letters. That in subsequent maps the former name should have been omitted and the latter alone retained is only natural. It is the usual progress of error. Accordingly, in Gerard's map of Russia, dedicated to the Emperor Michael Fedorovich in 1614, we find Kostin Sarch made to extend right across and through the land from west to east, its latitude being, however, brought down to nearly the same as in Gerrit de Veer's map, from which the western coastline of Novaya Zemlya is, in general, taken, while the more northerly passage is altogether lost sight of. Still, the existence of this latter passage continued to be known more than a century later. For in the year 1705, Whitson published in the second volume of his Nord en Oost Tartary a rough and, for the most part, very incorrect map of the Samode country, obtained by him from Thunes Antinous, Wise, the master of a trading vessel who had visited Novaya Zemlya, in which map the southern portion of that country is represented as an island, cut off from the northern and far larger portion by a broad channel, running from northwest to southeast and bearing the name of Matiskin Jar of Matthystrom. With respect to which channel Whitson remarks that it is a passage and thoroughfare, and not an inlet or river. Notwithstanding the length of time during which the name has been lost, there does not appear to be any good reason why the original and correct designation of Matthews Strait, Matvieva Shar, Matfeoft Tsar, or Matushin Shar should not be restored to the channel between the two islands, instead of its continuing to bear the modern corrupted form of the latter name, Matichkin Shar. It likewise seems only right that the name Matthews Land, the land of Matfiau, or Matvieva Zemlya, should not be lost from our maps, and it is therefore proposed to appropriate that designation to the small island extending from Matushin Shar, Matichkin Shar, northwards as far as the channel, in about 74 degrees in lat, running across the land from Cross Bay to Rosmuislav, unknown bay. As to the name Novia Zemlya, there can be no doubt that it ought still to continue the generic appellation of the entire series of islands, of which the country usually known by that name is now found to consist. But at the same time, as it is highly expedient that each of those islands should possess some distinctive specific designation, there is a propriety in restricting the title of Novia Zemlya proper, as it appears in the map of Isaac Massa and Thunes Wise, to the southernmost island of the series, lying between the Kara Gate or Burrows Strait to the south and Matushin Shar or Matthews Strait to the north. The establishment of the English in the White Sea and their explorations to the eastwards soon induced others to become their competitors, and of these it is not unnatural that the Russians themselves should have been among the first. Accordingly, we find that a short time previously to the year 1581, two famous men, named Jacovius and Anicius, which, as Luck observes, are manifestly the Latinized forms of the Russian names Yakov and Aniki, employed a Swedish shipwright to build for them two ships in the river Dwina, and then sent one Ulfierius, by birth a Netherlander, nation Belga, to Antwerp to engage pilots and mariners, with a view to their employment on board those ships in discoveries towards the northeast. This Ulfierius, or Oliver, as Hakluyt translates the name, was the bearer of a letter from John Ballack to Gerard Mercator, which letter, written in Latin, was published by Hakluyt in his principal navigations, together with an English translation. On account of the very curious matter bearing on our subject which this letter contains, it is thought advisable to reprint it here in its English form, and also to give the original Latin in the appendix, for the convenience of reference. To the famous and renowned Gerardus Mercator, his ruerend and singular friend, at Duisburg in Cleveland, these be de leeward. Calling to remembrance, most dear friend, what exceeding delight you took, at our being together, in reading the geographical writings of Homer, Strabo, Aristotle, Pliny, Dion, and the rest, I realize not a little that I happened vipon such a messenger as the bearer of these presents, whom I do especially recommend VNTO you, who were reviewed lately here at Eresburg, upon the reewer of Ocella. This man's experience, as I am of opinion, will greatly oil you to the knowledge of a certain matter, which hath been by you so vehemently desired and so curiously labored for, and concerning the which the late cosmographers do hold such variety of opinions, namely, of the discovery of the huge promontory of Tabon, and of the famous and rich countries subject unto the Emperor of Cathay, and that by the northeast ocean sea. The man is called Ulfierius, being by birth a Netherlander, who, for certain years, liued captiu in the dominions of Russia, viender two famous men, Jacuius and Vinicius, by whom he was sent to Antwerp, to procure skillful pilots and mariners, by propounding liberal rewards, to go VNTO the two famous personages aforesaid, which two had set a Sweden shipwright on work to build two ships for the same discovery, vipon the reewer of Dwina. The passage VNTO Cathay by the northeast, as he declareth the matter, albeit without art, yet very aptly, as you may well perceive, which I request you diligently to consider, is, without doubt, very short and easy. This very man himself hath trawled to the reewer of Ob, both by land, through the countries of the Samodes and of Sibir, and also by sea, along the coast of the reewer Pechora, eastward. Being encouraged by this his experience, he is fully resolute with himself to conduct a bark laden with merchandise, the keel, whereof he will not ha to draw our much water, to the bay of St. Nicholas, in Russia, being furnished with all things expedient for such a discovery, and with a new supply of victuals at his arrival there. And also to hire into his company certain Russ's best known VNTO himself, who can perfectly speak the Samodes language, and are acquainted with the Rewer of Ob, as having frequented those places year by year. Whereupon, about the end of May, he is determined to sail from the Bay of S. Nicholas eastward, by the main of Ioria, and so to the easterly parts of Pechora, to the island which is called Dolga. And here also he is purposed to observe the latitudes, to survey and describe the country, to sound the depth of the sea, and to note the distances of places, where and so oft as occasion shall be offered. And forasmuch as the Bay of Pechora is a most convenient place both for harbor and victual, as well in their going forth as in their return home, in regard of ice and tempest, he is determined to bestow a day in sounding the flats, and in searching out the best entrance for ships. In which place, heretofore, he found the water to be but few foot deep, howbeit he doubteth not but that there are deeper channels. And then he intendeth to proceed on along those coasts for the space of 3 or 4 leagues, lowing the island called Vegetz almost in the middle way between Vigoria and Noisembla. Then also to pass by a certain bay between Vegetz and Ob, trending southerly into the land of Vigoria, whereinto fall 2 small rewers, called Marmesia and Cara. Vipon, the which rewers do inhabit an other barbarous and savage nation of the Samodes. He found many flats in that tract of land, and many cataracts or whirlfuls of water, yet such as he was able to sail by. When he shall come to the Rewer of Ob, which Rewer, as the Samodes report, hath 70 mouths, which, by reason of the huge breadth thereof, containing many and great islands, which are inhabited with sundry sorties of people, no man scarcely can well discover. Because he will not spend too much time, he purposed to search 3 or 4, at the most, of the mouths thereof, those chiefly which shall be thought most commodious by the aduas of the inhabitants, of whom he meaneth to ha certain with him in his voyage, and meaneth to employ 3 or 4 boats of that country in search of these mouths, as near as possibly he can to the shore, which, within 3 days year nigh of the sea, is inhabited, that he may learn where the Rewer is best knowledgeable. If it so fall out that he may sail VP the Rewer Ob against the stream, and mount up to that place which heretofore, accompanied with certain of his friends, he passed VNTO by land through the country of Siberia, which is about 12 days year nigh from the sea, where the Rewer Ob falleth into the sea, which place is in the continent near the Rewer Ob, and is called Yax Algush, borrowing his name from that mighty Rewer which falleth into the Rewer Ob. Then, doubtless, he would conceive full hope that he had passed the greatest difficulties. For the people dwelling there about report, which were 3 days sailing onely from that place beyond the Rewer Ob, whereby the breadth thereof may be gathered, which is a rare matter there, because that many rowing with their boats of leather 1 days year nigh onely from the shore, ha been cast away in tempest, hoing no skill to guide themselves neither by sun nor star, that they ha seen great vessels, laden with rich and precious merchandise, brought down that great Rewer by black or swart people. They call that Rewer Ardo, which falleth into the lake of Kidde, which they call Paraha, whereupon bordereth that mighty and large nation which they call Karakalmak, which is none other than the nation of Cathay. There, if need require, he may fitly winter and refresh himself and his, and seek all things which he shall stand in need of, which, if it so fall out, he doubteth not but in the meanwhile he shall be much furthered in searching and learning out many things in that place. Howbeit he hopeth that he shall reach to Cathia that very summer, unless he be hindered by great abundance of ice at the mouth of the Rewer of Ob, which is sometimes more and sometimes less. If it so fall out, he then purpose to return to Pechora, and there to winter. Or if he cannot do so neither, then he meaneth to return to the Rewer of Dwina, whither he will reach in good time enough, and so the next spring following to proceed on his voyage. One thing in due place I forgate before. The people which dwell at that place called Yax Algush affirm that they ha heard their forefathers say that they have heard most sweet harmony of bells in the lake of Kithay, and that they ha seen therein stately and large buildings. And when they make mention of the people named Karakalmak, this country is Cathay, they fetch deep sighs, and holding VP their hands, they look VP to heaven, signifying, as it were, and declaring the notable glory and magnificence of that nation. I would this Olewer were better seen in cosmography. It would greatly further his experience, which doubtless is very great. Most dear friend, I omit many things, and I wish you should hear the man himself, which promised me faithfully that he would visit you in his way at Duisburg, for he desireth to confer with you, and doubtless you shall very much further the man. He seemeth sufficiently furnished with money and friends, wherein and in other offices of courtesy I offered him my furtherance if it had pleased him to have said me. The Lord prosper the man's desires and forwardness, bless his good beginnings, further his proceedings, and grant vnto him most happy issue. Fare you well, good sir and my singular friend. From Eresburg, Vipon the river of Osella, the 20th of February, 1581. Yours wholly at commandment. John Ballock. It is not known what success attended this Ulfierius or Oliver in his scheme, or what subsequently became of him, unless, indeed, it be assumed that he is the Oliver Brunnel or Bunnel, concerning whom several unconnected notices are met with, and with respect to whom various conflicting opinions have been entertained. The early history of the discovery of Novia Zemlya would hardly be complete were these notices and opinions passed over in silence. The first mention made of this individual is by Gerrit de Veer, when speaking, in page 30 of the present work, of a great creek, which William Barents adjudged to be the place where Oliver Brunnel had been before, called Kostingsark. The next is Henry Hudson, who, on his second voyage to discover a passage to the East Indies by the northeast, in 1608, having entered into this same creek, in the hope of its affording him a way through into the Sea of Kara, expresses himself as follows. This place Vipon Noisembla is another than that which the Hollanders call Kostingsarch, discovered by Oliver Brownell, and William Barentson's observation doth witness the same. It is laid in plot by the Hollanders out of his true place too far north, to what end I know not, unless to make it hold course with the compass, not respecting the variation. In this, however, Hudson was mistaken. The creek into which he entered was really Kostenschar, and his error in supposing it to be another than that which the Hollanders call Kostingsarch arose from the circumstance that in the Dutch maps that name had been removed northwards to Matveovsar, Matveivashar, or Matjushenshaar, and made to supersede the original name. The whole of Hudson's account of his visit to Novia Zemlya is of so interesting a character that it is deemed deserving of a place in the appendix to the present work, especially as it has hitherto been either overlooked or else made use of to very little good purpose. In 1611, 3 years after Hudson's visit to Novia Zemlya, Josiah Logan went on a voyage to the Pechora, and on the 27th of August of that year, we find the following entry in his journal, which, like that of Hudson, is published by Purchas. We came to an island called Meziusheri, being 60 versts to the eastwards of Suetinos, and it is about 10 versts in length and 2 versts broad. At the east end thereof Oliver Brunel was carried into harbour by a Russ, where he was landlocked, hoeing the island on the one side and the main on the other. It is here manifest that Logan's Meziusheri island is the Mejdasharsky Ostrov, or the island between the two straits, of the Russians. From these several statements of 3 seamen, who visited Kostenschar at different periods between the years 1594 and 1611, the only facts to be elicited are that, at some time previous to the former date, this strait was first discovered by some well-known individual, named Oliver Brunnel, who was there exposed to some danger or difficulty, from which he was rescued by the crew of a Russian vessel. That he was, however, subsequently lost at the mouth of the river Pechora is made known to us in the work of Hessel Gerard already referred to. As this work of Gerard is but little known, the commencement of the author's preface, Prolegomena, shall be reprinted here, both on account of its clearing up the history of Oliver Brunnel, and also because it shows the important bearing which his adventure had on the subsequent voyages of the Dutch, which form the subject of the following pages. Lucri et utilitatis spes animos hominum nunquam non excidivit ad peregrinas regions nationesque lustrandas. Ida pretiasi illi, nobis a mercatoribus russus aliti pels, mercators nostrates inflammarant acri quadam cupidine incognitas nobis ipsorum terras. Si feri possit, peregrandi. Perfuit ipsis quadam tennis hac in part iter quadam a russus conscriptum, Muscovia calmagrovium, ac indepetsoram, ubi in Cali anno Christi 1518 Christianum fidem amplexi sunt hinc paro ad fluvium obi, polloc ulterius ducens. Quod quidem plurima falsa veris admissit, puta dislatibaba annuala ut furter aurea, iasc filages, nec non monstruosis illis trans ipsum obi hominibus. Transgelit viro descriptionem hanc russicam, imc sues de regionibus muscovitarum libris inserut Sigismundus ob Herberstein, imperatoris Maximiliani orator, editic postea tabulem Russi Antonius quidem vidus, adjutus ab Iohanna Latsky, principe quandam Russo, et ob tumultus post obidem magni ducis Iohannis basilige in Russia excitatos, in Polonium profugo. Qui tabula iquidem capero, senatori jednancy, decata, Russisque et Latinis descriptionibus octa, in lucem prodiat apud wildem anno Christi 1555. Allium quoque Russii tabulam editerunt post modum Angli, qui in tractu allo negotiati furunt. Ac qui quidem tabuli et qualiscunc descriptions, quic praeterea de regionibus his comperta sunt, elicurant oliverium quendam bonellum, domo bruxella, iudi consenso navigio iuchusano, animum induxerit eoces confera. VBI aliquendiu vagatus, et pellium pretiosarum, vitri russicae, crystallique montani, ut vocant, et fadum nactus, omnium opum suarum scaphi, commissarum, in undis fluvige petsori trist fecit naufragium. Qui tum inglorum, tum hugis bonelli, qui et costansarcum nova zemli lustraverat, navigations, cum et batavis nostris, opum chinensium cataecarumque odor electis, animum exendescent, nobles et prepotens provinciarum foderetarum ordines, duas naves, Ductor Iohann Hugenus Alinscott, versus fredum quad vulgo wagets, todident ductor Galilmo Bernardi, suesu di petri plansage, recto supra novum zemblem cursu sententiam versus iteras. Destinarunt. Oliver Brunel, or Bunnell, was therefore no Englishman, but a native of Brussels, and if the particulars thus recorded of him and of the motives of his enterprise be correctly stated, he would scarcely seem to be the Ulfierius of Balak's letter to Mercator. Still, the point cannot be looked on as absolutely decided. One further remark is necessary with respect to the spelling of his name. On the one hand, it will be seen that, according to De Veer and Logan, it is Brunel or Brunel, while Hudson makes it to be Brownell, which latter may, however, be regarded as merely a broad pronunciation of the word, or perhaps an attempt to give it a vernacular and significant form, a process with respect to proper names not unusual among seamen of all nations. On the other hand, Gerard writes Bunnell. But this form cannot be allowed to stand in opposition to the conjoint authority of the three seamen, all writing separately and without concert, and we may quite reasonably conjecture the R to have been left out by Gerard through some clerical or typographical error. Gerard's work must have come to the knowledge of Purchas soon after its publication, for, in the year 1625, it is referred to by the latter as his authority for the following statement. The Dutch themselves write that after the English-Russian trade, one Oliver Bunnell, mood with hope of gain, went from Enkhuizen to Pechora, where he lost all by shipwrecky, hoing discoured Kostansarka in Noa-Zemla. These Nauigations of the English, and that of Bunnell, and the hopes of China and Cathay, caused the States General to send forth 2 ships, vie under the command of Hugo Linscoten, to the Straits of Waygates, and 2 others, vie under William Bernards by the persuasion of P. Planchus, to go right northwards from Noa-Zemla. Nearly a century later, Whitson, in his off-cited work, writes as follows. Het zijn veel jaren geleden, en lange voor Willem Barents zoons reis, dat een Olivier Bunnell, met een schip Vanenkuizen Uitgeveren, dies rivier heeft bezocht, der hij veel peltery, rush glas, en bergkristal vergaderd had. Doch is al der komen te blijven. Whitson does not cite any authority for this statement, but it bears internal evidence of having been taken from Gerard, whose work we know he had before him. That both he and Purchas should have written the name Bunnell and not Brunel is perfectly natural, and adds nothing to the weight of evidence in favor of the former spelling. The next writer to be mentioned is Johann Reinhold Forster, who, in his Voyages and Discoveries in the North, after referring to De Veer's statement respecting Oliver Brunel, whom, however, he styles Bennell, on what authority it is impossible to say, adds in a note. It is manifest that the navigators mentioned here, who had been in Nova Zembla previous to Barents's arrival there, were Englishmen. For the name Oliver Bennell is entirely English, and the name of the inlet, which Barents calls Constant Sarch, can hardly have been any other than Constant Search. But in which of the known voyages of the English into these parts this place was thus named, or whether Oliver Bennell made a voyage for the sole purpose of making discoveries, or was cast away here in his way to other regions, cannot easily be determined for want of proper information on the subject. The absurdity of Forster's derivation of the name Costanshar is manifest from the explanation of it given in page 30, note 4 of the present work. And as to the allegation that the name Oliver Bennell is entirely English, it could only have been made by a foreigner. On the contrary, it may be asserted that such a name as Bennell is altogether un-English, and were it not for the cosmopolitan character of our English surnames, it might, had it really been that of the individual in question, in itself be fairly taken as evidence that he was not an Englishman. With much more reason might we, at the present day, claim Brunel as an English name. Probably Forster had in his mind the entirely English name of Stephen Bennet, the well-known walrus hunter on Bear, Sherry Island. But the confusion as to Oliver Brunel does not rest here. Sir John Barrow, in his work already cited, says, "The Dutch themselves admit that an Englishman of the name of Brunel or Brownell, moved with the hope of gain, went from Enkhuizen to Pechora, where he lost all by shipwreck, after he had been on the coast of Nova Zembla and given the name of Costansarca, coasting search, to a bay situated in about 71 degrees." And in another place, the same writer speaks of Oliver Brunel as an Englishman, of whom a vague mention only is made by the Dutch. With the statements of the various writers who preceded Barrow before us, we can see at a glance, though no authorities are cited by him, that he took that of Purchas as his basis, modifying it by means of those of Hudson, Logan, and Forster. It is to be regretted that he did not refer to the original Dutch authority cited by Purchas. The last modern writer who treats of Oliver Brunel is Dr. Hamel, who, assuming him to be the Ulfireus of Balak, makes him, in his work already cited, the subject of an hypothetical biographical memoir, beginning with the words, "Ik find is waarschijnlijk," but without seeming to be aware of what Gerard says respecting his hero, except so far only as it is repeated by Whitson. By this writer, therefore, no additional light is thrown on the subject now under consideration. And, in fact, it is to the original authority, after all, that we must revert for the only information that is really available and useful. From this authority, then, we learn that Oliver Brunel, a native of Brussels, went in a vessel belonging to the town of Enkhuizen on a trading voyage into the Russian seas, where, after collecting a valuable cargo, he was lost, and that his enterprise, though unsuccessful, together with those of the English in the same quarter, induced the Dutch to set on foot the memorable expeditions which form the subject of the following pages. If this person was really the Ulfireus who was recommended by Balak to Mercator in the year 1581, he must subsequently have been engaged in the Russian trade for several years before his unlucky end. Or else Gerard, writing in 1612, would surely not have named him as an immediate cause of an undertaking which was not projected till 1593. It is not, however, to be imagined that the Netherlanders, we can scarcely speak of the Dutch at the earliest period to which we are now adverting, had no previous connection with the northern coasts of Russia, though it is true that that connection was then but of recent date. For, as is stated by Edge, the English-Russia Company having made their first discovery in the year 1553, there was newer heard of any Netherlander that frequented those seas until the year 1578. At which time they first began to come to Kola, and within a year or two after, one Ion de Wael, a Netherlander, came to the bay of St. Nicholas, being drawn thither by the persuasion of some English for their better mean of interloping, which was the first man of that nation that ewer was seen there. It was this same John de Waal, who was afterwards present at the coronation of the Emperor Fedor Ivanovich, at Moscow on the 10th of June, 1584, when he had a dispute with Jerome Horsey, the English ambassador, as to precedency, which was decided by the emperor in favor of the latter. He is described by Horsey as a famous merchant of Netherland, being newly come to Moscow, who got himself out to be the king of Spain's subject. It is unnecessary, for the consideration of the subject before us, to enter into any details respecting the commercial and political relations with Russia of the Netherlanders generally, in the first instance, and eventually of the natives of the United Provinces. Commonly, though not very correctly, called the Dutch in particular. It is sufficient to remark that after their first entrance into the White Sea, they soon became powerful rivals of the English in the trade with Russia, and that it was also not long before their attention was directed to the extension of their commerce to the eastward of that country, and to the endeavor to reach China and the Indian Seas by a passage to the northeast. Among the earliest and most eminent Dutch merchants trading to the White Sea was Balthazar Maturin, of the town of Middelburg in Zeeland. He it was who, in the year 1593, in conjunction with Jacob Valk, treasurer of the same town, and Dr. Francis Maelsen of Enkhuizen, syndic of West Friesland, conceived the project of fitting out 2 flyboats vlieboats, each of between 50 and 60 lasts, or about 100 tons, burthen, armed and provisioned for 8 months, being one from each of those towns, to attempt a voyage to China and India by the way of the Northern Ocean. In this enterprise, they were assisted by the courts of admiralty of those 2 provinces, having first obtained the necessary permission from the higher authorities. The 2 vessels thus fitted up were the Swan, of Ter Veer in Zeeland, under the command of Cornelis Corneliszoon Nye or Nay, a burgher of Enkhuizen, who had for some years been a pilot or master of a merchantman in the Russian trade, in Maturin's service, and was well acquainted with the northern coasts of Europe, having with him, as underpilot or mate, Pieter Dirkzoon Strickball, also of Enkhuizen, and, like Nye, in the service of Maturin. The other vessel was the Mercurius, of Enkhuizen, under the command of Brant Usbrandszoon, otherwise Brant Tetgils, a skillful and experienced seaman, with Clees Corneliszoon as his mate or underpilot, both being likewise natives of Enkhuizen. As supercargo and interpreter on board the Swan went François de la Dale, a relative of Maturin, who had resided several years in Russia, and as additional interpreter, Meester Christoffel Splindler, a Slavonian by birth, who had studied in the University of Leiden. While on board the Mercury, the supercargo was John Hugh van Linscote, who was likewise engaged to keep a journal of their proceedings. This movement on the part of the merchants of Middelburg and Enkhuizen had the effect of inducing those of Amsterdam to desire to participate in the enterprise, or, it should rather be said, to undertake one on their own account, having the same general object in view, but adopting a somewhat different mode of carrying it out. Instead of attempting a way to China by passing between Novia Zemlya and the Russian continent, the Amsterdammers, at the instance of the celebrated cosmographer and astronomer, Peter Plancius, decided on sending their vessel round to the north of Novia Zemlya, as offering a far easier and preferable route. This difference of opinion between the promoters of the 2 parts of the first expedition must be borne in mind, as explaining several circumstances which, in the course of our subsequent narrative, will have to be adverted to. A 3rd vessel was accordingly fitted out by the merchants of Amsterdam, aided by the Court of Admiralty there. It was of the same size and character as the other 2, and like Tetgels's vessel was named the Mercurius, its command being entrusted to William Barents, who took with him also a fishing boat belonging to Ter Schelling. Before proceeding further, a few words must be said respecting the individual whose name has become inseparably associated with the 3 memorable expeditions, of which the first is now under consideration. Willem Barentzoon, that is to say, William, the son of Barent or Bernard, was a native of Ter Schelling, an island belonging to the province of Friesland and lying to the northeast of Vlieland or Tvlei. He was also a burgher of Amsterdam. Of his family and early life no particulars have been handed down to us. But that he was not of any considerable family is manifest from his having, like most of his countrymen in the lower, or even the middle ranks of life, no other surname than the patronymic Barentzoon. He possessed, however, a good, if not a learned education, as is proved by the translation made by him from the High Dutch into his native tongue of the treatise of Iver Bodie, a Groenlander, which together with a note written by him on the tides in the Sea of Kara, was found by Purchas amongst Master Hakluyt's paper, and preserved by him, and which, following that laborious collector's example, we have thought good to add hither for Barents or Barentson's sake. He appears also to have written the narrative of the first voyage, which was published by Gerrit de Veer, and of which a translation is given in the present volume. Nothing to that effect is stated by de Veer, But as the latter did not go on that voyage, he must necessarily have obtained the particulars of it from someone who did, and from Linscoten's statement, it may be inferred that this was Barents himself. But whatever may have been Barents's general education, it is unquestionable that he was a man of considerable capacity and talent, and that as a seaman he was possessed of far more than ordinary acquirements. By Linscoten, he is described as having great knowledge of the science of navigation, and as being a practical seaman of much experience and ability. His astronomical observations have stood the severest tests of modern science, while his feats of seamanship will bear comparison with those of the ablest and most daring of our modern navigators. Of his great determination, perseverance, and indomitable courage, some remarkable instances will be adduced, and that his personal character and general conduct were such as to secure to him the respect, confidence, and attachment of those who sailed with him, is clearly manifest from various expressions in Gerrit de Veer's simple narrative, and from its tone throughout. The name of this able navigator has been written in various ways. The Dutch usually have Barents, which has been adopted in the notes on Philip's text in the present volume, it being the usual native contraction of the full name, Barents Zoon. In the Amsterdam Latin and French versions of de Veer's work, the name is translated Filius Bernardi and Fils de Bernard. Purchas and other early English writers have Barents or Barentson, and sometimes even Bernardson. The first of these forms, namely, Barents, is most conformable to the genius of our language, in which we have Williams and Williamson, Richards and Richardson, etc., at the same time that it accords with that of the Dutch, in which language this form of name is not uncommon. Barents and Barentson, as it has not unfrequently been written, are incorrect. On the 4th of June, 1594, the little fleet lying off Heistjunen by the Texel, the commander of the Swan, Cornelisnij, was named Admiral or Commodore, and an agreement made that they should keep company as far as Kildin on the coast of Lapland. On the following morning, being Sunday, the admiral set sail, commanding the others to follow. But as the Amsterdammers said they were not quite ready, they remained behind, though, as appears from their journal, they too sailed in the course of the same day. On the 21st, the Mercury of Enkhuizen arrived at Kildin, on the 22nd the Swan, and on the 23rd, Barents' 2 vessels. On the 29th of the same month, Barents left Kildin on his separate voyage to Novia Zemlya, arranging with the others that, in case they should not meet beyond that country, but should have to return, they would wait for one another at Kildin till the end of September. On the 2nd of July, the ships of Nye and Tetgils took their departure for Vegetz. For want of taking a comprehensive view of this, and the subsequent voyages in which Barents was engaged, most writers on the subject have fallen into considerable error. By some, the 2 expeditions of Nye and Barents have been treated as totally distinct, while by others, Barents has been regarded as the chief commander of the whole. Thus, Blieu, in the first part of his Grand Atlas, published at Amsterdam in 1667, speaks of this expedition in the following terms. Dans cette grande entreprise, la ville d'Amsterdam, audrait la plus puissante des 7 provinces unis, si porta des premières, et fournit du vaisseau, qui furent accompagnes d'un troisisme de Zeeland et d'un quatrième denchus, tous quater excellemment equipes, et qui eurent pour principal gouverneur et pilote très expert Guillaume Fils de Bernard. It would be a mere loss of time to refer to what other writers have said on the subject. The voyage of William Barents in the Mercury of Amsterdam forms the subject of the first part of the present volume. Without entering here into any needless repetition of the particulars of this voyage, it shall be merely remarked that on the 4th of July, Barents first came in sight of Novia Zemlya in 73 degrees 25 and lat. Near a low projecting point, called by him Langines, whence he proceeded northwards along the coast till, on the 10th of the same month, he passed Cape Nassau. Thus far he had met with no obstacle to his progress. But during the night of the 13th he fell in with immense quantities of ice, and here his difficulties began. After vainly endeavoring to make his way through the ice, he, on the 19th of the month, found himself again close to the land about Cape Nassau. Nothing daunted, he once more struggled forwards, and at length on the last day of July reached the islands of Orange. Here, after he had taken all that pain, and finding that he could hardly get through to accomplish and end his intended voyage, his men also beginning to be weary and would sail no further, they all together agreed to return back again. On the following day, therefore, they commenced their homeward voyage, and on the 3rd of August they reached Cape Nassau. From a perusal of the mere dry details of their various courses in this part of their voyage, which are nearly all that is recorded in their journal, no idea could be formed of the difficulties they had to contend with or the amount of labor actually performed. It is only when their track is laid down on the map, as it has been, most carefully and with all possible accuracy, by Mr. Augustus Petermann, that their enormous exertions become apparent. The result is really astonishing. Their voyage from Cape Nassau to the Orange Islands and back occupied them from the 10th of July till the 3rd of August, being 25 days. During this period, Barents put his ship about 81 times and sailed 1,546 geographical miles, according to the distances noted in the journal. To which, however, must be added the courses sailed along the coast, and also those which in some instances have been omitted to be specified, so that it may be reasonably assumed that the entire distance gone over was not much, if anything, short of 700 miles. This is equal to the distance from the Thames to the northern extremity of Spitzbergen, or from Cape Nassau to Cape Yakin, not far from Bering Strait. And all this was performed in a vessel of 100 tons, burthen, accompanied by a fishing smack. One remarkable fact must not be omitted to be mentioned. On laying down Barents's track from the bearings and distances given in his journal, from the 10th to the 19th of July, being the interval between his passing Cape Nassau, and being driven back again to that point, during which period he tacked about in numerous directions and sailed more than 600 miles. Mr. Petermann found it to agree so accurately that its termination fell precisely upon Cape Nassau, without any difference whatever. This extreme precision can hardly be regarded as anything but a singular coincidence. Nevertheless, when viewed in connection with Barents's other tracks, and with his observations generally, as tested by the recent explorations of Lutke and other modern navigators, it must still remain a striking proof of the wonderful ability and accuracy of that extraordinary man. After passing Cape Nassau, Barents continued his course southwards without any remarkable incident, till on the 15th of August he reached the islands of Matflo and Dolgy. Matvieja Ostrov and Dolgy Ostrov of the Russians, meaning Matthew's Island and Long Island, where he fell in with Nye and Tetgils, who had just arrived there, on their return from the Sea of Kara through Ugorsky Shar, Pett Strait, to which, with pardonable national vanity, they had given the name of the Strait of Nassau. Their report was that they had sailed 50 or 60 Dutch miles, 200 or 240 geographical miles, to the eastward of that strait, and in their opinion had reached about the longitude of the river Ob, and were not far from Cape Taban Tamer, the furthest point of Tartary, whence the coast trended to the southeast, and afterwards to the south, towards the kingdom of Cathay. After much rejoicing on both sides at their happy meeting, the whole fleet now sailed homewards in company, and on the 14th of September came to the Dogger's Sand, whence Nye, in the Swan, proceeded to Middelburg, whilst the other vessels passed by the Texel to their several ports. The reports made by Barents and Linscote of the results of their respective voyages were very different in character. The former, though anything but an illiterate man, could make no pretensions to scholarship. The latter was an accomplished scholar, as is plainly shown by his narrative of this first and of the second voyage, which will be more particularly noticed in the sequel, and by his other published works. And though the vessels which he accompanied had not in reality accomplished so much as those of Barents, yet he appears to have had no difficulty in convincing their employers and the higher authorities that they had been not far from the realization of the object of their voyage. That, in the estimation of the Amsterdammers, Linscote represented matters in too favorable a light, is manifest from Gerrit de Veer's innuendo at the commencement of his description of the second voyage, that he de seek vry wat breet vort stelde, which caused Linscote to reply that, whether he had done so or not, he left to the judgment of the discreet reader. Our present knowledge of those seas enables us to judge the question fairly and impartially between the two, and to decide that, when at the islands of Orange, Barents had sailed from Kildin, their point of separation, further in a direct line and made a more easterly longitude than Nye and Tetgils had when at their furthest point on the eastern side of the Sea of Kara. And that, when there, he was quite as near as they were to the mouth of the Ob, and as near again to Cape Tamer. With the certainty, further, that from the former position a passage eastwards would at most times, if not always, be attended with fewer difficulties than from the latter. And it cannot be denied that Linschoten, in stating as he does on the title page of his work, and at the commencement of his introduction, without any qualification, that he sailed through the Strait of Nassau to beyond the river Aby, has certainly afforded a justification for de Veer's imputation that he represented matters, vry wat breed. Stimulated by Linschoten's report, the adventurers who had fitted out the former expedition, with others who now joined them, determined on dispatching in the following year a large and well-appointed fleet, not merely in the hope of accomplishing the passage to China which had been so well commenced, but also with a view to the establishment of an advantageous trade with that kingdom, and the other countries that might be discovered and visited in the course of the voyage, in respect of which trade they obtained from the government of the United Provinces certain exclusive privileges and advantages. This fleet consisted of 7 vessels, namely 2 from Zealand, 2 from Enkhuizen, 2 from Amsterdam, which city, in consequence of the want of success of Barents's first voyage by Novia Zemlya, was now willing to take part in the undertaking of the other ports, and 1 from Rotterdam. The following are the names of the vessels and of their commanders. The Griffon of Zealand, of the burthen of 100 lasts 200 tons, commanded by Cornelis. Nye, who was appointed admiral or superintendent of the fleet. The Swan, also of Zealand, of the burthen of 50 lasts 100 tons, which had been on the former voyage and was now commanded by Lambert Gerrits. Of Enkhuizen, the Hoop of Enkhuizen, a new war pinnace Oorlogspinnace of 100 lasts, commanded by Brant Usbrants. Tetgel's vice-admiral, the Mercurius of Enkhuizen of 50 lasts, which had been on the former voyage and was now commanded by Thomas Willem Soon. The Greyhound Winthont of Amsterdam, likewise a new war pinnace of 100 lasts commanded by William Barents, pilot major of the fleet, under whom was Cornelis Jacob Soon as skipper. A yacht of Amsterdam of 50 lasts, probably the Mercury of the former voyage, commanded by Harman Jan Soon. And lastly, a yacht of Rotterdam of about 20 lasts or 40 tons burthen, commanded by Hendrik Hartmann. The last-named vessel was commissioned when the fleet should have reached Cape Tabon, or so far that it might thence continue its course southwards without hindrance from the ice, to return and bring news of their success to Holland. The vessels were all well equipped, with a double complement of men, and ammunition and victuals for a year and a half. The interpreter of the fleet was Meester Christoffel Splindler, as on the former voyage. As supercargoes on behalf of the merchants of Holland and West Friesland were Jan Huygen van Linschoten, Jacob van Heemskerck, and Jan Cornelis. Rape, and for those of Zealand, François de la Dale and N. Buys, with some other relatives of Balthazar Maucherin. Linschoten and de la Dale were further appointed chief commissioners of the fleet on behalf of His Excellency Prince Maurice and the States General, from whom they received the following commission. Instructions to Jan Huygen van Linschoten and Francois de la Dale, chief commissioners, for the regulation of their conduct in the Kingdom of China and other kingdoms and countries which shall be visited by the ships and yachts destined for the voyage round by the north, through the Vagats or Strait of Nassau. In the first place, after Mr. Christoffel Splindler, the Slavonian, shall have been on shore and ascertained whether they may land there, they shall go on shore to the king, governor, or other authority of the place, to whom they shall, on behalf of these states, offer all friendship, and shall explain the circumstances of these states, namely, that they hold communication by sea with all countries and nations in the whole world, for the purpose of trafficking, trading, and dealing with them in a friendly and upright manner, for which they possess many advantages of divers sorts of merchandise and otherwise. Item, that the government of this country being surely informed that upright trade, traffic, and dealings are carried on in the said kingdoms and countries, have found it good to send thither some ships, under good order, government, and regulation, with merchandise, money, and other commodities, in order to begin dealings, by means of certain trusty and honest persons on board the said ships, for whom they shall ask free intercourse there, to the end aforesaid. They shall do their best to come to an agreement for a fair, faithful, upright, and uninterrupted trade, traffic, and navigation, to the mutual advantage of the said kingdoms and of these states, as well as of their respective inhabitants. And in case the same shall be found good there, They shall declare that to that end it is intended to visit them with a good embassy by the first opportunity, provided the same shall be agreeable to them. They shall explain there what commodities and merchandises can from time to time be taken thither from these states. And they shall also carefully examine so as to ascertain what merchandises and wares may, in return for the same, be obtained from those kingdoms and countries and brought to these states. They shall keep a good and accurate account of everything that shall occur during the voyage, as well on shipboard, in the discovery of countries and ports, and on all other occasions, as likewise of that which shall happen to them on shore. So that, immediately on their return, they may of all things make a good and faithful report in writing to the Lords the States General. Done and concluded in the Assembly of the Lords, the States General of the United Netherlands at The Hague, the 16th of June, 1595. Sloth VT. By order of the Lords, the States aforesaid. See Ersens and see. The several vessels composing the fleet having assembled at the Texel, they all sailed out of Mars deep on the morning of Sunday, the 2d of July, 1595. It was not till the 10th of August that they passed the North Cape, and on the 17th they fell in with ice, being then about 50 miles distant from the coast of Novia Zemlya. On the following day they reached the island of Matflow, and on the 19th came to the mouth of the strait to the south of Vagets Island, Ugorsky Shar, where they found the ice to lie in such quantities that the entire channel was closed up as far as the eye could see, so that it had the appearance of a continent, which was most frightful to behold. Under these circumstances, they scarcely knew how to act, but at length resolved to go into the roadstead called Trainoil Bay Treenbay, where, as it was under the shelter of Idle Cape, Afgood and Hoke, and thus out of the current which set from the strait, there was a little open water. The preceding winter appears to have been more than ordinarily severe, and the ice masses set in motion by the summer's sun were consequently far greater in quantity than usual. This, coupled with the late period of the year at which, from some unexplained cause, they had commenced their voyage, soon convinced them that they had but little prospect of being able to get forward. On the 20th August, while thus lying in Trainoil Bay, a council was held on board the admiral's ship, when it was decided that a yacht should be sent to examine the condition of the strait and the probability of their getting through, and also that a party of 30 or 40 armed men should proceed across the island of Vagats for the same purpose. The yacht could go no further than Cross Point, where the entire sea was found to be covered with ice without the least break or opening, but the crew thence proceeded by land as far as Cape Dispute, though without better success. The party of men, whom de Veer describes as 54 in number, himself included, returned with a somewhat more favorable report, for they thought they had discovered a practicable passage because they saw so little ice there. In this their experience agreed with that of Pett and Jackman, who found a passage close along the shore, between the ice and the land, at times when the deep sea was entirely filled with ice masses. On the 24th of August, a yacht was again sent out to inspect the strait, and got as far as Cross Point, bringing back the consolatory intelligence that the ice was beginning to move, and that all was clear, with open water, as far as Cape Dispute. On the following day, therefore, the fleet weighed anchor, and sailed as far as beyond the latter cape, without meeting with any ice. But soon afterwards they fell in with such quantities that they were forced to return. That night they anchored between Cape Dispute and Cross Point, and on the following day betook themselves to their former station under Idle Cape, there to stay for a more convenient time. Here they were so entirely surrounded by the ice that they could walk dryfoot from one ship to the other. The admiral and other officers had now evidently given up all hopes of effecting a passage, to which result the murmurings of the crews may perhaps have contributed. Barents, however, with that determination and perseverance for which he appears to have been distinguished, was not so satisfied as they were that nothing more could be done. And as on the 30th of August the ice began again to move, he, on the following day, had a good many words with the admiral on the subject, after which he in person crossed over the strait to the main land of the Psammeads, where he made inquiries of the natives. On his return the following day, he again spake to the admiral to will him to set sail, that they might go forward, but they had not so many words together as was between them the day before. The conversation which ensued is quaintly told by de Veer, and with an air of perfect truthfulness. On the following morning, September 2nd, a little before sunrise, Barents began to warp his vessel out, when Nye and Teckgils, on seeing him do so, began also to hoist their anchors and to set sail. The result of this movement was that, with immense labor and difficulty and no little danger, they succeeded in making their way through the ice as far as States Island, which they reached in the evening of the 3rd September. Sailing on the following morning a little further along the channel between that island and the mainland, so as to be sheltered from the drifting of the ice. This was virtually the termination of their voyage. On the following day, September 4th, a council was held on board the admiral's ship when it was decided that, in order not to fail in their duty, which means that it was little more than a matter of form, they should on the following day make one more endeavor to get through the ice. And if they did not succeed, that then they should not attempt it any further, seeing that the time was passing rapidly, and the winter, with its dreadful cold and long nights, was on the point of setting in. For, adds Linscoten, it is now sufficiently clear and manifest that it does not please the Lord God to permit us this time to proceed further on our voyage of discovery, so that it is not fitting that we should wilfully tempt him any longer and run with our heads against the wall. It cannot be denied that Nye and his companions were beset with great difficulties, and that any further attempts might have been extremely hazardous. The crews too of the vessels were now louder in their murmurs, and complained that their commanders desired their deaths, inasmuch as being surrounded by the ice, they ran the chance of remaining locked up during the whole winter. Added to which, the loss of 2 men, who were killed by a bear on the 6th of September, was not at all unlikely to augment the panic, and to cause insubordination among the survivors. Finding the sea to continue quite full of ice, a council was again held on the 8th September on board the admiral's ship, in order to determine finally whether they should proceed or return, whereon a great debate took place. Most of them were of opinion that they should at once return. To this, however, the Amsterdammers were opposed, their opinion being that some of them should volunteer to remain there with 2 of the vessels during the winter, and take their chance of the wintering, besides seeing whether they could not manage to get through, or else trying whether they might not be able to make their way to the west of Vegetz, and so round by the north of Novia Zemlya. But it was replied that the time for doing so was past, and that moreover it did not accord with their instructions. Nevertheless, if they wished it, they could do it of their own authority, and then see how they might afterwards answer for their conduct. On the following day, the indefatigable Barents went on shore on the south side of the States Island, and laid a stone on the brink of the water, to prow whether there were a tide, and went round about the island to shoot at a hare. And returning, as he says in the only writing undoubtedly of his original composition which has been preserved to us, I found the stone as I left it, and the water neither higher nor lower, which proveth as afore that there is no flood nor ebb. He could scarcely have returned on board before the fleet set sail from States Island on their return to the strait, but the ice came in so thick and with such force that they could not get through, and therefore had to put back in the evening. Next day, however, they succeeded in again reaching Cape Dispute, where they anchored. On the 11th, it was decided that they should once more sail towards the ice, for the purpose of removing all doubts as to the impossibility of proceeding. But they had not sailed 3 hours before they reached the firm ice, which stretched round in all directions, completely preventing all further passage. They therefore returned and anchored at Cross Point, where they remained till the morning of the 14th, when Barents weighed his anchor and set his topmast, thinking once again to try what he could do to further his voyage. But the admiral, being of another mind, lay still till the 15th of September. On that day, as Linscoten relates in no very courteous language, seeing how the weather had set in, the Amsterdammers thought better of the matter, and let their obstinacy somewhat abate, liet hun obstinitheit wat sinken, agreeing to conform with all the rest. The following protest, which had been drawn up by Linscoten, was accordingly signed by Barents together with the other officers, and the same day the whole fleet sailed out from the west end of the strait homeward bound. Protest. On this day, the 15th of September, 1595, in the country and in the roads of the Cross Point, in the Strait of Nassau, where these ships are now lying at anchor all together, by desire and command of the Admiral, Cornelis Cornelis. The captains or pilots of all the aforesaid ships being assembled, and met together in the cabin of the ship of the said Admiral, in order that, jointly and each of them severally, they may without dissimulation and freely declare their opinion and final decision, and so consult together as to what is best and most advantageous to be done and undertaken in respect of the voyage which they have commenced round by the north towards China, Japan, etc. And they having maturely and most earnestly considered and examined the subject, and also desiring strictly to carry out, as far as is practicable and possible, the instructions of His Excellency and the Lords the States, for the welfare and preservation of the same ships, their crews and merchandise. It is found that they have all of them hitherto done their utmost duty and their best, with all zeal and diligence, not fearing to hazard and sometimes to put in peril the ships and their own persons, whenever need required it, in order to preserve their honor in everything, and so as to be able with a clear conscience to answer for the same to God and to the whole world. But inasmuch as it has pleased the Lord God not to permit it on the present voyage, they find themselves most unwillingly compelled, because of the time that has elapsed, to discontinue the same navigation for this time, being prevented by the ice caused by the severe and unusually long frost, which, from what they have heard on the information of others, and from their own experience, has this year been very hard and extraordinary in these parts. All which having been well considered and discussed by them together, they find no better means, being forced by necessity, than, with the first fit weather and favorable wind, to take their course homewards, all together and in the order in which they came, using every diligence so as if possible to preserve themselves from the frost which is momentarily expected to set in, and with God's help to bring the ships, before all the perils of winter, into a safe harbor. Inasmuch as at the present time no other better means can be found to lead them to a better judgment, protesting before God and the whole world that they have acted in this matter as they wish God may act in the salvation of their souls, and as they hope and trust cannot be gainsaid or controverted by any of those who have accompanied them, and they willingly submit themselves to defend this at all times, if requisite, by means of the fuller and more detailed journals and notes, which each of them, separately and without communication with the others, has kept thereof. And in order that there may be no disorder or idle talking unjustly spread abroad, to the disadvantage or derogation of those who with such good will have braved so many perils for the honor and advantage of our country, whereby they might be deprived of their merited reward, they have, for their defense and in order to provide beforehand against the same, unanimously signed this act, which I, Ian Hyken van Linschoten, have drawn up at their request, and together with Francois de la Dale, as chief commissioners of the said fleet, have, with the like affirmation and in further corroboration, in like manner signed, the day and date above written. Cornelis Cornelis, Brant Usbrants, Willem Barents, Lambert Gerrits, Thomas Willems, Harman Ians, Hendrik Hartman, Ian Hyken van Linschoten, Francois de la Dale. It may well be conceived that it was no easy task for a bold and resolute sailor, and at the same time a devout and conscientious man, as William Barents undoubtedly was, to protest before God, as he wished he might act in the salvation of his soul, that it was impossible for him to do more than he had done, so long as his ship was staunch and he had a crew willing to go forward with him, or even to brave a winter residence in those inhospitable regions. Linschoten speaks of the dissentient Amsterdammers in the plural number, whence it is to be inferred that Barents did not stand alone, but that Harman Ians, the master of the other Amsterdam vessel, was at first of the same opinion, and most probably it was only when he yielded that Barents saw himself, however reluctantly, forced to give in. After the protest had been so signed, the fleet proceeded on its homeward voyage, and on the 30th of September reached Wardhuis, where it remained till the 10th of the following month. The vessels then again set sail all together, but the vice-admiral's ship, the Hope, on board of which was Linschoten, managed to get the start of the rest, arriving at the Texel on the 26th of October. It was not till the 18th of the following month that Barents's vessel arrived in the river Maas. The journal of the proceedings of the fleet, which was kept by Linschoten in pursuance of his instructions, was communicated by him to the government immediately on his arrival. But it was not till 6 years afterwards that he published his very interesting and valuable narrative of this voyage, as well as of that of the preceding year so far as concerns the Enkhuizen vessels, which had sailed through Ugorski Shar, Pett Strait, or the Strait of Nassau, into the Sea of Kara. so little appears to be known by bibliographers respecting Linscoten's narrative of these voyages, that we have scarcely the means of describing any other editions than those which happen to exist in the British Museum. The earliest of these appeared in Dutch, in 1601, in folio, under the following title: Voyages oft Skipvaart, van Ian Vighen van Linscoten, van bij Noorden Omlanges Norwegian, de Noordkeep, Lapland, Vinland, Rusland, de Witsee, de Kusten van Candinos, Swetinos, Pitsora, and Sea door de Strait, ofting te van Nassau tot voorbij de rivier Abi. Where in nie zeer distinctelijke verbelsgewijs beschreven en ingewissen wordt, alatig heen dat hem op dezelfde reis van Dach tot Dach begeghent en voorgekommen is. Met de afbeeldsels van alle de kusten, Hoken, Landen, Opdoningen, Strekkingen, Korsen, Malen, en dander merkelijk dingen meer. Gelijk als heit als zelfs sichtelijken en werchtelijken niet leven uitgeworpen en genodert heeft, en C. anno 1594 n. Gedruck tot Franker, by Gerard Kettle. The Colofin has. Gedruck tot Franker, by Gerard Kettle, voor Ian Huygen van Linscote, residerend binnen en Chysen, anno 1601. This rare edition consists of 38 numbered leaves, with a dedication to the States General, dated June 1st, 1601, on 2 leaves unnumbered, and contains numerous maps and coast views by Johannes and Baptista Adotekum. It was reprinted at Amsterdam in 1624, likewise in folio, with the same plates. In the first edition, between the dedication and the text, are inserted several eulogistic poems, the longest of which is an ode on Veget's off de Street van Nassau, by C. Timsoen van Horn, and another is A. Lofdicht, by Jacobus Viverius, which is directed to be sung to the tune of the 42nd Psalm. It is worthy of remark that, even so early as 1595, allusion was made to the first northeast voyage of Linscote in the commendatory verses, which included also the poem on Veget's above referred to at the commencement of the Reisgeschrift van de Navigation der Portugalesers in Orient, door Jan Huygen van Linscote. Amstelredum, MDXCV. Folio, which work, though it bears the date of 1595, the register shows to be a portion of the author's itinerario, Voyage oft Skipvaart van Jan Huygen van Linscote, naar Oost oft Portugales Indian, the title page of which is dated a year later. This was reprinted in 1604 with the same verses. An abstract in Dutch of Linscoten's narrative was printed at Amsterdam by G. J. Siegman in 42, with the following title: Twee journalen van twee verschillende Voyagen, jetting door Jan Huygen van Linscoten, van bij Noorden Oom, langs Norwegian, de Noordkeep, Lapland, Fineland, Rusland, de Witsee, de Kusten van Candinos, Swetinos, Pitsora, etc. door de Strait oft en te van Nassau, tot voorbij de rivier Abi, Nauigation, jetting into Jaren 1594 and 1595. Wherein zeer pertinent beschreven and ingewissen wordt, al het geen hem op dezelfde racen van dog tot dog voorgevelen is, als me de beschrijving van alle de kusten, Landen, Opdoningen, Strekkingen en Korsen, etc. te Amsterdam, gedrukt by Gillies Justen Siegman, in de Nieuw Street, ordinaris drukker van de journalen Terzi, ender racen te land. This has no date, but was probably printed in or about 1663, the year in which Siegman printed the Verhaal van de Veer, Eerst Skipvaarten der Holland, en Zio Schepen naar Nova Zembla, etc., which will be more particularly described when we come to speak of the editions of Gerrit de Veer's work. We learn from Mr. Henry Stevens that a copy of this abstract is in the possession of John Carter Brown, Esquire, of Providence, Rhode Island. In 1610, appeared a French translation of Linscoten's Voyages, with the following title: Histoire de la navigation de Ian Hvg Vest de Linscott, Hollandois, et de son voyage in des Orientals. Contenante diuis's descriptions des pays, costs, horas reuiers caps, et otters luiusks a present discowerts par les Portugais. Observations des costumes des nations de la quant à la religion, est et politique et domestique de leurs commerces, des arbors, fruits, herbes, espiceries, et otters singularites qui assi trauent. Et narrations des choses memorables qui wisant adunus de sun temps. Avec annotations de Bernard Paludanus, Doctor in Medicine, a quoisant 80 of stays quelques afters descriptions, tant du pays de Guinea, et otters costs d'Ethiopie, Quai des Nauigations des Hollandois vers le Nord au Veget et en la Nauil Zembla. Latoft Rikveli et Descript par le Mesmi de Linscott en Bas Aleman, en Naujlement Traduict en François. A Amstelredum de l'Imprimerie de Theodore Pierre, MDCX, folio. Although the voyages to the north are thus announced in the title page, they are not inserted in the only copy which we have been able to consult, namely, that in the British Museum, nor is any light thrown on the matter by bibliographers. In the title of the third edition, published at Amsterdam in 1638 fall, these northern voyages are not announced, nor are they given, but the edition is described as Troixisme edition augmentée. The second French edition has not fallen within our reach, but we believe the date to be 1619. The only French version of Linscoten's narrative of his northern voyages with which we are acquainted is that inserted in the fourth volume of the Recueil de Voyages au Nord, published in 8 volumes, Amsterdam, 1715-27, 12 mo. Of which another edition, in 10 volumes, 12 mo, was published at the same place, 1730-138. This French version formed the basis of the German description of these voyages given by Johann Christoph Adelung, at pp. 107-213 of his Geschichte der Schifffahrt, published at Halle, 1768, 4-2. An abstract of Linscoten's work is given in Latin at Fall. 31 of the first volume of Blieu's Atlas Major sive Cosmographia Blaviana, qua Solum, Salum, Celum Accuratisime Describuntur. 11 volumes in folio, Amsterdam, 1662. In the French edition, entitled Le Grand Atlas aux Cosmographies Blavian, etc., 12 vols. In folio, Amsterdam, 1663, and republished in 1667, the same appears at Fall. 35 of the first volume of the latter edition, which is the only one in the British Museum. It is also at Fall. 52 of the first volume of the Spanish edition, entitled Atlas Major Geographia Blaviana, etc., Amsterdam, 1659-72, 10 vols, Fall. In the elaborate dissertation on the works of John Blieu, contained in the fourth volume of Clement S. Bibliothèque Curieuse, mention is made, at page 277, of an Atlas Flamand de Elan 1662. This is apparently a Dutch edition, to which reference is made by Luck, under the title of J. Blieu's Grooten Atlas of Wereld Beschrijving Eerstdeel, T. Amsterdam, 1662. Beyond this reference, we know nothing of that edition. A German edition is also described by Brunet as announced in a catalogue of Blieu's, but it is not alluded to by Clement, nor can we find any other trace of it. If ever printed or in progress of printing, it may have been consumed in the Great Fire, by which, on the 22nd February, 1672, nearly all Blieu's stock in trade was destroyed. In Part 12, pp. 2023, of Levinus Hulsius's collection, is an extract from Linscoten's Navigation, stating the progress of the Dutch in the attempt to find the passage, the discovery of which formed a favorite scheme of his countrymen at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th centuries. Summaries more or less concise, derived apparently from Blieu's abstract, the French Recueil de Voyages au Nord, or Adelung's Geschichte der Schifffahrt, have also been given in most of the histories of Arctic discovery. Gerrit de Veer's description of the second voyage, contained in the present volume, must be understood to relate almost exclusively to the proceedings of Barents's vessel, as forming one of the fleet under Nye's command. This reconciles or explains away such differences as may appear to exist between his narrative and that of Linscoten. Seeing the signal failure of the second expedition, the States General, after mature deliberation, decided that no further attempt should be made at the public expense to discover a northeast passage. Nevertheless, they were still willing to encourage any private undertaking, by the promise of a considerable reward in the event of success. And Plantius and Barents persisting in their opinion that a passage might be effected by the north of Novia Zemlya, the authorities and merchants of Amsterdam were induced to take on themselves the fitting out of another expedition to proceed in that direction. It consisted of only 2 vessels, the names and tonnage of which are not mentioned, of which the one was commanded by Jacob van Heemskerck, who was also supercargo, and the other by Jan Corneliszoon Rape, in the like double capacity. Barents accompanied Heemskerck, with the rank of chief pilot, Oberstuurman. Surprise has been expressed that though Barents thus occupied a subordinate station, yet in the narrative of the voyage he is made to perform the principal part. This is, however, a mistake, arising from the fact that in the abridgments and summaries of this narrative, which alone appear to have been consulted by modern writers, most of the personal matters are omitted. For it will be seen that in de Veer's original work, the skipper, or meester, as he is called in Philip's translation, is repeatedly mentioned, and Barents' subordinate position is clearly and unequivocally shown. A better founded cause of surprise might be that Barents himself had not the command of the expedition. Yet for this, a sufficient reason suggests itself. He was evidently resolved to perform, as it were, impossibilities, rather than fail in a project on which he had set his heart. And the merchants, however willing to risk their property on the adventure, may naturally have been disinclined to entrust it absolutely to one who would not have hesitated to sacrifice it, or even his own life, in the attempt to accomplish his long-cherished undertaking. In being made subordinate to a nobleman like Jacob van Heemskerck, who, though no seaman by profession, had already sailed with him, and had thus had an opportunity of learning and appreciating his many estimable qualities. Barents, a man of humble birth, could however in no wise have felt himself humiliated or aggrieved. It was a case similar to that of Sir Hugh Willoughby and Richard Chancellor, and was moreover quite in accordance with the practice of those times, which afford repeated instances of the command of a naval expedition being entrusted to a soldier, who had probably never before been on salt water. But while Heemskerck thus held the superior rank of captain, Barents's relation to him was evidently that of an equal, rather than that of an inferior. This is particularly evidenced in the conversation which took place between them shortly before Barents's death, when the latter called his nominal commander mate. And that the crew looked on Barents as virtually the leader of the expedition is shown, not only by their appeals to him on all important occasions, but by the curious fact that in the signatures to the letter which they wrote on the eve of their departure from their winter quarters, the name Willem Barents is printed in capital letters, while that of Heemskerck, though placed in rank above Barents's name, is only in ordinary type, like those of the rest of the crew. We have now to take a rapid glance at some of the most important results of this third voyage, into the particulars of which, as they are recorded in de Veer's journal, it is unnecessary to enter. The experience of the two former voyages appears to have impressed Rape, even more than Barents himself, with the expediency of giving the land to the east a wide sea room. For, notwithstanding that they at first steered their course much more to the northward than before, yet it was not long before disputes arose between them, Barents contending that they were too far to the west, while Rape's pilot asserted that he had no desire to sail towards Voyages. Barents gave way, and the result was that on the 9th of June they came to a small steep island, in latitude 74 degrees 30, to which they gave the name of Bear Island, from the circumstance of their killing there a large white bear. 7 years later this island was visited by Stephen Bennet, who called it Sherry Island, after his patron, Master, subsequently Sir Francis Sherry, a distinguished member of the Russian Company. This latter name has usually been inscribed in our English maps, though unjustly, inasmuch as the merit of the first discovery of the island unquestionably belongs to the Dutch. Captain Beechey says, indeed, that a passage in Purchas seems to imply that it had been known before Barents made this voyage. But the only passage bearing on the subject which we have been able to find is the statement of Captain Thomas Edge, in a brief discovery of the northern discoveries of seas, etc., that the Dutch came to an island in the latitude of 74 degrees, which we call Sherry Island, and they call Bear Island, as if the former name had been given before the latter. It is to be hoped that in future English maps, the original and correct name will always be inserted. From Bear Island, our adventurers continued their course northwards, and on the 19th of June, when in latitude 79 degrees 49 N, they again saw land, which was supposed by them to be a part of Greenland, but which subsequent investigation has shown to be the cluster of islands known by the name of Spitzbergen. Round this land they coasted till the 29th, when they again sailed southwards towards Bear Island. The first discovery of this country by our Dutch navigators is now universally admitted, though formerly the idea was entertained that they had been anticipated by Sir Hugh Willoughby. But that Spitzbergen was actually circumnavigated by them is a fact which, as far as we are aware, has never been adverted to by any writer on Arctic discovery. The details of this portion of Barents and Rape's voyage are neither full nor precise enough to enable us to follow them minutely in their course. Added to which, the maps of Spitzbergen, especially of its eastern side, are still not sufficiently trustworthy to render us much assistance in laying down their track. There can, however, be no doubt that they sailed up its eastern shores, passed along its northern extremity, and returned by the western coast. That part of Spitzbergen which they first saw in 79 degrees 49 and lat seems to be the southeast coast of the Noord-Ooster land of the Dutch maps, along which they sailed in a westerly direction and entered Waigat's or Hinlopen Strait. This assumption agrees with the above latitude and with those of the subsequent positions in 79 degrees 30 and 79 degrees 42, as also with the time it took, several days, to get out of that strait. The two havens described under the date of June 24th may be the Hecla Bay and Lam Bay of Perry. The considerable bay or inlet, Gueldeigen in Ham, under 79 degrees, to which they came on the following day, and whereinto they sailed 40 miles at the least, holding their course southward, can only be Wide Bay. Finding that its southern extremity reached to the firm land, they were forced to work their way back against the wind, till they gate beyond the point that lay on the west side, where there was so great a number of birds that they flew against their sails. This point, in consequence, received the name of Bird Cape. From thence their course is plainly to be traced along the western coast of Spitzbergen, and so back to Bear Island. On the 1st of June, when near that island, disputes again arose between Rape and Barents as to the course which they should take. The result was that they separated, Rape returning northwards, while Barents proceeded southwards because of the ice. Of Rape's subsequent proceedings, nothing is known except that he is stated to have sailed back to Bird Cape, on the west side of Spitzbergen, whence he returned with the intention of going after Barents. How far he carried his intention into effect is not said, but nothing worthy of remark can have occurred to him, or otherwise it could not have failed to be recorded. We may therefore conclude that he soon gave up his search after Barents and returned to Holland, and that, in the following year, he went from thence on a trading voyage to the coasts of Norway or Russia, and was on the point of sailing from Kola on his way home, when Heemskerck and the survivors of his crew arrived there, as is related by de Veer. Meanwhile Barents, having cleared the ice, held on his course to the east till he reached the western shore of Novia Zemlya, in about latitude 73 degrees 20, whence he coasted along the land till he had passed considerably beyond the furthest point reached by him on his first voyage, and had rounded the northeastern extremity of that country. Here, being at length quite shut in by the ice, and unable to make his way either forwards towards the northeast, or round by the eastern side of the land, or even back again by the way he had come, he and his adventurous companions, on the evening of the 26th of August, got to the west side of the ice haven, where they were forced, in great cold, poverty, misery, and grief, to stay all that winter. Before adverting to the subject of the memorable wintering of the Dutch at this spot, it is necessary to make a few remarks with respect to the identification of the several points along the coast, which were reached and noted by them during the course of their first and third voyages. This is the more needful, because widely different opinions are entertained by two of the highest living authorities on the subject, Admiral Lutke and Professor von Baer. The former, as is well known, was engaged in surveying the Northern Ocean between the years 1821 and 1825, during which period he visited many parts of the western coast of Novia Zemlya between its southern extremity and Cape Nassau to the north, and identified most of the points visited by the Dutch, which he laid down in the map accompanying the published account of his 4 voyages, to the German translation of which allusion has already been made. Professor von Baer, on the other hand, who also made a scientific visit to Novia Zemlya in the year 1837, read in the preceding year, before the Imperial Academy of Sciences of St. Petersburg, a report of the latest discoveries on the coast of Novia Zemlya, an illustration of a map of that country constructed by a pilot in the Russian Navy, named Zivalka, of which report a German translation is published in Burghaus's Annalen der Erdvölker und Staatenkunde. In this report, the learned professor comes to widely different conclusions from those of Luck, with respect to the identification of the several stations visited by the Dutch. The great point of difference between them being that Beer bases his arguments almost exclusively on the distances along the western coast of Novia Zemlya recorded by de Veer, especially in the table given near the end of his third voyage. This table, however, we cannot but regard as little better than a mere list of the various stations reached by the Dutch on their return voyage, the distances, and even the bearings therein recorded being quite untrustworthy, as may indeed be perceived on the most cursory inspection. Every allowance has, of course, to be made for any inaccuracies that may exist in that table, in consideration of the circumstances under which the return voyage was made. But even were we to assume the distances sailed by them in their two small open boats to have been correctly noted down, still there is a sufficient reason for contending that those distances, in themselves, are no sure guide, but, on the contrary, only lead to very erroneous conclusions. For, on a comparison of them with the differences of latitude recorded by de Veer, which, as being the results of astronomical observations made by so experienced a navigator as Barents was, are subject only to the imperfections of the instruments employed by him, it will be seen that the former, especially between Langines and Cape Nassau, are throughout much too small. No reason is given by de Veer for this discrepancy, and, indeed, it would be difficult to account for it, were it not for the fact established by the observations of Admiral Luck, that a very powerful current from south to north sets along the western coast of Novia Zemlya as far as Cape Nassau. The velocity of this current was ascertained by that intelligent seaman to be as much as 60 miles per diem, and owing to it, he frequently found himself in a latitude from 45 to 55 miles further north than was shown by his dead reckoning. A remarkable confirmation of this fact is afforded by Henry Hudson's journal of his visit to Novia Zemlya, printed in the appendix to the present work, in which, under the date of 28 June 1608, it is stated that, between 8 o'clock on the previous evening and 4 o'clock in the morning, they were drawn back to the northwards, by a stream or tide, as far as they were the last evening at 4 o'clock. Applying this, then, to the case of our Dutch navigators, we obtain a satisfactory explanation of the apparent discrepancies in their several data. Having premised thus much, and remarking further that the southern portion of the coast of Novia Zemlya, and also the northern coast of Russia, require no discussion here, we shall proceed to the investigation of the position of the principal points between Langines and Cape Nassau, with respect to which a difference of opinion exists. The former point, as has already been stated, is that which was first approached by Barents on his first voyage. On the 4th of July 1794, he found himself, by observation, in latitude 73 degrees 25, being then about 5 or 6 miles west of Langines, a low projecting point reaching far out into the sea. This agrees best with the dry cape, Trochin's cap, of the Russian map, which lies in latitude 73 degrees 45, and Luck accordingly identifies Langines with it. Beer, however, contends for Britwin Cape, which, after Dry Cape, is the nearest projecting point of importance. But that cape lies a whole degree further to the south, and would consequently differ as much as 40 from Barents's observed latitude, and such a difference is more than we are justified in admitting, inasmuch as 15 or 20 must be taken as the maximum of error. The next point to be noted is Lamb's Bay, which is stated by de Veer to lie under 74 degrees, the observation not being further particularized as in most other cases. This would make its difference of longitude from Langines to be 55, whereas, in de Veer's map, the difference is only 20. Luck identifies Lamb's Bay with Cross Bay, though without sufficiently stating his reasons for so doing. Beer follows Luck's example, saying, however, still less on the subject. The latitude of Cross Bay is 74 degrees 10, Luck says 74 degrees 20, but this must be an error, as his map shows 10, as does that also of Zeewolke, making a difference of 25 from Dry Cape. This would agree with de Veer's map, and might, in this case, constitute a reason for considering the latitude of Lamb's Bay, as stated by him in his text in so very general a way, less trustworthy than that in his map. De Veer also gives a separate plan of Lams Bay, which neither Luck nor Bear alludes to, evidently from their not being acquainted with it. On a comparison of this special plan, as also of De Veer's general chart, with the Russian maps, it seems much more probable that Lams Bay is not Cross Bay, but the bay immediately to the south of it. For Cross Bay is, in fact, not a bay, but an extensive inlet, of which the end has not yet been explored, and which is indeed regarded by the best Russian authorities as forming a strait or passage completely across Novaya Zemlya and communicating with Rasmuslav's unknown bay. The Dutch, however, anchored in Lams Bay when ashore, erected a beacon there and made a plan of the surrounding country, so that they must assuredly have ascertained whether Lams Bay was a bay or strait. Moreover, they distinctly describe a great wide creek or inlet as lying to the northeast of Lams Bay, which is also shown in their plan, and which cannot be any other than Cross Bay itself. And from this alone, it would seem to follow that the bay to the south of that inlet must be Lams Bay. Had Luck made a careful survey of the bay, which he was prevented from doing, and had he also been acquainted with the Dutch plan, he would no doubt have been able to set this point at rest. Meanwhile, we deem ourselves justified from what has been adduced in regarding the Flash Bay of Luck or the Syked Bay of Zeewolde, both terms meaning shallow bay, as the Lams Bay of the Dutch, and hence Cross Bay will be their great wide creek or inlet, while Luck's Cape Prokofiev and Rangel's Island will be respectively their Capo de Plantius and their small island seawards from the point. The Admiralite's Island of the Dutch is unquestionably the Admiralty Island or peninsula of the Russians, there not being any other point to the northward which answers to the description. Its latitude is not given, but the Dutch and Russian maps agree satisfactorily. Capo Negro, or de Swarthoek Black Point, is stated to be in latitude 75 degrees 20 and answers to the first prominent cape in Luck's maps, after passing Admiralty Island, which lies in 75 degrees 28. Willem's Island is the Wilhelms Insel of Luck and the Bucklige Insel of Zeewolde. For this point, the elements of Barents's observation for latitude are given, and they can consequently be checked. It is most satisfactory to find that it differs only 9 from the latitude given in the Russian maps, the former being 75 degrees 56, and the latter 75 degrees 47. This also confirms the probable correctness of the identifications of Admiralty Island and Black Point. De Hoek van Nassau, placed by Barents in 76 degrees 30, can be no other than Luck's Cape Nassau in 76 degrees 34. Not only does the latitude agree within 4, but likewise its general bearing. There is also another point of correspondence. It was not till the Hollanders reached Cape Nassau that their real difficulties began, especially on the first voyage. This was the most northerly point ever attained by Luck, and twice did he come within sight of this cape, but without being able to reach it. Adverse winds and currents seem always to prevail here, even in the height of summer. Bear differs, however, from Luck's opinion and regards his Cape Nassau as the northeasternmost point of Novaya Zemlya, and identical with either the Ice Cape or Cape Desire of the Dutch, while he places their Cape Nassau much further down towards the southwest, though without being able to fix its precise position. But for the reasons which have already been adduced, we feel bound to dissent entirely from the learned professor's conclusions, and we cannot but think that, had he been acquainted with De Veer's original narrative, he too would have seen that Luck's general identifications cannot well be disturbed. As regards the northeastern portion of Novaya Zemlya beyond Cape Nassau, Luck justly argues that the general accuracy of Barents's coastline, as far as he has been able to check it, namely as far as Cape Nassau, warrants the assumption that those parts which lie beyond that cape are in a similar degree correct. And, accordingly, he adopts from the Dutch map the entire extent of country to the eastward of Cape Nassau, as laid down in De Veer's chart. This sound conclusion is, however, impugned by Bear, who does not hesitate to erase the whole from his predecessor's map, and to round off the northeastern extremity of Novaya Zemlya at a short distance beyond Cape Nassau. Nevertheless, after mature consideration of the entire subject, we are bound to declare that not only do we concur in Luck's opinion generally, but we must add that no part of the coast of Novaya Zemlya was so thoroughly explored by Barents as just that portion which Beer has thus thought fit to dispute. Barents traced that coast no less than 4 times, and his observation of the longitude of his winter station, which has now for the first time been accurately calculated by Mr. Edward Vogel, assistant at Mr. Bishop's observatory, shows a difference of only about 25 miles in the distance between that spot and Cape Nassau, as laid down in Gerrit de Veer's chart. A result which, as being derived from totally independent data, is conclusive as to the general accuracy of that chart. Consequently, without waiting for any corroboration to be obtained from future surveys, we deem it perfectly safe to reinsert in our maps the northeastern portion of Novaya Zemlya, which has been omitted on the authority of Zivalka and Beer. This is a matter not without importance, inasmuch as an extent of at least 10,000 square geographical miles will thereby be restored to the Russian dominions. And we likewise consider it, due to the memory of the first and only explorer of this region, that it should bear the specific designation of Barents's Land, which name is accordingly given to it in the accompanying map. To that portion of Novaya Zemlya, which lies between Barents's Land and Matthew's Land, we have further thought that no more fitting appellation can be given than Luck's Land, in honor of that able navigator, who has done more for the geography of Novaya Zemlya than anyone since the time of Barents. For a considerable portion of the preceding remarks on the geography of Novaya Zemlya, we are indebted to Mr. Augustus Peterman, who has otherwise rendered us much assistance during the progress of our labors, and by whose care the track of Barents on his several voyages has been laid down in the accompanying charts, from the data furnished by Gerrit de Veer's journals. The route from Kildin to Langines on the first voyage was found by him to agree precisely with the true distance between the former place and Dry Cape. But the route from Bear Island to the coast of Novaya Zemlya, on the third voyage, from its not being so minutely described, could only be laid down approximately. Those along the more northerly portion of Novaya Zemlya are sufficiently correct, and some of them are exceedingly precise, as has been shown in the preceding pages. On these voyages, a number of soundings were taken in an otherwise unknown sea, the value of which will be appreciated by nautical men. Those to the north of Novaya Zemlya are most important. In about latitude 77 degrees 45, the highest point reached by Barents, they give a depth of 150 fathoms, without bottom, showing the unlikelihood of the existence of any other land in that vicinity. We feel persuaded that navigators of all nations will concur with us in the propriety of distinguishing the mare in nominatum between Spitzbergen and Novaya Zemlya by the appellation of the Spitzbergen or Barents's Sea, as it is called in Mr. Peterman's chart. Barents made so many discoveries and traced so large an extent of coast, both of Spitzbergen and Novaya Zemlya, that the surveys of the whole of our recent explorers, put together, are insufficient to identify all the points visited by him. One inference is obvious, namely, that an able, fearless, and determined seaman like Barents might yet achieve much in those seas. Admiral Luck was twice prevented by the ice from proceeding beyond Cape Nassau, but he frequently alludes to the unfitness of his vessel to venture among the ice, and gives it clearly as his opinion, at the end of his work, that better success might be expected from vessels similar to those dispatched from England to the Arctic regions. The 10 months' residence of Barents and his companions at the furthest extremity of Novaya Zemlya has so often formed the subject of comment on the part of writers on Arctic discovery, that we deem it unnecessary to dilate on it here, especially as our other introductory remarks have already extended to so great a length. There can be no doubt that their stay at this particular spot was a forced one. At the same time, when we bear in mind that, on the second voyage in the year preceding, Barents and his colleague, Harman Jansoon, proposed that 2 of the vessels should winter in the Sea of Kara, and that, on the fitting out of this third expedition, they took up as many VN married men as they could, that they might not be dissuaded by means of their weeus and children to low off the voyage. It will not be unreasonable to infer that they went fully resolved and prepared, if obliged, to winter in those inhospitable regions. No words are sufficient to extol their exemplary conduct during their long and miserable stay there. Though no means are afforded of determining the precise degree of cold to which they were exposed, various incidents narrated by De Veer prove that it must have been intense. And it was not merely a sharp, clear cold, which the experience of other Arctic explorers has shown may be borne to an almost inconceivable degree, but it was accompanied by terrific storms of wind and snow, so that a man could hardly draw his breath, and they could hardly thrust their heads out of the door. One advantage was, however, derived from the snow, which fell in such quantities as completely to cover up their house, and thereby imparted to it a degree of comparative warmth, without which it is most probable that their residence in it would not have been endurable. Yet during the whole time, perfect order, discipline, and subordination, joined to the greatest unanimity and good feeling, prevailed among them. Scarcely a murmur passed their lips, and when, in the beginning of May, after they had remained shut up more than 8 months, and the weather had the appearance of favoring their departure, some of the men agreed amongst themselves to speak unto the skipper, Heemskerck, and to tell him that it was more than time to see about getting from thence. Still each man was reluctant to be the spokesman, because he had given them to understand that he desired to stay a vie until the end of June, which was the best of the summer, to see if the ship would then be loose. And even when at length they agreed to speak to William Barents to move the master to go from thence, de Veer is careful to explain that it was not done in a mutinous manner, but to take the best counsel with reason and good advice, for they let themselves easily be talked over. Gerrit de Veer's simple narrative has further an air of unaffected and unostentatious piety and resignation to the will of Providence, which contrasts remarkably with the general tone of Linscoten's works, of which some instances have been given in the preceding pages, and we may perceive that the reliance of himself and his comrades on the Almighty was not less firm or sincere because his name was not incessantly on their lips. Cheerfulness and even frequent hilarity could not fail to be the concomitants of so wholesome a tone of mind, and these, joined to the bodily exercise which they took at every possible opportunity, and the labor which they were compelled to perform in preparing for their return voyage, must have been very instrumental in preserving them from sickness. Still, with all the means employed to keep themselves in health, and of these warm bathing was no inconsiderable one, it would be wrong to imagine that they were able to preserve themselves from that dreaded scourge of Arctic navigators, the scurvy. Luck observes that it is most remarkable that in the account of their long sufferings this disease is not once mentioned, and that of 17 men only 2 died in Novia Zemlya. But it is from having known only the abbreviated translations of Gerrit de Veer's journal that the Russian admiral has been led to view the position of those unfortunate men in this favorable light. For we see from de Veer's narrative that as early as the 26th of January, 1597, when one of the crew died, he had even then long lain seriously ill, and 2 days later it is expressly stated that, from their having long time sitten without motion, several had thereby fallen sick of the scurvy. Indeed, when we consider what they had to undergo for 6 months, during which period we find it positively recorded that they suffered from the scurvy, until on the 28th of July they first met with a remedy, and how long previously the disease had shown itself among them cannot be said, it is almost miraculous that only 5, not 2, out of the 17 should have fallen victims to it. The tradition of the memorable wintering of the Hollanders in the ice haven, Ledianagaven, is still preserved among the Novia Zemlya Morse and seal hunters, who call the spot where they so resided Sporai Navalok. It is not known, however, whether any remains of the Behouden Hueys, or House of Safety, have ever been found. The most remarkable occurrence during their stay in Novia Zemlya was the unexpected reappearance of the sun on the 24th of January, 1597. This phenomenon not only caused the greatest surprise to the observers and their companions, but after their return to Holland gave rise to much controversy among the learned men of the day. Their opinion generally was unfavorable to the truth of the alleged fact, as being opposed to nature and to reason. Among these was Robert Roberts. Lecanu, ham fort intendu en l'art de la marine, et qui facet profession de l'enseigner aux otters, who wrote a letter on the subject to William Blieu, the father of the celebrated John Blieu, which was published by the latter in his great atlas. This letter shall be reproduced here, not merely on account of its giving the objections which were raised at the time, but because it likewise contains some curious matters relating personally to our author and his companions, which it would be wrong to omit. Mon bon ami Guillaume Jance Bleu. Puisque vous aimez témoigner désirer, que vous enviez un extrait du discours que j'ai eu avec Jacob Heemskerck. Gerrit de Veer, Jean Cornet Rape, et plusieurs autres de mes escoliers, lesquels ayant fait voile en l'an 1596, retourneront en 1597, sans avoir rien affecté touchant la commission quils aviant de reconnaître les royaumes de la Chine, and du Cathay. And dans la mesme année 1597, mi vinrent trouver pour mi raconter les merveilleuses aventures de leur voyage. Entre lesquels la plus remarquable estait, que le seul leur estait disparu le roman fort de November en l'an, and aviant commencé de le revoir l'an 1597 le 24 de Janvier sous la mesme hauteur de 76 degrés. Sous laquelle ils, avoyant basti leur mason dans la nouvelle zembel, matière suffisante. Ainsi quils ont escrit, pour exercer longtemps les beaux esprits. And puis quauter vostre proper satisfaction, vous me convies, encore vous declarer mon sentiment, sur si sujet par el advise, que vous me donnes des contentions, and debats sur Venice, à cette occasion entre tous les scavans de l'Europe. J'ai vu vous faire en court recite du dialogue, que j'ai eu là-dessus avec tous ces messieurs que j'ai déjà nommés, qui aviant été spectateurs d'une chose si extraordinaire, and qui me la raconteront avec grand estimement. G racen donc, avec you comme il est sensut. Considerant en moi mesmi quils, avoyant passer plus de dix semins dans un jour perpetuel sans, avoir you aucun nuict. En quoi pendant un si long espace de temps, le ciel en avoit pas tausters esté si clair quan put. À la faveur de sa lumière, marquer en compteur exactement chaque tour que le soleil faisait à l'entre de la terre. G leur demandoit ils estient bien assures, quil fust le roman fort de November lors quils perdurant de vue le soleil. Dotant quil estoit, en si temps la plus de 15, degrés vers le sud par de la ligne. Ils me responderant quils aviant tausters, eu devant eu leurs horloges, en leurs sables, en sort quils en aviant pas le moindre sujet de doubter de cette vérité. Gm enquiste de plus, si leurs horloges, o leurs monsters, en avoyant jamais manqué, ou ils en aviant jamais trouvé leurs sables vioides. En voulis outri celis cavoir Dieu, de combien la lune estoit à gay lors que le soleil leur avoit faili. Ils demurerent court à cette interrogation. Si qui mi donna lu de croire quils, en aviant pass bien compte les jours, en quella supputation qui leur marquait pour le roman fort de November. Le jour que le soleil commença à s'absenter Dieu, estoit fausse. Mais supposez, disgi, que vous ayez si bien rencontré, dans vostre calcul quil fust, alors le roman fort de November. Que mesmi vous ayez avec très grande justice compassé tous les jours d'esté. Du pouvez vous tirer certain assurance de ne vous ester pas misconté, d'un seul jour pendant el hiver. Que la nuit durait des 11 semaines entières. Puisque vous demurez la plus part du temps command sevelis dans vostre maisonnette, en que pour la crainte des extremes froidures. Des turbulences de neiges and des otters rigoureuses, auxquels si climat est exposé durant une si rude saison, vous en aussi tant seulement mettre la neige dehors, en ni pouvez par conséquent voir en y soleil, en y lune, en y estoiles. Gerrit de Veer me respondit, quils aviant perpetuellement vu l'estel polaire par le trou de leur cheminée. Par où ils aviant encore remarqué très distinctement tous les tours que la grande arce faisait à l'entre de si pôle. Joint quils aviant tausters eu devant eu des monsters, des horloges, and des sables, auxquels ils prenoyant très soigneusement garde, tous les jours. Gini voulis passe entre en dispute avec la dessus, mais gini pus prender ses raisons pour argent comptant, en gnn demure nullement persuade, vu mesmi queneste ils, estuent a ses impéches, a si defender de eladak des hours, ainsi quils desoyant. And en hiver souvent occupes à la chasse des renards. De sorte que, selon mon advise, ils en avoyant pas tausters le loisir de vaquer comme il faut aux observations célestes, en y de gouverner leurs monsters, horloges and sables avec l'assiduité nécessaire, lesquels putester, ils ont fort souvent trouvé vuides, auditriques par la gelée. Vous croyez donc, Meister Robert, comme vous nous donnez à entendre par vos raisons, repartit Jacob Heemskerck, que nous sommes grandement abuses dans nostre calcul. Gna pas cette croyance la seulement, respondis G, mais de plus une firme persuasion, que la faute en est si grande, quil vous est impossible de scavoir, au vrai si vous estis pour lors à la fin de janvier, au commencement de février. Carbianque gilur fis plusieurs interrogations, pour apprendre en quels parties du ciel ils avient vu la lune, les planets and les étoiles, and par quel moyen ils avient pris leurs hauteurs le 24 de janvier. Aquel jour ils desoyant quel sol il estait monstré eu, comment aussi pour scavoir si estait à 6 heures du soir. O a minuit, o le lendemain à 6 heures du matin, et dans quel ram cette apparition estait faite. Ils ni surent niet mines responder à aucuns de mes demands, d'autant quen si temps la ils avient manqué de faire tels observations. C'est pourquoi j'y conclus, quils estent bien mespris, dans leur comté de la valeur de 10 ou 11 jours, au plus. Le lendemain ils occurrent tous chez moi, pour me dire quils scavient bien en quel, endroit estait la lune le 24 de janvier. Mais j'y leur respondis quelle lecture de quelques, dox ephemeridis les avoit, rendu bien scavens depuis quelques heures, and leur avoit enseigner si quils ignorient hierer lors, quaji leur en fis la demande. Gerrit de Veer, qui estait escrivain de la navigation vers le nord, me tint plusieurs discours aussi mal fondes, quelles précédents, lesquels gm toi au commencement proposé de rédiger par escrit. Mais par après ni la podjuge nécessaire, and mn sois abstenu, par si quil est demuré firm dans son opinion, and quil a du depuis fate imprimer son journal, dans lequel il a deduit tout au long cette histoire dans la page, and 35, mais escrit en autres caractères quel restait. A fin quel fust plus remarquable, comment on put voir dans si mesmi livre imprimé à Amsterdam, en LNA 1598, où il escrit. Quatre volontiers, il rendre comte de son dire. Mais en ignore pasquel est le comte, que Gerrit de Veer a rendu and envoyé à Martin Everard de Bruges, demurant pour leurs alliés, qui le lie avoit auparavant demandé par lettre escrit à si sujet. Car li mesmi m'a monstré cette lettre, et demandé advise de si quil devoit faire pour la mia. Gili dis, quetout le conseil que j'ai avoir li donner, estoit quil reconus sa faute, and confessest ingenument. Quelli, and tout sa compagnie essestunt, pou mesprender de quelques petites journées pendant le grand jour d'este quils avient eu. And que pendant la longue nuit de hiver, ils en avient pu laisser esculer quelques petites, sans y prendre garde, pendant lesquels les insupportables rigours du Freud, les orient accables de sommeil. Mais touts mes remonstrances ont esté vains. Car il en avoit, pas en lumière son journal pour le corriger par après, et jusques, à la fin de sa vie il est demuré, dans l'erreur que ses observations estuent très assurées. And si Gerrit de Veer a bien su dans son journal renfermer 56 jours, entre le 24 de janvier, and le 21 de mars, dans lequel il escrit que le sol estoit pour leurs élevés sur leur horizon de 14 degrés seulement. Au lieu que dans le mesmi temps de ces 56 jours, il devoit avoir monté sur le mesmi horizon à la hauteur de 19 degrés. J'y tire cette conclusion de si que Gerrit de Veer a bien su faire, entre 13 ou 14 jours de trop, dans le mesmi espace, compris entre le 24 de janvier and le 21 de mars. Lesquels il en a pas craint d'insérer en son journal, afin de maintenir and d'affirmer son opinion, mais il en a parlé d'aucune déclination. De sorte que j'y demure tausters firm dans ma première conclusion, est que voir, que durant la grande nuit de hiver dans semaines, le sommeil les avoit pu gagner si souvent, and si long temps, quil estait le 6 au 7 de février, lors quils ont cru, à cause de leur assoupissement, quil en estait que le 24 de janvier, lesquels jours ils ont express en fermes, entre le 24 de janvier et 21 mars, afin de triompher par leurs belles observations. Et debusser ainsi les scavens, and leur donner matière de dispute, touchant le journal de Gerrit de Veer. Giles aux auteurs la liberté de juger si que leur plaira sur cette affaire, mais j'y crois que Gerrit de Veer ressemble au sacristain qui fait aller el horlog. Laquelle n'ayant pas une fois, ce n'est el hura comme le solo marquet, and quelques sons li demandant la raison de cette erreur. Il respondit que le solo pouvait mentir, mais que son horlog ni mentoit jamais. Ainsi il me semble que Gerrit de Veer a plustost voulu rejeter la faute sur le soleil, sur la lune, and sur les étoiles, que de confesseur pendant savait que son calcul estoit faux. Voilà un peu de mots si que j'ai à responder sur votre demande, car j'y n'ai jamais cru, and when y puis croire encore à présent, que le soleil, Aquelcutter quil fust le Roman 4 de November. Pourvu quil passest par de la ligne 15 degrees vers le sud. Manquest apparoister sur el horizon, et communcast assi monstre au mesmi le 24 de janvier, illegné de la ligne de plus de 19 degrees vers le sud. And si retrouvas justement, à la hauteur de 14 degrees sur le mesmi horizon. De facin quasique Gerrit de Veer escrit dans son journal page 39, contrarie la nature and racine. C'est pourquoi j'y repeat encore, que pendant le grand jour d'este ils ont obmis à compter quelques revolutions du soleil. De mesmi que durant la grande nuit, de hiver la sama leur dérabé beaucoup de temps, and quils enot pu assurément dresser leur journal comme orient fate, ce qui orient pu soirs and matins distinguer en jour and en nuit le temps de 24 heures, et compter ainsi nettement, and exactement toutes les journées. Chose impossible à faire aux pilots de la navigation vers le nord, and aux quels il faut pardonner en cette occasion, avec celegy finis. Le 15 September, 1627. From this letter of Robert Lecanu, it will be perceived that the fact of the sun's disappearance on the 4th of November 1596 was equally denied by him with that of its reappearance on the 24th of January following. The former, though differing in degree, was, as far as regards the fact itself, deemed not less abnormal and opposed to nature and to reason than the latter. It is therefore of importance to demonstrate that the particulars recorded by Gerrit de Veer concerning the sun's latest appearance and final disappearance are in all respects absolutely and literally true. On the 2nd of November, he states that the sun did not show its whole disk, but passed in the horizon along the earth. On that day, in latitude 75 degrees 45, which was their true position, and not 76 degrees as they supposed, the sun's declination was 14 degrees 53', and the complement of the elevation of the pole being 14 degrees 15, the sun's center was actually 38.3 below the horizon. But with an assumed temperature of 8 far, the refraction would have been as much as 39.3, and as the land where they were was as high as the round top of their ship, an assumed height of 30 feet would give 5.4 for the dip of the horizon. Hence, according to theory, 6.4 more than the half of the sun's disk should have been visible. That is to say, 22 or 23, or about 7/10 of the entire disk. Consequently, de Veer's statement in this respect is literally true. On the following day, the sun's center was actually 56.9, and its upper edge about 49 below the horizon. But the refraction 39.3 and the dip 5.4 would have raised it 44.7 to the sight, so that 3/8 or nearly 12/100ths of the sun's disk ought still to have been visible. De Veer speaks therefore the pure truth when he says that, on the 3rd of November, they could see nothing but the upper edge of the sun above the horizon. On the day afterwards, the sun's declination was 15 degrees 30.5, and consequently its center was 1 degrees 15.5, and its upper edge 59.5 below the horizon. And taking the sum of the refraction and the dip at 44.7, the sun's upper edge would have been actually 14.8 below the visible horizon. Strictly in accordance with this, we have de Veer's statement on the 4th of November, but that we saw the sun no more, for it was no longer above the horizon. Had Gerrit de Veer and his companions been weak enough to give way to the dogmatical assertion of their teacher, that, pendant le grand jour d'este ils aviant omis à compter quelques revolutions du soleil, they might perhaps at the time, and during the 2 centuries and a half which have since elapsed, have enjoyed some little more credit than has been accorded to them. But they would eventually have deprived themselves of that triumphant vindication of their character, for perfect truthfulness and sincerity, which it is our good fortune to be the means of now affording to them. The reappearance of the sun on the 25th of January 1597 is not, at least for the present, capable of so complete and satisfactory an explanation. But hitherto the subject has never been properly understood, because the facts have never been correctly stated. One of the most recent examinations of this phenomenon is that made by the Reverend George Fisher, in his remarks on the atmospheric refraction, contained in the appendix to Captain Parry's Journal of a Second Voyage, etc., published in 1825. Mr. Fisher's words are, "The testimony of de Veer, who wrote the particulars and who accompanied Barents to Nova Zembla in his 3rd voyage, where he wintered in latitude 76 degrees N, in the year 1596-7, has been so often called in question with respect to his account of the reappearance of the sun, that it is but justice to state that he appears to be perfectly correct, and his observations consistent with those made during this voyage. He reports that he, in company with 2 others, saw the edge of the sun from the seaside, on the south side of Nova Zembla, on the 24th of January, or the 3rd of February, New Style, at which time the sun's declination when it passed the meridian in that longitude was about 16 degrees 48 s, and therefore the true meridian depression of the upper limb at noon was 2 degrees 32 nearly, which ought to have been the amount of the refraction that the limb might have been visible. Now, if the observation at the least apparent altitude observed on the 23rd January, 1823, at Igloolik, which was 840, be reduced to the horizon, by observing the rapid law of increase in the refraction visible in the series of observations made on that day, the horizontal refraction cannot be estimated at less than 2 degrees 30, and which, if increased by the apparent dip, which sometimes amounts to more than 20 in the winter time, as I have mentioned when speaking of the terrestrial refraction, will be quite sufficient to render the upper limb visible, and there is still less difficulty in believing that they saw the sun in his full roundness above the horizon 3 days afterwards, since the daily motion in declination at that time of the year is nearly 18 minutes to the northward. M. Lemonnier, from the observations made on these 2 days, assures us that there must have been more than 4½ degrees of refraction, and that he could neither explain these observations, reject them as doubtful, nor suppose any error, as was done by most other astronometers. How this conclusion has been deduced from the facts related in the journal does not appear, neither is there the least occasion to reject as doubtful the simple and honest account of the Dutchman. Now the facts of the case are in reality as follows. In the first place, the Dutch reckoned their time according to the new style, which had already been adopted in the Netherlands. This is not only to be deduced from the correspondence of their several astronomical observations with this reckoning alone, but it also admits of direct proof from the express statement of William Barents, in his note on the tides at States Island, that the dates were stilo novo. In the next place, Gerrit de Veer states explicitly that he and 2 of his companions saw the edge of the sun on the 24th of January, and that on the 27th of that month they all went forth and saw the sun in his full roundness a little above the horizon. And again, that on the 31st they went out and saw the sun shine clear. And lastly, on the 8th of February, they saw the sun rise south-southeast and went down south-southwest. On the intervening days, the weather being cloudy or otherwise unfavorable, they had no opportunity of observing the sun. Now, according to theory, the sun's upper edge ought not, in 75 degrees 45 north latitude, to have been visible till the 9th of February, so that on the 25th of January, not the 24th, as de Veer erroneously supposed, at midday, the extraordinary and anomalous refraction was as much as 3 degrees 49, and on the 27th of that month it could not have been much, if at all, less. On the 8th of February, however, when they saw the sun rise SSC and go down SSW, the entire refraction would have been 2 degrees 10·7, which is about 1.5 degrees more than according to theory it ought to have been. And on the 19th of the latter month, when they took the sun's height, the refraction had again attained its normal amount. Without attempting any explanation of the phenomenon thus described, what we have now to do is to show that Gerrit de Veer and his companions could not possibly have been materially in error with respect to their dates. Commencing then from the 4th of November, when it has been demonstrated that their time was strictly correct, we have their subsequent astronomical observations on December 14th and January 12th, which establish that, till the latter date, they were still right in their time. If therefore they lost their reckoning at all, it must have happened between the 12th and the 25th of January, an interval of only 13 days, and certainly neither their oversleeping themselves, assuming them to have done so, nor any error, however great, in the rate of their 12 hours, sand-glass, could in that short interval have occasioned any gross miscalculation with respect to the time of a phenomenon which extended over a period of 14 days. Then again, on the 19th of February, and also on the 2nd of March, they obtained by similar astronomical observations the means of checking their time, so that it is utterly impossible for them to have fallen into any material error. The mistake of a few hours, which caused them to place the conjunction of the Moon and Jupiter, and consequently the reappearance of the Sun, on the 24th instead of the 25th of January, is only an additional proof in favor of their general correctness, as it is just such an error as they were likely to fall into from their inability to measure their time with strict precision. But the fact of the conjunction itself has yet to be noticed. De Veer tells us that they had watched the approach of the two planets to each other, till at length they came together in a certain direction and at a certain time, and that contemporaneously with this occurrence the Sun reappeared. Now there was no other conjunction of those two planets till 27 a quarter days later, namely, at noon on the 21st of February, and at that date the Sun had been at least 9 days above the horizon, besides which the conjunction would not have been visible on account of the daylight. Consequently, if the conjunction on the 25th of January is not intended, the whole account must be an invention and a fabrication. And to suppose this would assuredly be imputing to De Veer not only more deceit, but also very much more skill than he possessed. For, even assuming him to have been capable of calculating the place of Jupiter and the time of that planet setting, he would have found, as Mr. Vogel has now found, that at the time of the conjunction that planet had already set 1 hour and 48 minutes, and was at the time actually 2 degrees 44 below the horizon. And it is altogether too much to suppose that he would have adduced a conjunction, which according to calculation was invisible, as evidence of another phenomenon which was equally opposed to the recognized laws of nature. We have therefore no alternative but to receive the facts recorded by De Veer as substantially true, and to believe that owing to the peculiar condition of the atmosphere, there existed an extraordinary refraction, not merely on the 25th of January, but continuously during 14 days afterwards, at first amounting to nearly 4 degrees, but gradually decreasing to about 1.5 degrees. The true facts of the case having at length been clearly made out, they are left for elucidation by those who are best qualified to investigate and explain them. The problem is a curious, and, with our still insufficient knowledge of the laws of atmospheric refraction in high latitudes, a difficult one. Nevertheless, we may confidently rely on the result being such as eventually to establish the entire veracity of our Dutch historian. With respect to the personal history of Gerrit de Veer, we know almost nothing. From his familiar allusion to the salt hills that are in Spain, it is to be inferred that he had visited that country at some time previously to the year 1595, when he joined Barents's second expedition. From Robert Lecanu's letter, we learn that he had studied navigation under him, and also that his death occurred some time previously to the year 1627, when that letter was written. The position of his name in the 2 lists of the crew of Heemskerck's vessel, between those of the first mate and the surgeon, shows that he was one of the officers, probably the second mate, and we learn incidentally that he was a small man, being the lightest of all their company. More than this we know not. Of the various editions, abridgments, and summaries of De Veer's work, we have collected the following particulars. The first printed account of these interesting voyages was published in Dutch at Amsterdam in the year 1598, under the following title: Werchtig beschrijving van drie zeilagien, ter wereld nooit zuvreemd gehoord, 3 jaren ter Malkenderen door de Hollandsch en Zeelandsch schepen bij Noorden Norwegen, Muscovia en Tartaria, nudde Koninkreken van Cathay en China, so mead van de opdoning van Weigets, Nova Zembla, en van land op de 80. Grade, dat men echt Groenland tezien, der nooit mensch geweest is, en van fel verschieren baren en ander zeemonsters en ondertleek koed, en ho op de leetst race t-skip in wise beset is, en t-valk op 76. Graden op Nova Zembla in Huids Gedemert, en 10. Meenden her al der onthouden hebben, en der neemeer als 350. Mylen met open klein scheiten over end langs der Zeegeveren. Als met zeer groeten perikel, moiten, en angelufelijk swerigheid. Jetting door Gerrit de Veer van Amstelredem. Gedrecht t Amstelredem by Cornelis Klees opt water in Schreefboek, Au, 1598, oblong 40. This rare and valuable book, a copy of which is in the British Museum, does not appear to have been hitherto noticed by bibliographers. It contains 61 numbered leaves, in addition to the dedication on 2 leaves not numbered, 6 maps by Baptista Adotecum, and 25 plates, which are colored. The title page also bears a plate, in 8 partitions, 4 of which contain reductions from plates in the volume. The following is a translation of Gerrit de Veer's dedication. To the noble, mighty, wise, discreet, and very provident lords, the States General of the United Netherlands, the Council of State, and the provincial states of Holland, Zeeland, and West Friesland, and also to the most illustrious Prince and Lord, Maurice, born Prince of Orange, Count of Nassau, Katzenelnbogen, Vianden, Dietz, etc., Marquis of Veer and Flushing, etc., Lord of St. Vit, Dusburg, the city of Grave, and the countries of Kuykt, etc., Stadtholder and Captain General of Gelderland, Holland, Zeeland, West Friesland, Utrecht, and Overyssel, and Admiral of the Sea. And to the noble, honorable, wise, and discreet lords, the commissioners of the Admiralty in Holland, Zeeland, and West Friesland. My lords, the art of navigation, which in utility surpasses nearly all other arts, has now in these latter years and within the memory of man been wonderfully improved, and has more especially contributed to the welfare of these states. This has been mainly the result of the skillful use and practice of navigation, and of the measurement of the latitudes and bearings of countries according to the rules of mathematical science, whereby countries lying on the very confines of the world have been reached, and their products imported for our use. Thus this child of astrology has proved of greater service on the ocean than on land. For there it is merely a science, whereas here its usefulness is so much extended, that various bearings, courses, headlands, and promontories unmentioned by Ptolemy and Strabo, and unknown for a long period after that time, have now become known by the investigations and experiences of this science. And as many previously unknown places were not found till after repeated search, so now 3 unsuccessful trials have been made from these states to find a passage round by the north to the kingdoms of Cathay and China, which although hitherto unsuccessful, have not been altogether useless, nor have they shown the attempt to be hopeless. For these reasons I have drawn up a brief description of the 3 aforesaid voyages, in the last 2 of which I myself was engaged, which were made from these states by the north of Norway, Muscovy, and Tartary, towards the aforesaid kingdoms of Cathay and China. And I have done so because many interesting circumstances happened in those voyages, and because I think that the right course may still be discovered, inasmuch as the direction and position of Vegatz and Nova Zembla, and also the eastern part of Greenland, as we call it, in 80 degrees, are now ascertained, where it was formerly thought there was only water and no land. And because there in 80 degrees it was less cold than at Nova Zembla in 76 degrees, and in degrees aforesaid, in June early in the summer, plants and grass were growing and beasts that feed on grass were found, while on the contrary in 76 degrees, in August in the hottest of the summer, there were found neither plants nor grass, nor animals that feed on grass. From all which it appears that it is not the proximity of the pole which causes the ice and cold, but the Sea of Tartary, called the frozen ocean, and the proximity of the land, round about which the ice remains floating. For, in the open sea between the land situated in 80 degrees and Nova Zembla, which lie at a distance of full 800 miles ENE, and WSW. Of each other there was little or no ice, but as often as we approached land we immediately fell in with the cold and the ice. Indeed, it was by means of the ice that we always first perceived that we were near land before we saw the land itself. At the east end of Nova Zembla also, where we passed the winter, the ice drifted away with a W and SW wind and returned with a NE wind. Hence it certainly appears that between the 2 lands there is an open sea, and that it is possible to sail nearer to the pole than has hitherto been believed. And this notwithstanding that ancient writers say that the sea is not navigable within 20 degrees of the pole because of the intense cold, and that therefore nobody can live there. Whereas we have both been as far as 80 degrees, and in 76 degrees have with small means passed the winter. And thus it appears that the said passage may be effected between the 2 above-named countries by taking a N.E. course from the North Cape in Norway. This too was the opinion of the renowned pilot Willem Barents, as well as of Jacob Heemskerck, our captain and supercargo, who would have dared to undertake it by keeping that course, its accomplishment being left to God's mercy. Yea, notwithstanding that on our last voyage, through our manifold difficulties, we were entirely exhausted and ofttimes in peril of death. Yet our courage was not so broken, but that if our ship, which became fast in the ice, had been set free a little sooner, we would once more have made the attempt in that direction, as a proof that we believed the passage might thereby have been effected. Although this last voyage had been very troublesome, wherein we, speaking without vanity, made no account either of labors, difficulties, or danger, in order to bring it to a successful end, as will appear from the relation thereof, but neither the time nor the opportunity permitted it. And as the aforesaid 3 voyages were made through the gracious assistance of your lordships, and thus the fruits which may still result from them belong to your lordships, I have taken the liberty of dedicating to you this narrative, which, if not an eloquent, is at least a faithful one. Praying to God that he will bless with success the government of your lordships, in honor of his name, and for the welfare of these states. Your noble, mighty, illustrious, wise, and provident lordship's obedient servant, Gerrit de Veer. From Amsterdam, the last day but one of April, in the year 1598. Stuck in his Verzeichnis van Eeltern und Nieuwenland und Reisbeschreibungen, mentions an edition of de Veer's work in 1599, but this appears to be purely an error in date, 1599 for 1598, as he leaves it to be inferred that he alludes to the first edition. It was reprinted at Amsterdam in 1605, at the same press. Another edition was brought out, as the first part of a collection of early Dutch voyages at Amsterdam, with the following title: Oostindische and Uwestindische Voyagiën, namelijk, de Werchtig beschreven van drie Selagiën, drie Gerenichter Malkenderen door de Hollandsche and Zeelandse schepen, by Nauigation, Muscovian and Tartarian na de Koninkreken van Cathay and China Getting. Tot Amsterdam, by Mitchell Collien Boekverkoper opt water int Huisboek in de Korenmarkt, 1619, oblong 4-2. This edition contains 80 numbered leaves. De Veer's dedication is omitted. The plates are copies from those in the former editions, but smaller and reversed. The colophon reads, Gedrukt tot en Chisen by Jacob Lennertz, Main, Boekverkoper op de Nieuw Street in Vergolden Schrijfboek, anno 1617. Latin, in the same year that the first edition of these voyages was published in Dutch, viz., 1598, a Latin translation was brought out at Amsterdam by the same publisher. The translator signs himself CCA and dates his preface Leiden, July 7th, Noni's Julage, 1598, thereby showing that little more than 2 months had elapsed since the appearance of the original work. It bears the following title: Diarivum Nafticvum, Su Vera Descriptio Trium Navigationum Admirandorum, and Nunquam Auditorum, Tribus Continuis Annis Factorum a Hollandicis and Zeelandicis Navibus, ad Septentrionum, Supra Norvegium, Moscovium and Tartarium, versus Cathay and Sinorum Rigna, tum ut detecta furent Wagets Fredum, Nova Zembla, and Regio sub 80. Graducita, quam Gronladium esse sensent, quam nullus unquam adate, Dane deferis and Trusibus viarsis, alesque monstrus marinis, and intolerabili frigor quad percilurunt. Quemid modum praeterea in postrema navigation navis in glaci furit concreta, and ipsi nauti in Nova Zembla sub 76. Graducita, domum fabricarent, atc in e per 10. Mensium spatium habitarent, and tandem, relicta navi in glaci, plura quam 380. Miliaria per mare in apertis parvis lintribus navigarent, cum summis periculis, immensis laboribus, and incredibilibus difficultatibus. Octor Gerardo de Vera Amstelradiments. Amstelradami ex officina cornelage nicolage, typography ad symbolum diarige ad aquam, anno MD ex CVI, folio. This edition contains 43 numbered leaves and has the same plates and maps as the Dutch edition, but the dedication is omitted. A copy is in the British Museum. French, in the same year, and probably near the same time as the preceding edition, appeared a French translation under the following title: Vraie description de trois voyages de mer tres admirables, fakes en trois ens a Chacken en Vienne, par les navires de Holland et Zeeland, av nord par derrière Norwich, Moscovie, et Tartary, vers les royaumes de China and Cathay. Ensemble les découvrements du Wayget Nova Zembla, and du pays situé sous la hauteur de 80 degrees. Lequel on presume Esther Greenland, ou onx person en este. plus Deswers cruels and ravissons, and Otter's monsters marins, and la froiger insupportable. Davantage comment à la dernière fois la navire fut arresti par la glace, and les matelots ont basti vieni mason sur le pays de Nova Sembla, sidée sous la hauteur de 76. Degrés, ou ils ont demuré l'espace de 10 mois, and comment ils ont en petits barques passé la mer, by en 350. Luz d'eau, non sans peril, a grand travail and difficultés incroyables. Par Gerrit de Veer. Imprimé at Amstelredam par Cornel Nicolas, Sir Elo, Olivera Crier, Anno M.D. XCVI, folio. This edition contains 44 numbered leaves and the same plates and maps as the original Dutch edition. There is a copy in the Grenville Library. It was reprinted in 1600 and in 1609. There is a copy of the edition of 1609 in the British Museum, in which the same plates and maps occur as in the first Dutch edition. An edition in 8 vo was published at Paris by Chaulier in 1599, under the title of Trois Navigations admirables faits par les Hollandois et les Zélandois au Septentrion. Italian, an Italian translation, which was made at the instance of Gione Battista Ciotti, by whom it is dedicated to Gasparo Catanei, appeared at Venice in 1599 in italic characters. Its title runs thus. Tre navigationi fat dagli Olandesi, e Zelandesi alsetten triani nella Norvegia, Muscovia, e Tartaria, verso il Cadai, e Rigno de Cini, dauscopersero il merdi Vegetz, la invova Zembla, et vien pis nel attentissimo grado creduto la Groenlandia. Conviene description di tvtti, gli accidenti occorsi di giorno in giorno a Nauigation, et in particolare di alcuni combattimenti con orsi marini, e del exisio freddo di quei pisi. Essendo nel ultima Nauigation, Ristotele non el Gaiaxio, ondli marinari passarono infinite difficolta, per lo spatio di 10 mesi, e furono forzati alla fin di passer, con li battelli 300 miglia di mare pericolosissimo. Descrit in Latino de Gerardo de Veer, e nuovamente de Juan Giunio Parisio, tradot nella lingua italiana. In Venetia, presso Ironimo Paro e Compagni, 1599, 4-2. It contains 79 leaves, with copies of the usual maps and plates, but badly executed. This was reprinted in the third volume of the 1606 edition of Ramusio's Navigationi et Voyages. English, the only other language, as far as we are aware, into which de Veer's work has been translated, is English, the first and only edition of which translation, now extremely scarce, is that reproduced in the present volume. Abridgments. German. The first and most important German edition of de Veer's narrative was an abridgment, published at Nuremberg by Levinus Hulsius, the dedication of which bears date the 10th of August, 1598, being little more than 3 months after that of the original Dutch work. Its title runs thus. Warheftig Relation der Dreien neuen Wiener Hortenseltsamen Schifffahrt, so die Holländischen wie die Seeländischen Schiff gegen Mitternacht, drei Jarnack Einander, als anno 1594, 1595 wie die 1596 verrekt. Wie sei Nordwegen, Lapium, Biermium, wie die Russium, oder Moscovium Vorhabens ins Königreich Cathay wie die China zukommen wie besegelt haben. Als auch wie sei des Fredem Nasovi, Wegetz Novum Semblem wie die des Land wie unter dem 80. Gradu Latitud. So man vermeint des Groenland sei Jeffunden, wie die was für Jeffar, Wegen der Urscherklichen Bern Meerwunder wie die dem Eis sei Ostgestanden, Urslich in Niederländischer Sprach beschrieben durch Gerrit de Veer, so selbsten die letzten zwei Racen hat helfen verrichten, jest aber ins Hochtuch gebracht, durch Levenum Hulsium. Noribergium pensis el Hulsid. Anno 1598, 4-2. Translator's dedication 2 pages. Preface 12 pages. An address to the reader, headed and subscribed Gerardus de Veer, 4 pages. Text 146 numbered pages. 35 plates and maps, the colophon reads. Gedruck zu Nürnberg, durch Christoph Lochner, in Verlegung Levini Hulsii, anno 1598. It was reissued in the year 1602 as the Dritter Thale of Hulsius's celebrated collection of voyages. This is, however, merely a duplicate of the edition of 1598, excepting the first sheet, which has been reprinted, apparently with the view of affording Hulsius an opportunity of alluding, on the 4th page of his preface, to the publication of the beautiful book, Scones Butch, of Linscote the year before. The dedication is dated Nuremberg, 6th February. A secunda editio, considerably abridged, appeared from the same press in the same year, 1602, with the dedication dated Frankfurt, 1st August. The text of this extends only to 121 pages, and the address to the reader and colophon are omitted. In his dedication, Hulsius informs us, as a reason for this rapidity of republication, that upwards of 1,500 copies of the former edition had already been disposed of, and that the demand for the work was still very great. A 3rd and 4th edition, yet further abridged, and similarly forming the dritter Thale of Hulsius's collection, appeared respectively in the years 1612 and 1660. Copies of all these editions are in the Grenville Library in the British Museum. This work of Hulsius enjoys a degree of credit among bibliographers, to which intrinsically it would hardly seem to be entitled. On the title page, and also in the publisher's dedication, it professes to be a translation from the Dutch of Gerrit de Veer. But it is neither this, nor is it a true and genuine abridgment. On the contrary, copious omissions are made throughout, while at the same time passages are frequently introduced, which are not to be found in the original. It would be an almost endless task, and one quite out of place here, to attempt a collation of the two works. Still, it is expedient that a specimen should be adduced of the liberties which Hulsius has taken with his author, and for this purpose the commencement of his narrative of the second expedition, pages 16-18, shall be given verbatim. I am Jarnak Unsurer Erlesung 1595, Sein van den Uniet standen in Hall und Seeland, and c. Dem Dutchluchteigen Hochgeborenen Fürsten und Herren Moritz, Grafen zu Nassau, and c. Siebenskif Vorhabens, Damit den Weg durch Wegetz, und des Fredem Nassovie, nach Cathay und China Zufinden, Zugerestet worden. Zwei zu Amsterdam, zwei in Seeland, zwei zu Enkhuizen, und eins zu Rotterdam. Deren Sechs mit allerlei Kaufmanns waren, und mit Geld beladen Jewist, des Sibende Burr, war ein Pinnis, Welch Befehl hat, wan die andern Sech Skiff. Den Capo oder Promontorium taben, so das Usersteck der Tartary Gegen Mitternacht ist. Jefferen waren, das als dan also bald weiter nach Holland umwenden und von den andern Skiffen Zeitung bringen sollt. Des Admiral Skiff war ein Boyer von Mittelberg, Genant der Graf, Vermacht 80 last, des ist 3200 Centner ein zu laden. Hat stuck eisern Geschutz, so Kugel 5 oder mehr Funden Jeskassen, auch Zehen Morser oder Polar. Und sein auf Decem Skiff 64 man Jewessen. Sein Jagd Skiff war ein Fleeboot von Armuen in Seeland von 25 last, oder 1000 Centner, darauf waren 8 stuck, so 2 oder 3 Fund Eisen Skassen, 4 Morser, und 18 man. Des Vice Admiral Skiff war von Enkhuizen aus Holland, 96 last gross, des man mit 3840 Centnern belegen können. Unspes oder die Hoffnung Genant, darauf 24 stuck eisern Geschutz, so ungefährlich Fund Eisen Jeskassen, Zween Morser, und 58 man. Sein Jagd Skiff war von Enkhuizen von 28 last, Genant die Jagd von Gluck und Ungluck, darauf waren Sechs Eisen stuck, 4 Morser, und 15 man. Des Skiff von Amsterdam war ein Pinnis, off 160 last, oder 6400 Centner, Genanit der Gulden Windhund, darauf wir Medellin stuck, deren Jeeds 45 Fund Eisen Skass, 32 Eisern stuck, zu 5 und 6 Funden, Vordersten Thale des Skiffs waren 2 Schlangen, die 38 Fund Skassen, und 12 Morser, auch 6 Trometer, und Andir Spiel. Etlich Diamant Schneider, Goldarbiter, auch Andir Mayer Amtlut, oder Objescent der Stand, un 80 Skiffknecht, und also in a Lem 108 man. In Decem Skiff war der Wollerfahren Wilhelm Barents Oberster Pilot oder Stuemann, und Jacob Heemskerck Oberster Kommissari. Auf Decem bin ich Gerrit de Veer auch Jewessen. Sein Jagd Skiff war auch von Amsterdam, Genant S. Moritz, auf last gross, darauf 6 Eisen stuck, 5 Morser, und 13 man. Des Skiff Rotterdam war ein Pinnis, auf 39 last, oder 1560 Centner, Genant S. Peters Nation, darauf 6 Eisen stuck, und 8 Morser Jewessen. Die Skiff alle waren Versahen mit allerlei Proviant und Kriegsmunition auf Zwajar, Ausgenommen Rotterdam, so allein auf 6 Monet Proviantert, aus Ursech das is Widrum Solt Zurück kommen, wie gesagt. Anno 1595 den 12 Junij, sein wir von Amsterdam nach Texel, du alles Skiff Sultan zusammenkommen, Gesegelt. Den 2 Julij Nachmittag, de der Wind Südost, und gut für uns war, namen wir unsern Kurs in dem Namen Gottes gegen Nordwest zum Nord. Den 5 Dito, des Morgens sahen wir Engeland. Den 6 Dito, war groß und Jupiter Osano. Den 12 hatten wir guten Wind, Nachmittag sahen wir viel Walfisch. Und Thales unserm Skiff so nah, des man auf sei het springen können, die im Sturuder stunden, hätten zu thun genug des Skiff von den Walfischen hinweg zu steuern. Den 15 Dito, sahen wir des Land Nordwegen. A comparison of the foregoing with Philip's translation in pages 42-44 of the present volume will at once show how widely Hulsius's version differs from the original text of Gerrit de Veer. From the use made of de Veer's name in the address to the reader, it might at first sight be imagined that Hulsius was in communication with the author, and had his authority for the interpolated passages, though, seeing that Latin and French versions, corresponding strictly with the original Dutch text, were being simultaneously published at Amsterdam, it would certainly be difficult to conceive that de Veer should have lent himself to a work so different in character as this German version. However, on a closer examination, it is apparent that this address, notwithstanding that it is made to bear de Veer's signature, with the date penult, Aprilis Anno, which is that of the author's original dedication to the States General and other authorities of the United Provinces, of which a translation has been given in pages C6, CXI, is merely made up from that dedication and from the introductory portion of the author's narrative of the first voyage. And indeed, Hulsius himself does not pretend to do more than give a translation into German from the original Dutch work, his words being, Hab ich auch die drei let Skiffarten gegen Mitnacht, so bald sei mir in Niederländischer Sprach zukommen, ins Hochdeutsch versetzt. So that his use of the author's name in the way adverted to is manifestly unjustifiable, and in fact nothing better than a fraud on the public. The foregoing specimen of the differences between the two works has purposely been taken from the commencement of the narrative of the second expedition, because we have the independent authority of Linscote to fall back upon, in whose work nothing is found to warrant the interpolations on the 5th and 12th of July, and whose official description of the vessels composing that expedition, which forms the basis of the statement made in previous pages of the present introduction, differs materially from that given by Hulsius. It is scarcely to be doubted that the latter had an authority of some sort for these important variations, though had that authority been at all of an authentic nature, there is no conceivable reason why he should not have referred to it. On a consideration of the whole case, we are inclined to believe that he was desirous of imparting to his production the character of an original work, and hence these variations in the text, and also the fact that most of his illustrations are not copies, but free imitations of the plates in the original Amsterdam editions. Before quitting this subject, which is perhaps not undeserving of a closer investigation, we may adduce a curious instance of erroneous translation on the part of Hulsius. In the introduction to the narrative of the second voyage, page 40 of the present work, de Veer speaks of Linscote as having been on the first voyage the commissary or supercargo of the 2 ships of Zeeland and Enkhuizen. Der Jan Huygen van Linscote and Commies op was. This is rendered by Hulsius, p. 14. Darauf der Hocherfahren in Skiffsech Johann Huygen von Linscote comes oder Oberster Jewess war, as if Linscote had actually been the commander of those 2 vessels. Another German abridgment of de Veer's narrative was made by the brothers de Briefe in 1599, and is given as the 3rd article in the 3rd part of their India Orientalis, or that portion of their collection commonly known as the Petty's Voyages, on the collective title of which it is described as follows. Drei Skiffaten der Holländer nach Obermelten Indian Durch das Mitnichtig oder Eismeer darin viel Wiener Hort Ebentour, samt vielen Skonen Kunstlichen Figuren wie die Landtafeln in Kupfer Gestachen wie die en Tag Geben Durch Joe. Theodor wie die Joe. Israel de Bry Gebruder. Gedruckt zu Frankfurt am Main durch Matthias Becker, MDX6. Folio. It is from this German edition that the plates which accompany the present volume have been taken. They are copies from those of the original Amsterdam editions, reversed and more artistically finished. De Bry, doubtless having Hulsius's work in his mind, says of them that they are all zielig und nach dem echten original Fergetrigen. This abridgment was reprinted in the German editions of De Bry in 1628 and 1629. Latin. The same abridgment was also given in Latin by De Bry in the edition of the India Orientalis of 1601, on the collective title of the third part of which it is thus described. Tres Nauigations Hollandorum in modo dictum Indium per septentrionalum seu glacialum oceanum, VBI Myra quidem et stupenda deneranter. The subtitle, at page 129, is as follows. Tertia pars, navigations tres discretas, trib. Continvis annis per septentrionum supra Norvegum, Viscovium et Tartarium, Frito Weigats and Nois Zembla detectis, ob Hollandis and Zelandis in Cathay, and Chinarum Rignum versus Orientum susceptas, describens. This abridgment was reprinted in 1629, also as the third article in the third part of De Bry's India Orientalis. English, in the third volume of Purchas's collection, pp. 473-518, is given a faithful abridgment of Philip's translation. Abstracts or summaries. Latin, an abstract of De Veer's work was given in Linscoten's. Descriptio totius Guinea tractus, congi, angeli et monomotopi, aerumque locorum, qui e regiani C.S. Augustini in Brasilia jacent, etc. Excedet noviter historia navigationum batavorum in septentrionals auras, Palique Arctici tractus, cum Fredi Veget's detection summa fide relata. Hagicamitis, ex officina Alberti Henrici, anno 1599, folio. The narrative of the three navigations to the north, which occupies 9 pages, commences at page 17, with the following head title. Historia Trium, Navigationum Batavorum in Septentrionum. Admirabilium AC nunquam ante auditarum, Trium Navigationum, Batavorum in Septentrionals auras detegendi Fredi Veget's gratia. Et in novum zemblem, per hactenus incognita Maria, fidelis relatio. This abstract appears to have been made by Linscoten himself, as Camus states, p. 191, that this Latin edition of his works was translated by himself from the Dutch of 1596. Although the description of Guinea, to which this abstract forms an appendix, has a separate title page and pagination, it is shown by the register to form part of Navigatio AC Itinerarium Johannis Hugenis Linscotani in Orientalum Sive Lusitanorum Indium, Collecta, AC Descripta per Undum Belgis, Nunc Viro Latin Reditum Hagicamitis ex Officina Alberti Henrici. Impensis Authoris et Corneli Nicolai, Prostant apud Egidium Elsverum. Anno 1599. Fall. From the circumstance of this abstract appearing at the end of Linscoten's work, it has been by some confounded with his narrative of his own 2 Arctic voyages. Dutch, in 1646, another abstract of the original narrative appeared in the first volume of the Dutch collection, entitled Begin End Voortgang van de Verenigd Nederland Geoctrieerd Oostindische Compagnie, 1646, Abel, 42. This important work, which is profusely illustrated, has no editor's name or place of imprint. It was, however, edited by Isaac Camelin, a learned Amsterdammer, and printed at Amsterdam, as we learn from Chalmot S. Biographisch Woordenboek de Nederlanden in art. Camelin, Isaac. Chalmot had a good authority for this statement, namely, Isaac Camelin's son, Caspar, who, at page 866 of his Beschrijving van Amsterdam, declares his father to have been the editor, further mentioning that this and other works were all printed at Amsterdam by Janssen. It was reprinted in 1648 under the following title. Verhil van de Eerst, Skipvaart der Hollandisch en Zia Schepen Doort Weegat by Norden Norwegian, Muscovian en Tartarian Oom, Nudde Koninkrijken Cathay en China, Met Dry Schepen, Eit Texel Jeselt in Denjer 1594. Hiererichter is by Gevot de Beschrijving van de Landen Siberia, Samyetta and Tingisa. Zeer vreemd on vermakelijk omlessen. T. Amsterdam. Voorjuist hartjers, Boek verkoper in de Easthijs stieg in de Boekwinkel bezeten het Stadhuis, 1648. 42. And it reappeared in 1650 with the same title. This work, though professing on the title page to be an account of the first voyage only, contains an account of the second and third voyages also. Another Dutch abstract was printed by G. J. Siegman at Amsterdam in 1663 with the following title. Verhil van de Veer eerst, Skipvaarden der Hollandsche en Zeeuwsche schepen naar Nova Zembla, by Noorden Norwegian, Muscovian en Tartarian Oom, Nudde Koninkrijken Cathay en China. Eitjevaren in de Jaren 1594, 1595, 1596, en 1609, end her Wonderlake Avonturen, op de Racen voor Jevelen. Den lietsten druk van Neo's Ouwersien, en met schoon figuren verbetterd. T. Amsterdam, gedrukt by Gillies Jusen Siegman, Boekdrukker en Boek Verkoper in de Nieuw Street, anno 1663, 42. We have not had an opportunity of seeing this work, and therefore cannot say whether or not it is a reprint of the last-mentioned abstract. The fourth voyage of 1609 can only be that of Henry Hudson, who undertook it at the instance of the Dutch East India Company. The journal of this voyage, written by Robert Jewett of Limehouse, master's mate, is given by Purchas in his Pilgrims, volume Roman 3, pp. 581-595. An abstract of de Veer's work is likewise contained in the first volume of the several editions of Bleu's Great Atlas, which have been already described in page CXXV, in the Latin at page 24, in the French at page 27, and in the Spanish at page 42. The Dutch edition we have not seen. German. A translation from Siegmund's abstract appeared in 1675 in a collection by Rudolf Capell entitled Vorstellungen des Norden, Hamburg, 1675, 4-2, in the fifth chapter of which it is entered as follows. Die van den Hollandern zuvier unterscheiden en malen, nämlich in Jaar C. 1594, 1595, 1596, und 1609, umsonst versucht Seefarth durch Norden nach der Seinzer Land, Japan und Ostindien. Aus der Niederländischen in die Hochdeutsch Sprache übersetzt. Another edition appeared in 1678. Another abstract in German was given in 1768 in Adelungsgeschichte der Schifffahrten, published at Halle, 1768. In speaking of the great rarity of the original, Adelung acknowledges himself obliged to make use of the summary in the French collection, next described, which he collated with that of Capell. French. The French collection to which we have just alluded was edited by Constantin de Renville under the title Recueil des Voyages qui ont servi à l'établissement et aux progrès de la Compagnie des Indes Orientales, formée dans les provinces unis des Pays Bas Amst. 1702, 1710, 1716, 1725 in 6 vols, and in 1754 in 6 vols, in 12 mots. This is an unacknowledged translation, with a slight alteration in the language at the commencement of the work, from the Dutch collection already described, Begin End Voortgang, etc. English, in the year 1703, was published an English translation of the above abstract, which was probably made from the French version by Renville. A very brief summary of the 3 voyages is also given in the first volume of Harris's Navigantium et Itinerantium Bibliotheca, pp. 550-564. Lond, 1705. Fall. The winter's residence of the Dutch in Novia Zemlya has been repeatedly treated of in various forms. The most recent work on the subject is probably a poem with the title De Overwintering der Hollanders op Nova Zembla Gedicht van Tolens met Houtsneden van Henry Brown, naar Tekeningen van I van den Berg. Leeuwarden, G.T.W. Suringer, 1843. 42. Of the English translation by Philip, which forms the text of the present volume, we are unable to speak in very favorable terms. Independently of a number of errors resulting evidently from the want of a thorough acquaintance with the Dutch language, the work is disfigured by numerous typographical errors, arising seemingly from the circumstance that the translator placed his manuscript in the printer's hands and never saw the work as it passed through the press. In the notes at the foot of the text, in the present edition, these errors are corrected, and attention is drawn to those cases in which subsequent writers, who merely consulted Philip's translation of Purchas's abridgment of it, have thereby been misled. Besides de Veer's narrative, Philip translated from the Dutch the 3 works mentioned below. As one, then, who performed so much for the cause which it is the object of the Hakluyt Society to promote, he has a claim to our forbearance for all the imperfections of his translation, which, in spite of them, gives still no unapt representation of the simplicity and quaintness of its Dutch original. The editor has already acknowledged the aid afforded to him by Mr. Vogel and Mr. Peterman. He has now also to express his obligation to Mr. R. H. Major and Mr. W. B. Rye, of the British Museum, for much valuable assistance in the bibliographical portions of this introduction. And he has further to record that to his worthy friend and preceptor in the Dutch language, Mr. John Boss, who was employed by him to make a new translation of de Veer's text into English, in order that he might be spared the inconvenience of collating the whole work in the reading room of the British Museum, he is indebted for much help in the preparation of the index at the end of this volume, and also for many curious particulars of information, which none but an old Amsterdammer could well have supplied. February 15, 1853. Notice: the accompanying map, which has been reproduced by Mr. F. Muller of Amsterdam, is issued to members of the Hakluyt Society, to be bound up with the volume containing the 3 voyages of Barents. It is the first map on which the track of Barents, in his 3rd voyage, is shown. The map is stated on legends at the top, and also at the foot to the right, to have been drawn by Willem Barents himself, Octor Wilhelmo Bernardo. It was probably drawn by him at his winter quarters in Novia Zembia and brought home by Heemskerck. The legend at the foot further states that the map was engraved by Baptista Dodicum, probably a son of Lucas Dodicum, who engraved the plate of the funeral of Charles V. in 1558. The 36 plates in the 10th edition of Linschoten's Itinerarium were all engraved by the son Baptista of Dodicum, which is a small town in Gelderland. In the same legend, it is added Cornelius Nicolai Excutebat. The Dutch name of this publisher is Cornelius Cleesoon. He was the celebrated publisher at Amsterdam who published the 3 editions of Linschoten's Itinerarium in 1595 and 1604 in Dutch. In 1599, he brought out an abridged Latin translation, in the second part of which is inserted a short narrative of the Arctic expedition, quite distinct from the larger work written by Linschoten, and published in 1601 by Gerard Kettel at Franker in Friesland, with entirely different maps, and without a narrative of the Arctic voyage. It is, therefore, clear that the map was first published in 1599 by Cornelius Cleesoon, who was also publisher of the Journal of de Veer, in the second part of the abridged Latin edition of Linschoten's Itinerarium, but it is wanting in some copies of this second part. CRM. The true and perfect description. To the right worshipful, Sir Thomas Smith Knight, Governor of the Muscovy Company and C. Right worshipful, being entreated by some of my friends, and principally by M. Richard Hakluyt, a diligent observer of all proceedings in this nature, to translate and publish these 3 years' troels and discoveries of the Hollanders to the northeast. I could not devise how to consecrate my labors so properly to any, as to yourself, considering not only the general good affection the whole kingdom takes notice, that you bear to all honorable actions of this kind, be they for discovery, traffic, or plantation, but also in respect of that particular charge, most worthily recommended to your care, the trade of the English in those northeast parts. Many attempts and proffers, I confess there ha been to find a passage by those poorest parts to the richest, by those barbarous to the most sea-well, those Vienne peopled to the most popular, those Desarts to the most fertile countries of the world, and of them all none, I dare say, Vienne durtaken with greater eagement, with more obdurate patience, euen aduisis elementa, aduisis ipsum in illis locis rerum naturam, than these 3 by the Hollanders. If any of our nation be employed that way in time to come, here they ha a great part of their voyage laid open, and the example of that industrious people, first excited to this and other famous voyages, by imitation of some of ours, for the conquering of all difficulties and dangers. Those people, I say, that of all Christians, and for aught I know, of all Adam's posterity, Ha first Nauigated to 81 degrees of northerly latitude, and wintered in 76, where they had no inhabitants, but foxes, bears, and deer, to keep them company. And were it for nothing else, but to register the miraculous prudence of the Creator, and his admirable and unspeakable works in these congealed climates, known vt turly to the ancients, and to demonstrate how much we are obliged to his omnipotent for planting v's in so temperate, so seawil, and so religious a part of the world, as this blessed island. I think omission in this kind were little less than sacrilege. As it is, I humbly desire you to vouchsafe it your protection, and to esteem me always ducated to your service. William Philip, the feest part of the Nauigation into the North Seas. It is a most certain and an assured assertion that nothing doth more benefit and further the Commonwealth, specially these countries, than the art and knowledge of Nauigation, in regard that such countries and nations as are strong and mighty at sea, ha the means and ready way to draw, fetch, and bring vnto them for their maintenance, all the principalest commodities and fruits of the earth. For that thereby they are enabled to bring all necessary things for the nourishment and sustentation of man from the termost parts of the world, and to carry and canoe such wares and merchandises as the art of Nauigation more increaseth. So there are daily more new countries found out, whereof they haw great store and abundance vnto the same places, which by reason of the art of Nauigation, and the commodities of the sea, is easily to be effected and brought to pass. Which Nauigation as it daily more and more increaseth, to the great wonder and admiration of those that compare the seafaring and Nauigation said in our forefathers' times, yea, and that also that hath been practiced in our age, with that which now at this present is daily furthered and sought out, so there are continually new voyages made, and strange coasts discovered, the which diligence and continuance effect that which is sought. Although they be not done by the first, second, or third voyage, but after, by tract of time, first brought to their full effect, and desired commodity and the fruits thereof, by continuance of time reaped. Yet we must not be abashed, nor dismayed at the labor, toil, trial, and dangers sustained in such usages, to that end made, although, as I said, we must not low of by some men's dislike or dispraise in our proceedings. Before the benefit thereof be not had nor seen in the first, second, third, or more usages. For what labor is more profitable, and worthier praise and commendation, than that which tendeth vnto the common good and benefit of all men? Although such as are skillful, contemners, and deriders of men's diligence and proceedings therein, at the first esteem it in profitable and needless thing, when as the end proveth beneficial and commodious. If the famous Nauigators Cortesius, Nonius, and Megalanes, and others that in their times sought out and discovered the kingdoms, countries, and islands far distant from in the extremest parts of the world, for the first, second, or third voyage that had succeeded fortunately with them, had left off and genuine hour their Nauigatio, they had not afterward reaped nor enjoyed the fruits, benefits, and commodities thereof. Alexander Magnus, after he had won all Grecia, and from thence entered into Little and Great Asia, and coming to the farthest parts of India, there found some difficulty to pass, said, if we had not gone forward and persisted in our intent, which other men esteemed and held to be impossible, we had still remained and stayed in the entry of Cilicia, whereas now we haw Auirun and passed through all those large and spacious countries. For nothing is found and effected all at one time, neither is anything that is put in practice, presently brought to an end. To the which end, Cicero wisely saith, God hath genuine versus some things, and not all things, that our successors also might have somewhat to do. Therefore we must not low off, nor stay our pretense in the middle of our proceedings, as long as there is any commodity to be hoped and in time to be obtained, for that the greatest and richest treasures are hardliest to be found. But to make no long digression from our matter, concerning the daily furtherance of the most necessary and profitable art of Nauigation, that hath been brought to full effect, not without great charges, labor, and pains. Our slipping and not showing with how long and troublesome labor and toil, continually had, the passages to the East and West Indies, America, Brasilia, and other places, through the Strait of Magellans in the South Sea, twice or thrice passing viender the line, and by those means other countries and islands were first found out and discovered. Let V's look into the white seas that are now so commonly sailed, on the north side of Muscuya, with what cumbersome labor and toil they were first discoured. What hath now made this voyage so common and easy, is that which in the beginning is hard, by continuance of time is made easy and light. It not the same, and as long a voyage as it was, before it was fully known and found out. But the right courses, which at the first were to be sought, by crossing the seas from one land to another, and are now to be held aloof into the seas and directly sailed, hath, of difficult and toilsome, made them easy and ready voyages. This small discourse I thought good to set down, for an introduction vnto the reader, in regard that I ha v undertaken to describe the 3 voyages made into the North Seas, in 3 years, one after the other, behind Norway, and along and about Muscuya, towards the kingdom of Katya and China, whereof the 2 last I myself holp to effect, and yet brought them not to the desired end that we well hoped. First, to show our diligent and most toilsome labor, and the first finding is hard, but the second attempt is easier. Pains taken to find out the right course, which we could not bring to pass as we well hoped, wished, and desired, and possible might ha found it by crossing the seas if we had taken the right course, if the ice and the shortness of time and bad crosses had not hindered versus, and also to stop their mouths that report and say that our proceeding therein was wholly vn profitable and fruitless, which peradventure in time to come may turn vnto our great profit and commodity. For he which proceedeth and continueth in a thing that seemeth to be impossible is not to be discommended, but he that in regard that the thing seemeth to be impossible doth not proceed therein, but by his faint-heartedness and sloth wholly loweth it off. Not the nearness of the North Pole, but the ice in the Tartarian Sea, causeth the greatest cold. We ha assuredly found that the only and most hindrance to our voyage was the ice that we found about Nauigation, Viender 73, 74, 75, and 76 degrees, and not so much vpon the sea between both the lands, whereby it appeareth that not the nearness of the North Pole, but the ice that cometh in and out from the Tartarian Sea, about Nauigation, caused versus to feel the greatest cold. Therefore, in regard that the nearness of the pole was not the cause of the great cold that we felt, if we had had the means to ha held our appointed and intended course into the northeast, we had peradventure found some enterance, which course we could not hold from Nauigation, because that there we entered amongst great store of ice. And how it was about Nauigation, we could not tell before we had sought it. And when we had sought it, we could not then alter our course, although also it is vn certain what we should have done if we had continued in our northeast course, because it is not yet found out. But it is true that in the country lying viender 80 degrees, which we esteem to be Greenland, there is both lows and grass to be seen, wherein such beasts as feed of lows and grass, as harts, hinds, and such like beasts, liu. Whereas to the contrary in Nauigation there groweth neither lows nor grass, and there are no beasts therein but such as eat flesh as bears, and foxes, and sea. Although Nauigation lieth 4, 5, and 6 degrees more southerly from the pole than the other land aforesaid. It is also manifest that vpon comparison of the heat under the line with the cold under the North Pole. The south and north side of the line of the sun on both sides, between both the tropicos, viender 23 degrees and a half, it is as hot as it is right viender the line. What wonder then should it be, that about the North Pole also, and as many degrees on both sides, it should not be colder than right viender the pole? I will not affirm this to be true, because that the cold on both sides of the North Pole hath not as yet been discoured and sought out, as the heat on the north and south side of the line hath been. Only thus much I will say, that although we held not our direct pretended course to the northeast, that therefore it is to be eudged, that the cold would ha let our passage through that way. For it was not the sea, nor the nearness vnto the pole, but the ice about the land, that let and hindered versus, as I said before, for that as soon as we made from the land, and put more into the sea, although it was much the resolute intent and opinions of William Barents. Further northward, presently we felt more warmth, and in it opinion our pilot William Barents died, who notwithstanding the fearful and intolerable cold that he endured, yet he was not discouraged, but offered to lay wagers with dewers of us, that by God's help he would bring that pretended voyage to an end, if he held his course northeast from the North Cape. But I will low that, and shew you of the 3 voyages aforesaid, begun and set forth by the permission and furtherance of the General States of the United Provinces, and of Prince Maurice as Admiral of the Sea and the rich town of Amsterdam. Whereby the reader may judge and conso what is to be done, for the most profit and advantage, and what is to be left. First you must understand that in anno 1594 there was 4 ships set forth out of the United Provinces, whereof 2 were of Amsterdam, 1 of Zeeland, 1 of Enkhuizen, that were appointed to sail into the North Seas, to discover the kingdoms of Cataya and China, northward from Norway, Muscoia, and about Tartaria. Whereof William Barents, a notable, skillful, and wise pilot, was commander o'er the ships of Amsterdam. And with them Vipon, Whitsunday departed from Amsterdam and went to the Texel. Upon the 5th of June they sailed out of the Texel, and hoeing a good wind and fair weather, Vipon the 23 of June, they arrived at Kildowen in Muscoia, which for that it is a place well known and a common voyage, I will make no further description thereof. The 29 of June, at 4 of the clock in the afternoon, they set sail out of Kildowen, and so 13 or 14 miles outright sailed northeast, with a north-northwest wind and close weather. The 30 of June they sailed east-northeast 7 miles, till the sun was east-southeast, with a north wind, with 2 scour sails. There they cast out their lead, at 100 fathom deep, but found no ground. From whence the same day they sailed east-northeast 5 miles, till the sun was full south, hawing the wind north, with 2 scour sails, where once again they cast out the lead 100 fathom deep, but found no ground. And then from no one to night the same day, they sailed east and by north 13 miles, till the sun was northwest, and there casting out their lead, they had ground at 120 fathom, the ground being osy and blacky dirt. The 1 of July, after they had sailed 1/4 4 miles east and by north, early in the morning they cast out the lead, and found ground at 60 fathom, where they had an osy small sandy ground. And within an hour after they cast out the lead again, and had ground at 52 fathom, being white sand mixed with blacky and somewhat osy. After that they had sailed 3 miles east and by north, where they had ground at 40 fathom, being grey sand mixed with white. From thence they sailed 2 miles eastward, with a north-northeast wind. There they had ground at 38 fathom, being red sand mixed with black, the sun being southeast and by east 1/4 past 7 a.m. From thence they sailed 3 miles east and by south and east-southeast till no one, where they had the sun at 70 degrees and 3/4. There they cast out the lead again, and had ground at 39 fathom, being small grey sand, mixed with blacky stipelin and pieces of shells. Then again they sailed 2 miles southeast, and then wound northward with an east-northeast wind, and after sailed 6 miles northeast all that day, with a southeast wind, till the sun was north-northwest, the weather being cold. And the lead being cast forth they found ground at 60 fathom, being small grey osy sand, mixed with a little blacky and great whole shells. After that the same evening to the 1st quarter, they sailed 5 miles, east-northeast and by east, and after that east-northeast and by east 5 miles, until the 2nd of July in the morning, and there they had 65 fathom deep, the ground osy with black slime or dirt. The same day from morning till no one, they sailed 3 or 4 miles east-northeast, the wind blowing stiff southeast, whereby at no one they were forced to take in the foresail, and drew you with a scour sail, in misty weather, for the space of 3 or 4 miles, till evening, holding east and by south. After that the wind blew southwest, and about 5 of the clock in the afternoon, they cast out the lead, but had no ground at 120 fathom. That evening the weather cleared VP again, and they sailed about 5 miles before the wind, east-northeast, for the space of 3 hours. And then again it began to be misty, so that they durst not sail forward, but lay hulling in the wind, where Vipon Sunday morning being the 3 of July, when the sun was northeast, they cast out the lead and found ground at 125 fathom, being black dirt or slime. From thence they sailed 8 miles east-northeast, till the sun was southeast, and casting out the lead, found ground at 140 fathom, being blacky slimy dirt, at which time they took the high of the sun and found it to be 73 degrees and 6 minutes, and presently again they cast out the lead, and had 130 fathom deep, the ground being blacky slime. After that they sailed 6 or 7 miles further east-northeast, till the sun was northwest, a half p7 p.m. On Sunday in the morning, being the 3 of July, it was very fair and clear weather. The the wind blowing southwest, at which time William Barents found out the right meridian, taking the high of the sun with his cross-staff, when it was southeast, and found it to be illuminated in the southeast 28 degrees and a half, and when it had passed our west and by north, it was but 28 degrees and a half above the horizon, so that it differed 5 points and a half, which being duided there rested 2 points and 3/4, so that their compass was altered 2 points and 3/4, as it appeared the same day, when the sun was in her higth, between south-southwest and southwest and by south, for the sun was southwest and by south, and yet was not declined, and they had 73 degrees and 6 minutes. The 4 of July in the morning, they sailed 4 miles east and by north, and casting out the lead found ground at 125 fathom, being slimy. That night the weather was misty again, and in the morning the wind was east. Then they sailed 4 miles southeast and by south, till the sun was east, and then again they cast out the lead, and found ground at 108 fathom, black dirt. Then they wound northward, and sailed 6 miles, north-northeast and northeast and by north, until the sun was south-southwest 3/4 p. 11 a.m., and then they saw the land of Nauigation, lying southeast and by east 6 or 7 miles from them, where they had black dirty ground at 105 fathom. Then they wound southward again, and sailed 6 miles, south and by west, till the sun was west-northwest, there they had 68 fathom deep, with dirty ground as before, the wind being southeast. Then they wound eastward and sailed 6 miles east and by south, at which time William Barents took the height of the sun with his cross-staff, when it was at the lowest, that is between north-northeast and east and by north, and found it to be illuminated about the horizon 6 degrees and 1/3 part, his declination being 22 degrees and 55 minutes, from whence subtracting the aforesaid height, there resteth 16 degrees and 35 minutes. Which being subtracted from 90 degrees, there resteth 73 degrees and 25 minutes, which was when they were about 5 or 6 miles from the land of Nauigation. Then they wound eastward and sailed 5 miles, east and by south, and east-southeast, and passed by a long point of land that lay out into the sea, which they named Langines. And hard by that point eastward there was a great bay, where they went a land with their boat, but found no people. 3 or 4 miles from Langines east-northeast, there lay a long point, and a mile eastward from the said point there was a great bay. And upon the east side of the said bay there lay a rock not very high above the water, and on the west side of the bay there stood a sharp little hill, easy to be known. Before the bay it was 20 fathom deep, the ground small blacky stones, like peas. From Langines to Cape Bappo east-northeast it is 4 miles. From Cape Bappo to the west point of Lamb's Bay northeast and by north are 5 miles, and between them both there are 2 creeks. Lamb's Bay is a great wide bay, on the west side thereof hoeing a fair hawn 6, 7 or 8 fathom deep black sand. There they went on shore with their boat, and upon the shore placed a beacon, made of an old mast which they found there, calling the bay Lamb's Bay because of a certain kind of bears so called, which they found there in great abundance. The east point of Lamb's Bay is a long narrow point, and by it there lieth an island, and from that long point to seaward in, there is a great creek. This Lamb's Bay lieth under 74 degrees and 1/3 part. From Lamb's Bay to the point of the Admiral's Island, they sailed 6 or 7 miles, northeast and by north. The Admiral's Island is not very fair on the east side, but afar off very flat, so that you must shun it long before you come at it. It is also very venuan, for at one casting off the lead they had 10 fathom deep, and presently at another casting of the lead they had but 6 fathom, and presently after that again 10, 11, and 12 fathom, the stream running hard against the flats. From the east end of the Admiral's Island to Cape Negro, that is the Black Point, they sailed about 5 or 6 miles east-northeast, and a mile without the Black Point it is 70 fathom deep, the ground slimy as upon Pamphius. Right eastward of the Blacky Point there are 2 sharp-pointed hills in the creek that are easy to be known. The 6th of July, the sun being north, they came right before the Blacky Point with fair weather. This Blacky Point lieth under 75 degrees and 20 minutes. From the Blacky Point to William's Island, they sailed 7 or 8 miles, east-northeast, and between them both about half a mile, there lay a small island. The 7th of July they sailed from William's Island, and then William Barents took the height of the sun with his cross-staff, and found it to be illuminated above the horizon in the southwest, and by south 53 degrees and 6 minutes, his declination being 22 degrees and 49 minutes, which being added to 53 degrees and 6 minutes, makes 75 degrees and 55 minutes. This is the right height of the pole of the said island. In this island they found great store of driftwood, and many seahorses, being a kind of fish that keepeth in the sea, having very great teeth, which at this day are said instead of euri or elephant's teeth. There also is a good road for ships, at 12 and 13 fathom deep, against all winds, except it be west-southwest and west winds. And there they found a piece of a Russian ship, and that day they had the wind east-northeast, misty weather. The 9th of July they entered into Berenfort, vpon the road viender William's Island, and there they found a white bear, which they pursuing, presently entered into their boat, and shot her into the body with a musket. But the bear showed most wonderful strength, which almost is not to be found in any beast, for no man ewer heard the like to be done by any lion or cruel beast whatsoever. For notwithstanding that she was shot into the body, yet she leapt vp and swam in the water. The men that were in the boat rowing after her cast a rope about her neck, and by that means drew her at the stern of the boat, for that not having seen the like bear before, they thought to ha carried her aliu in the ship, and to have showed her for a strange wonder in Holland. But she said such force that they were glad that they were rid of her, and contented themselves with her skin only, for she made such a noise and strow in such sort that it was admirable, wherewith they let her rest and gave her more scope with the rope that they held by her, and so drew her in that sort after them, by that means to weary her. Meantime, William Barents made nearer to her, but the bear swam to the boat, and with her forefeet got hold of the stern thereof, which William Barents pursuing, said, she will there rest herself. But she had another meaning, for she said such force that at last she had gotten half her body into the boat, wherewith the men were so abashed, that they run into ye further end of the boat, and thought verily to have been spoiled by her. But by a strange means they were de leeward from her, for that the rope that was about her neck caught hold vpon the hook of the rudder, whereby the bear could get no further, but so was held backy, and hanging in that manner. One of the men boldly stepped forth from the end of the scoot, and thrust her into the boaty with a half-pike. And therewith she fell down into the water, and so they rowed forward with her to the ship, drawing her after them, till she was in a manner dead, wherewith they killed her outright, and hawing fleed her, brought the skin to Amsterdam. The 10th of July they sailed out of Berenfort for William's Island, and the same day in the morning got to the island of Crosses, and there went on land with their pinnace, and found the island to be barren, and full of cliffs and rocks. In it there was a small hawn, whereinto they rowed with their boat. This island is about half a mile long, and reacheth east and west. On the west end it hath a bank, about a third part of a mile long, and at the east end also another bank. Vpon this island there standeth 2 great crosses. The island lieth about 2 long miles from the firm land, and viender the east end thereof there is good road at 26 fathom soft ground, and somewhat closer to the island on the strand, at 9 fathom sandy ground. From the island of Crosses to the point of Cape Nassau, they sailed east and by north about 8 miles. It is a long flat point which you must be careful to shun, for thereabouts at 7 fathom there were flats or shoals, very far from the land. It lieth almost under 76 degrees and a half. From the west end of William's Island to the island with the Crosses is 3 miles, the course north. From Nassau Point they sailed east and by south, and east-southeast 5 miles, and then they thought that they saw land in northeast and by east, and sailed towards it 5 miles northeast to descry it, thinking it to be another land that lay northward from Nauigation. But it began to blow so hard out of the west that they were forced to take in their marsail, and yet the wind rose in such manner that they were forced to take in all their sails, and the sea went so hollow that they were constrained to drew 16 hours together without sail, 8 or 9 miles east-northeast. The 11th of July their boat was by a great wave of the sea sunk to the ground, and by that means they lost it, and after that they drave without sails 5 miles east and by south. At last, the sun being almost southeast, the wind came about to the northwest, and then the weather began somewhat to clear up, but yet it was very misty. Then they hoised VP their sails again and sailed 4 miles till night, that the sun was north and by east, and there they had 60 fathom deep, muddy ground, and there they saw certain flakes of ice. At which time vpon the 12th of July they wound west, and held northwest, and sailed about a mile with misty weather and a northwest wind, and sailed up and down west-southwest 3 or 4 miles to see if they could find their boat again. After that they wound again with the wind, and sailed 4 miles southeast, till the sun was southwest, and then they were close by the land of Nauigation, that lay east and by north, and west and by south. From thence they wound hour again till no one, and sailed 3 miles north and by west. And then, till the sun was northwest, they held northwest and by north 3 miles. Then they wound eastward and sailed 4 or 5 miles northeast and by east. The 13th of July at night, they found great store of ice, as much as they could descry out of the top, that lay as if it had been a plain field of ice. Then they wound westward hour from the ice, and sailed about 4 miles west-southwest, till the sun was east and by north, and that they saw the land of Nauigation, lying south-southeast from them. Then they wound northward again and sailed 2 miles, till the sun was east-southeast, and then again found great store of ice, and after that sailed southwest and by south 3 miles. The 14th of July they wound northward again, and sailed with 2 scour sails north and by east, and north-northeast 5 or 6 miles, to the height of 77 degrees and 1/3 part, and entered again amongst the ice, being so broad that they could not see our it. There they had no ground at 100 fathom, and then it blew hard west-northwest. From thence they wound southward, and sailed south-southwest 7 or 8 miles, and came again by the land, that showed to be 4 or 5 high hills. Then they wound northward, until evening sailed north 6 miles, but there again they found ice. From thence they wound southward, and sailed south and by west 6 miles, and then again entered into ice. The 15th of July, they wound southward again, sailing south and by west 6 miles, and in the morning were by the land of Nauigation again, the sun being about northeast. From thence they wound northward again, and sailed north and by east 7 miles, and entered again into the ice. Then they wound southward again, the sun being west, and sailed south-southwest, and southwest, and by south 8 or 9 miles, vpon the 16th of July. From thence they wound northward, and sailed north and by east 4 miles. After that again they wound westward, and sailed west and by south 4 miles, and then they sailed north-northwest 4 miles, and then the wind blew north-northeast, and it froze hard. This was upon the 17th of July. Then they wound eastward, and sailed east till no one, 3 miles, and after that east and by south 3 miles. From thence about evening they wound northward, and sailed north and by east 5 miles, till the 18th of July in the morning. Then they sailed north and by west 4 miles, and there entered again amongst a great many flakes of ice, from whence they wound southward, and close by the ice they had no ground at 150 fathom. Then they sailed about 2 hours southeast and east-southeast with misty weather, and came to a flake of ice, which was so broad that they could not see our it being fair still weather, and yet it froze, and so sailed along by the ice 2 hours. After that it was so misty that they could see nothing round about them, and sailed southwest 2 miles. The same day William Barents took the height of the sun with his astrolabium, and then they were under 77 degrees and a quarter of the pole, and sailed southward 6 miles, and perceived the firm land, lying south from them. Then they sailed till the 19th of July in the morning, west-southwest, 6 or 7 miles, with a northwest wind and misty weather. And after that southwest and southwest, and by west 7 miles, the sun being 77 degrees 5 minutes less. Then they sailed 2 miles southwest, and were close by the land of Nauigation, about Cape Nassau. From thence they wound northward and sailed north 8 miles, with a west-northwest wind and a mist, until the 20th of July in the morning northeast and by north 3 or 4 miles. And when the sun was east they wound west, until evening sailed southwest 5 or 6 miles, with misty weather, and then southwest and by south 7 miles, till the 21st of July in the morning. Then they wound northward again, and from morning till evening sailed northwest and by west 9 miles, with misty weather, and again northwest and by west 3 miles, and then wound southward, until the 22nd of July in the morning sailed south-southwest 3 miles, with misty weather, until evening south and by west 9 miles, all misty weather. After that they wound northward again, and sailed northwest and by north 3 miles, and then 2 miles northwest. And in the morning being the 23 of July, the wind blew northwest, and then they cast out the lead, and had 48 fathom muddy ground. Then they sailed 2 miles north-northeast and north and by east, and 2 miles northeast at 46 fathom deep. After that they wound westward, and sailed west and by north 6 miles. There it was 60 fathom deep, muddy ground. Then they wound eastward and sailed 3 miles east and by north, then again 9 or 10 miles east and by south. And after that 5 or 6 miles east and by south. And after that 5 or 6 miles more, east and by south, till evening being the 24 of July. Then again 4 miles southeast and by east, the wind being east-northeast. Then they wound northward, until the 25 of July in the morning sailed north and by west 4 miles. There they had 130 fathom deep, muddy ground. Then they sailed northward, where they had 100 fathom deep, and there they saw the ice in the northeast. And then again they sailed 2 miles, north and by west. Then they wound southward towards the ice, and sailed southeast 1 mile. After that they wound northward again, and sailed north 6 miles, and were so enclosed about with flakes of ice, that out of the top they could not discern anything beyond it, and sought to get through the ice, but they could not pass beyond it. And therefore in the evening they wound southward again, and sailed along by the ice, south and west by 5 miles, and after that south-southeast 3 miles. The 25 of July at night, they took the height of the sun, when it was at the lowest between north and northeast and by north, it being illuminated about the horizon 6 degrees and 3/4, his declinatio being 19 degrees 50 minutes. Now take 6 degrees 3/4 from 19 degrees and 50 minutes, and there resteth 13 degrees 5 minutes, which subtracted from 90 there resteth 77 degrees less 5 minutes. The 26th of July, in the morning, they sailed 6 miles south-southeast, till the sun was southwest, and then southeast 6 miles, and were within a mile of the land of Nauigation, and then wound northward from the land, and sailed 5 miles northwest with an east wind. But in the evening they wound southward again, and sailed south-southeast 7 miles, and were close by the land. Then they wound northward again, and sailed north-northeast 2 or 3 miles. From thence they wound southward, and sailed south-southeast 2 or 3 miles, and came again to Cape Trust. Then they wound again from the land, northeast, about half a mile, and were hour against the sands of 4 fathom deep, between the rock and the land, and there the sands were 10 fathom deep, the ground being small black stones. Then they sailed northwest a little while, till they had 43 fathom deep, soft ground. From thence they sailed northeast 4 miles, upon the 27th of July with an east-southeast wind, and wound southward again, where they found 70 fathom deep, clay ground, and sailed south and by east 4 miles, and came to a great creek. And a mile and a half 6 miles from thence there lay a bank of sand of 18 fathom deep, clay sandy ground, and between that sand or bank and the land it was 60 and 50 fathom deep, the coast reaching east and west by the compass. In the evening they wound northward, and sailed 3 miles north-northeast. That day it was misty, and in the night clear, and William Barents took the height of the sun with his cross-staff, and found it to be illuminated about the horizon 5 degrees 40 minutes, his declination being 19 degrees 25 minutes, from whence subtracting 5 degrees 40 minutes, there resteth 13 degrees 45 minutes, which subtracted from 90 rested 76 degrees 31 minutes for the height of the pole. Upon the 28th of July, they sailed 3 miles north-northeast, and after that wound southward, and sailed 6 miles south-southeast, and yet were then 3 or 4 miles from the land. The 28th of July, the height of the sun being taken at no one with the astrolabe, it was found to be illuminated about the horizon 57 degrees and 6 minutes, her declination being 19 degrees and 18 minutes, which in all is 76 degrees and 24 minutes, they being then about 4 miles from the land of Nauigation, that lay all covered hour with snow, the weather being clear, and the wind east. Then again, the sun being about southwest, they wound northward, and sailed 1 mile north-northeast, and then wound again, and sailed another mile southeast. Then they wound northward again, and sailed 4 miles northeast and by north. The same day the height of the sun being taken, it was found to be 76 degrees and 24 minutes, and then they sailed northeast 3 miles, and after that northeast and by east 4 miles, and Vipon, the 29 of July, came into the ice again. The 29 of July, the height of the sun being taken with the cross staff, astrolabium, and quadrant, they found it to be illuminated about the horizon 32 degrees, her declination being 19 degrees, which subtracted from 32 there resteth 13 degrees of the equator, which being subtracted from 90 there rested 77 degrees. And then the nearest north point of Nauigation, called the ice point, lay right east from them. There they found certain stones that glistered like gold, which for that cause they named goldstones, and there also they had a fair bay with sandy ground. Upon the same day they wound southward again, and sailed southeast 2 miles between the land and the ice, and after that from the ice point east, and to the southward 6 miles to the islands of Orange. And there they labored forward between the land and the ice, with fair still weather, and Vipon the 31 of July got to the islands of Orange. And there went to one of those islands, where they found about 200 walrusen or seahorses, lying upon the shore to bask themselves in the sun. This seahorse is a wonderful strong monster of the sea, much bigger than an ox, which keeps continually in the seas, hoeing a skin like a sea calf or seal with very short hair, mouthed like a lion, and many times they lie vipon the ice. They are hardly killed unless you strike them east vipon the forehead. It hath 4 feet, but no ears, and commonly it hath 1 or 2 young ones at a time. And when the fishermen chance to find them vipon a flake of ice with their young ones, she casteth her young ones before her into the water, and then takes them in her arms, and so plungeth VP and down with them. And when she will ruin herself vipon the boats, or make resistance against them, then she casts her young ones from her again, and with all her force goeth towards the boat. Whereby our men were once in no small danger, for that the seahorse had almost stricken her teeth into the stern of their boat, thinking to overthrow it. But by means of the great cry that the men made, she was afraid, and swam away again, and took her young ones again in her arms. They haw 2 teeth sticking out of their mouths on each side one, each being about half an ell long, and are esteemed to be as good as any euri or elephant's teeth, specially in Muscuia, Tartaria, and thereabouts where they are known, for they are as white, hard, and ewan as euri. Those seahorses that lay basking themselves vipon the land, our men, supposing that they could not defend themselves being out of the water, went on shore to assail them, and fought with to get their teeth that are so rich. But they brake all their hatchets, curtalaxes, and pikes in pieces, and could not kill one of them, but struck some of their teeth out of their mouths, which they took with them. And when they could get nothing against them by fighting, they agreed to go aboard the ship, to fetch some of their great ordnance to shoot at them therewith. But it began to blow so hard that it rent the ice into great paces, so that they were forced not to do it. And therewith they found a great white bear that slept, which they shot into the body, but she ran away, and entered into the water. The men following her with their boat, and killed her outright, and then drew her vipon the ice, and so sticking a half pike vp right, bound her fast vnto it, thinking to fetch her when they came backy again, to shoot at the seahorses with their ordnance. But for that it began more and more to blow, and the ice therewith brake in pieces, they did nothing at all. After that Barents had begun this voyage vipon the 5th of June, 1594, and at that time, as I said before, set sail out of the Texel, the 23 of the same month arriving at Kildowen in Muscuia, and from thence took his course on the north side of Nauigation, wherein he continued till the 1st of August, with such adventures as are before declared, till he came to the island of Orange. After he had taken all that pain, and finding that he could hardly get through, to accomplish and end his pretended voyage, his men also beginning to be weary and would sail no further, they all together agreed to return back again, to meet with the other ships that had taken their course to the Waygates, or Straits of Nassau, to know what discoveries they had made there. The 1st of August, they turned their course to sail backy again from the islands of Orange, and sailed west and west by south 6 miles to the ice point. From the ice point to the Cape of Comfort, they sailed west and somewhat south 30 miles. Between them both there lieth very high land, but the Cape of Comfort is very low flat land, and on the west end thereof there standeth 4 or few blacky howls or little hills like country houses. Upon the 3 of August, from the Cape of Comfort they wound northward, and sailed 8 miles northwest and by north and north-northwest. And about noon they wound southward till evening, and sailed south and by west, and south-southwest 7 miles, and then came to a long narrow point of land, one Cape Nassau. In the evening they wound northward again, and sailed north and by east 2 miles. Then the wind came north, and therefore they wound westward again, and sailed north-northwest 1 mile. Then the wind turned east, and with that they sailed from the 4 of August in the morning till noon west and by north 5 or 6 miles. After that they sailed till evening southwest 5 miles, and after that southwest 2 miles more, and fell upon a low flat land, which on the east end had a white patch or piece of ground. After that they sailed till morning, being the 5 of August, west-southwest 12 miles, then southwest 14 miles, and then west 3 miles till the 6 of August. The 6 of August they sailed west-southwest 2 or 3 miles, then southwest and by south 4 or 5 miles, then southwest and by west 3 miles, and then southwest and by west 3 miles. And after that west-southwest and by south 3 miles till the 7 of August. The 7 of August till noon they sailed 3 miles west-southwest, then 3 miles west, and then they wound southward till evening, and sailed 3 miles southeast and by east, then again west-southwest 2 miles. After that they sailed south 3 miles, till the 8 of August in the morning, with a west-southwest wind. The 8 of August they sailed southeast and by south 10 miles, and then southeast and by east until evening 5 miles, and then came to a low flat land that lay southwest and by south and northeast and by north, and so sailed 5 miles more, and there they had 36 fathom deep, 2 miles from the land, the ground blacky sand. There they sailed towards the land, till they were at 12 fathom, and 1/2 a mile from the land it was stony ground. From thence the land reacheth southward for 3 miles, to the other low point that had a blacky rock lying close by it. And from thence the land reacheth south-southeast 3 miles, to another point. And there lay a little low island from the point, and within 1/2 a mile of the land it was flat ground at 8, 9, and 10 fathom deep, which they called the Black Island, because it showed blacky abow. Then it was very misty, so that they lay in the wind and sailed 3 miles west-northwest. But when it cleared VP, they wound towards the land again, and the sun being south, they came right against the Blacky Island, and had held their course east-southeast. Their W. Barents took the height of the sun, it being V. Ender 71 degrees and 1/3. And there they found a great creek, which William Barents adjudged to be the place where Oliver Brunel had been before, called Costingsarth. From the Blacky Island, they sailed south and by east to another small point 3 miles, on which point there stood a cross, and therefore they called it the Cross Point. There also there was a flat bay, and low water 5, 6, or 7 fathom deep, soft ground. From Cross Point they sailed along by the land south-southeast 4 miles, and then came to another small point, which behind it had a great creek, that reached eastward. This point they called the 5th Point or S. Lawrence Point. From the 5th Point they sailed to the Sconce Point 3 miles, south-southeast, and there lay a long blacky rock close by the land, whereon there stood a cross. Then they entered into the ice again, and put inward to the sea because of the ice. Their intent was to sail along the coast of Noix Zembla to the Waygates, but by reason that the ice met them they wound westward, and from the 9 of August in the evening, till the 10 of August in the morning, sailed west and by north 11 miles. And after that 4 miles west-northwest, and northwest and by west, the wind being north. In the morning they wound eastward again, and sailed vien till evening 10 miles east and by south. After that east and by north 4 miles, and there they saw land and were right against a great creek, where with their boat they went on land, and there found a fair hawn 5 fathom deep sandy ground. This creek on the north side hath 3 blacky points, and about the 3 points lieth the road, but you must keep somewhat from the 3 point, for it is stony, and between the 2 and 3 point there is another fair bay, for northwest, north, and northeast winds, blacky sandy ground. This bay they called S. Lawrence Bay, and there they took the height of the sun, which was 70 degrees and 3/4. From S. Lawrence Bay, south-southeast 2 miles to Sconce Point, there lay a long blacky rock close by the land, whereon there stood a cross. There they went on land with their boat, and perceived that some men had been there, and that they were fled to saw themselves. For there they found 6 sacks with remeal buried in the ground, and a heap of stones by the cross, and a bullet for a great piece, and thereabouts also there stood another cross, with 3 houses made of wood, after the north country manner. And in the houses they found many barrels of pike staws, whereby they conjectured that there they said to take salmons, and by them stood 5 or 6 coffins, by graws with dead men's bones, the coffins standing upon the ground all filled with stones. There also lay a broken Russia ship, the keel thereof being 44 foot long, but they could see no man on the land. It is a fair haun for all winds, which they called the meal haun, because of the meal that they found there. From the black rock or cliff with the cross, 2 miles south-southeast, there lay a low island a little into the sea, from whence they sailed 9 or 10 miles south-southeast. There the height of the sun was 70 degrees and 50 minutes, when it was south-southwest. From that island they sailed along by the land 4 miles southeast and by south. There they came to 2 islands, whereof the uttermost lay a mile from the land. Those islands they called Es Clara. Then they entered into the ice again, and wound inward to sea, in the wind, and sailed from the island until evening, west-southwest 4 miles, the wind being northwest. That evening it was very misty, and then they had 80 fathom deep. Then again they sailed southwest and by west, and west-southwest 3 miles. There they had 70 fathom deep, and so sailed till the 13th of August in the morning, southwest and by west 4 miles. 2 hours before they had ground at 56 fathom, and in the morning at 45 fathom, soft muddy ground. Then they sailed till no one 6 miles southwest, and had 24 fathom deep, black sandy ground, and within 1 hour after they had 22 fathom deep, brown reddish sand. Then they sailed 6 miles southwest, with 15 fathom deep, red sand. After that 2 miles southwest, and there it was 15 fathom deep, red sand, and there they saw land, and sailed forward southwest until evening, till we were within half a mile of the land, and there it was 7 fathom deep, sandy ground, the land being low flat downs reaching east and west. Then they wound from the land and sailed north and by east 4 miles. From thence they wound to land again, and sailed till the 14th of August 5 or 6 miles southwest, sailing close by the land, which as they guess was the island of Colgin. There they sailed by the lad eastward 4 miles, after that 3 miles east and by south. Then the weather became misty, whereby they could not see the land, and had shallow flat water at 7 or 8 fathom. Then they took in the marsail and lay in the wind till it was clear weather again, and then the sun was south-southwest, yet they could not see the land. There they had 100 fathom deep, sandy ground. Then they sailed east 7 miles. After that again 2 miles east-southeast and by east, and again till the 15th of August in the morning, 9 miles east-southeast. Then from morning till no one they sailed 4 miles east-southeast, and sailed over a flat or sand of 9 or 10 fathom deep, sandy ground, but could see no land. And about an hour before no one it began to wax deeper. For then we had 12 and 13 fathom water, and then we sailed east-southeast 3 miles, till the sun was southwest. The same day the sun being southwest, William Barents took the height thereof, and found it to be elevated above the horizon 35 degrees, his declination being 14 degrees and a quarter, so it as there wanted 55 degrees of 90, which 55 and 14 degrees and a quarter being both added together, made 69 degrees 15 minutes, which was the height of the pole in that place, the wind being northwest. Then they sailed 2 miles more eastward, and came to the islands called Matflow and Delga, and there in the morning they meet with the other ships of their company, being of Zealand and Enkhuizen, that came out of Waygates the same day. There they showed each other where they had been, and how far each of them had sailed and discoured. The ship of Enkhuizen had passed the straits of Waygates, and said that at the end of Waygates he had found a large sea, and that they had sailed 50 or 60 miles further eastward, and were of opinion that they had been about the rear of Obi, that cometh out of Tartaria, and that the land of Tartaria reacheth northeastward again from thence, whereby they thought that they were not far from Cape Tabin, which is ye point of Tartaria, that reacheth towards the kingdom of Chatai, northeast, and then southward. And so thinking that they had discoured enough for that time, and that it was too late in the year to sail any further, as also that their commission was to discour the situation, and to come home again before winter, they turned again towards the Waygates, and came to an island about 5 miles great, lying southeast from Waygates on the Tartarian side, and called it the States Island. There they found many stones, that were of a crystal mountain, being a kind of diamond. When they were met together, as I said before, they made signs of aye, discharging some of their ordnance, and were merry, the other ships thinking that William Barents had sailed round about Noisembla, and had come baccy again through the waygates. And after they had showed each other what they had done, and made signs of aye for their meeting, they set their course to turn baccy again for Holland. And vipon the 16th of August, they went viender the islands of Matflo and Delgay, and put into the road, because the wind was northwest, and lay there till the 18th of August. The 18th of August they set sail, and went forward west-northwest, and almost west and by north, and so sailed 12 miles, and then west and by south 6 miles, and came to a sand of scarce 5 fathom deep with a northwest wind. And in the evening they wound northward, and sailed east-northeast 7 or 8 miles, the wind being northerly, and then they wound westward, and sailed till the 19th of August in the morning, west 2 miles, then 2 miles southwest, and after that 2 miles southeast. There they wound westward again, and sailed till evening with a calmy, and after that had an east wind, and at first sailed west-northwest and northwest and by west 6 or 7 miles, and had ground at 12 fathom. Then till the 20th of August in the morning they sailed west-northwest and northwest and by west 7 miles with an easterly wind, and then again sailed west-northwest and northwest and by west 7 miles. Then west-northwest 4 miles, and draw forward till evening with a calmy. After that they sailed west-northwest and northwest and by west 7 miles, and in the night time came to a sand of 3 fathom deep right against the land, and so sailed along by it, first 1 mile north, then 3 miles north-northwest, and it was sandy hilly land, and many points. And then sailed on forward with 9 or 10 fathom deep, along by the land till no one, being the 21st of August, northwest 5 miles. And the west point of the land, called Candanese, lay northwest from them 4 miles. From thence they sailed 4 miles north-northwest, and then northwest and by north 4 miles, and 3 miles more northwest, and northwest and by north, and then northwest 4 miles, till the 22nd of August in the morning. And that morning they sailed northwest 7 miles, and so till evening west-northwest and northwest, and by west 15 miles, the wind being north. After that 8 miles more, west-northwest. And then till the 23rd of August at no one, west-northwest 11 miles, the same day at no one the sun was illuminated about the horizon 31 degrees and 1/3 part, his declination was 11 degrees and 2/3 parts, so that it wanted 58 degrees and 2/3 of 90 degrees, and adding the declination being 11 degrees 2/3 to 58 degrees and 2/3 parts. Then the height of the pole was 70 degrees and 1/3 part. Then they sailed northwest and by west, till evening 8 miles, and then northwest and by west and west-northwest 5 miles, and then until the 24th of August in the morning, northwest and by west 6 miles. After that west and west-southwest 3 miles, and then passed close by the island of Wareheisen in the road. From Wareheisen hitherward, because the way is well known, I need not to write thereof, but that from thence they sailed altogether homeward, and kept company together till they came to the Texel, where the ship of Zealand passed by. And William Barents with his pinnace came vipon a fair day, being the 16th of September, before Amsterdam, and the ship of Enkhuizen to Enkhuizen, from whence they were set forth. William Barents, men brought a seahorse to Amsterdam, being of a wonderful greatness, which they took vipon a flake of ice, and killed it. A brief declaration of a second Nauigation made in Anno, behind Norway, Muscovia, and Tartaria, towards the kingdoms of Cathay and China. The 4 ships aforesaid being returned home about harvest time, in Anno 1594, they were in good hope that the voyage aforesaid would be done, by passing along through the Straits of Waygates, and specially by the report made by the 2 ships of Zealand and Enkhuizen, wherein John Huygen of Linscoten was committed, who declared the manner of their trial in such sort, that the General States and Prince Maurice resolute, in the beginning of the next year, to prepare certain ships, not only, as they went before, to discover the passage, but to send certain wares and merchandises thither, wherein the merchants might lade what wares they would, with certain factors to sell the said wares, in such places as they should arrive, neither paying freight nor custom. Peter Plantins, a learned cosmographer, being a great furtherer and setter forward of this usage, and was their chief instructor therein, setting down the situation of the coasts of Tartaria, Cataya, and China. But how they lie it is not yet sufficiently discoured, for that the courses and rules by him set down were not fully effected, by means of some inconveniencies that fell out, which, by reason of the shortness of time, could not be holpen. The reasons that some men, not greatly affected to this voyage, vse to propound, to affirm it not possible to be done, are taken, as they say, out of some old and ancient writers. Which is, it 350 miles at the least of the North Pole on both sides are not to be sailed, which appeareth not to be true, for that the White Sea, and farther northward, is now sailed and daily fished in, clean contrary to the writings and opinions of ancient writers. Yea, and how many places hath been discoured that were not known in times past. It is also no marwhile, as in the beginning of the first description of this voyage I ha said, that we ender the North Pole for 23 degrees, it is as cold on both sides, one as the other, although it hath not been fully discoured. Who would believe that in the Pyrenean mountains and the Alps that lie between Spain, Italy, Germany, and France, there is so great cold that the snow thereon newer melteth, and yet lie a great deal nearer the sun than the countries lying on the North Seas do, being low countries. By what means then is it so cold in those hills? Only by means of the deep uis, wherein the snow lies so deep that the sun cannot shine upon the ground, by reason that the high hills keep the sun from shining on them. So it is as I eage with the ice in the Tartarian seas, which is also called the Ice Sea, about Noix-Zembla, where the ice that cometh into those seas out of the reuers that are in Tartaria and Cataya cannot melt by reason of the great quantity thereof, and for that the sun showeth not high above those places, and therefore casteth not so great a heat, as it can easily melt. Which is the cause that the ice lieth there still, as the snow doth in the hills of Spain aforesaid, and that the said ice maketh it far colder there, then it is a great deal nearer the pole in the large seas. And although those places that are not discoured cannot be so well described as if they were discoured, yet I thought good to say thus much for a memorial. And now I will proceed to the declaration of the second voyage made into the North Seas. In anno 1595, the General States of the United Provinces and Prince Maurice caused sewen ships to be prepared to sail through the Waygates, or the Straits of Nassau, to the kingdom of Cataya and China. 2 out of Amsterdam, 2 out of Zeeland, 2 out of Enkhuizen, and 1 out of Rotterdam. 6 of them laden with divers kinds of wares, merchandises, and with money and factors to sell the said wares. The sewenth being a pinnace that had commission, when the other ships were passed about the Cape de Tabin, which is the furthest point of Tartaria, or so far that they might sail forth southward without any let or hindrance of the ice, to turn baccy again, and to bring news thereof. And I being in William Barents' ship, that was our chief pilot, and James Heemskerck chief factor, thought good to write down the same in order as it is here after declared, as I did the first voyage, according to the course and stretching of the land as it lieth. First, after we had been mustered at Amsterdam, and every man taken an oath that was then purposely ministered VNTO V's, vpon the 18 of June we sailed to the Texel, from thence to put to sea with other ships that were appointed to meet V's at a certain day, and so to begin our voyage in the name of God. The 2 of July we set sail out of the Texel, in the morning at break of day, holding our course northwest and by north, and sailed about 6 miles. After that we sailed north-northwest 18 miles, till the 3 of July in the morning, being then as we esteemed ender 55 degrees. Then the wind being northwest, and north-northwest, calmy weather, we sailed west and by south 4 miles, till the 4 of July in the morning. After that, the wind being north-northwest and rather more northerly, we sailed west and by north 15 miles, till the 5 of July in the morning, and after that 8 miles more, till the sun was west. Then we wound about and sailed 10 miles northeast, till the 6 of July in the morning, and so held on our course for the space of 24 miles till the 7 July, the sun being south, and held the same course for 8 miles, till midnight. Then we wound about and sailed west-southwest 14 miles, till the 9th of July in the morning, and then again we wound northeastward till evening, and so sailed about 10 miles. And then 18 miles more eastward till the 10th of July in the evening. Then we wound about again and sailed southwest, 8 miles till the 11th of July, the sun then being southeast. Then we wound north and by east, about 16 miles, till the 12 of July, and then north and by west 10 miles. The 13 of July we wound about Again, and sailed southwest and west-southwest 10 miles, till about 3 hours before evening. Then we wound Again, and sailed north-northeast 10 miles, till the 14 of July, the sun being south-southeast, and then north and by east and north-northeast 18 miles, till the 15 of July in the morning. After that north and by east 12 miles vn till evening. Then we saw Norway, and then we sailed north and by east 18 miles, till the 16 of July in the evening. At that time the sun being northwest, and vpon the 17 of July, northeast and by north, 24 miles, till the sun was in the west. Then again we sailed northeast, 20 miles, till the 18 of July, the sun being northwest. From thence we sailed northwest and by north 18 miles, till the 19 of July, when the sun was west. From thence again we wound about, northeast and by north and northeast, till the 20 of July, while 6 glasses were run out in the first quarter, and then stayed for our pinnace, that could not follow V's because the wind blew so stiff. That quarter being out, we saw our company lying to leeward, to stay for V's, and when we were gotten to them, we held our course, as before, till evening and sailed about 30 miles. Then we sailed southeast and by east 26 miles, till the 21 of July in the evening, when we set our watch, and held on the same course for 10 miles till the 22 of July, the sun being south-southeast. The same evening, the sun being south-southwest 3/4 p. 11 a.m., we saw a great whale right before our bow, that lay and slept, which by the rushing of the ship that made towards it, and the noise of our men, awaked and swam away, or else we must ha sailed full vpon her. And so we sailed 8 miles, till the sun was north-northwest. The 23rd of July we sailed southeast and by south 15 miles, till the sun was south-southwest, and saw land about 4 miles from Versus, then we wound of from the land. When the sun was about south-southwest, and sailed 24 miles till evening, that the sun was northwest. After that we sailed northward 10 miles, till the 25th of July at no one, and then north-northwest 8 miles, till midnight. Then we wound about Again, and sailed east-southeast and by south, till the 26th of July, the sun being south, and had the sun at 21 degrees and a quarter. The sun being south-southwest, we wound about Again and sailed northeast and by north, till the 20 of July, the sun being south, being ender 72 degrees and 1/3 parts. After that, we sailed full northeast 16 miles, till the 28th of July, the sun being east. Then we wound about Again south and by east, till the sun was northwest, and sailed 8 miles. After that, southeast and by south 18 miles, till the 29th of July at midnight. After that, we wound about Again, east and by north, and sailed 8 miles, till the 30th of July, when the sun was north, a half p 10 p.m. Then we wound south-southeast with calmy weather till the 31st of July, that the sun was west-northwest, and sailed 6 miles. From thence we sailed eastward 8 miles, till the 1st of August about midnight, in calmy fair weather, and saw Trumpsand southeast from V's, the sun being north, and we being 10 miles from the land. And so sailed till the sun was east, with a little cold gale out of the east-northeast. And after that, southeast 9 miles and a half, till the sun was northwest. Then we wound about Again, being half a mile from the land, and sailed east and by north 3 miles, till the 3 of August, the sun southwest, and then along by the land about 5 miles. Then we wound about again, because there lay a rock or sand that reached about 1.5 miles out from the land into the sea, whereon Isbrant, the US admiral, stroke with his ship. But the weather being fair and good, he got off Again. When he stroke vpon it, he was a little before Versus. And when we heard him cry out and saw his ship in danger, we in all haste wound about. And the wind being northeast and by east, and southeast and by south, we sailed 5 or 6 miles along by the land, till the sun was south, vpon the 4 of August. Then we took the height of the sun, and found it to be 21 degrees and a quarter. At which time till no one we had calmy weather, and hawing the wind southerly we sailed east and by north, till the 5th of August, the sun being southeast, the North Cape lying about 2 miles east from Versus. And when the sun was northwest, the mother and her daughters lay southward from Versus 4 miles, and in that time we sailed about 14 miles. Then we sailed east-northeast till the 6th of August, when we had the sun west-northwest. And then Isbrand, the US admiral, came to Vies with his ship, and so baiting some of our sails, we sailed about 10 miles. Then we hoised VP our sails again, till the sun was northwest, and after that held VP again with an east and east-northeast wind, and sailed south and by west with a stiff gale till the 7th of August, that the sun was southeast. Then there came a ship of Enkhuizen out of the White Sea, and then we esteemed that we had sailed about 8 miles. The sun being south, the North Cape lay southwest and by south from Vies about 1.5 miles, and the mother and her daughters southwest from Vies about 3 miles. Then hoeing an east and by north wind we wound about, and held our course north and by east, and sailed 14 miles till the 8th of August, when the sun was southwest. Then we wound south and by east, and so held her course till the 9th of August, that the sun was south. And then we saw a high point of land southeast from Vies, and another high point of land southward about 4 miles from Versus, as we jest, and so we sailed about 14 miles. And then again we wound northeast and by north till the 10th of August, the sun being east, and sailed about 8 miles. After that we wound southward again till the sun was northwest, and sailed, as we jest, 10 miles. Then we wound about again, when the North Cape lay west and by south from Vies about 9 miles, the North Cyan being south and by west from Vies about 3 miles, and sailed north-northeast till the 11th of August, in very misty weather 10 miles, till the sun was south. From thence we wound about again, with an east-northeast wind, and sailed southeast and by south 8 miles, till the sun was southwest vpon the 12th of August. Then the North Cyan lying southwest and by south from Vies about 8 miles, we lay and draw at sea, in calmy weather, till the 13th of August, when the sun was south-southwest, and in that time sailed about 4 miles. Then we sailed southeast and by east about 4 glasses, and the Iron Hog with her company, being marchants, took their course southward, and we sailed till the 14th of August, when the sun was south, about 18 miles, and from thence for the most part held one course till the 15th of August, the sun being east, and there we cast out the lead and found 70 fathom deep, and sailed 38 miles till the sun was south. The sun being south, and the height thereof being taken, it was found to be 70 degrees and 47 minutes. Then in the night time we cast out the lead, and found ground at 40 fathom, it being a bank. The sun being northwest, we cast out the lead again and had ground at 64 fathom, and so we went on east-southeast till the 16th of August, the sun being northeast, and there the line being out, we found no ground at 80 fathom. And after that we sailed east and by south, and in that time we cast the lead oftentimes out, and found ground at 60 and 70 fathom, either more or less, and so sailed 36 miles, till the sun was south. Then we sailed east, and so continued till the 17th of August, the sun being east, and cast out our lead, and found 60 fathom deep, clay ground. And then taking the height of the sun, when it was southwest and by south, we found it to be 69 degrees and 54 minutes, and there we saw great store of ice all along the coast of Noir-Zembla, and casting out the lead had 75 fathom soft ground, and so sailed about 24 miles. After that we held Dewar's courses because of the ice, and sailed southeast and by east and south-southeast for the space of 18 miles, till the 18th of August, when the sun was east, and then we cast out the lead again, and found 30 fathom soft ground. And within 2 hours after that 25 fathom, red sand, with small shells, 3 glasses after that we had ground at 20 fathom, red sand with blacky shells, as before. Then we saw 2 islands, which they of Enkhuizen gaw the names of Prince Maurice and his brother, which lay from us southeast 3 miles, being low land, and then we sailed 8 miles, till the sun was south. Then we sailed east, and oftentimes casting out the lead we found 20, 19, 18, and 17 fathom deep, good ground mixed with blacky shells, and saw the waygates, the sun being west, which lay east-northeast from Vies about 5 miles, and after that we sailed about 8 miles. Then we sailed Viender 70 degrees, until we came to the waygates most part through broken ice, and when we got to waygates we cast out our lead, and for a long time found 13 and 14 fathom, soft ground mixed with blacky shells. Not long after that we cast out the lead and found 10 fathom deep, the wind being north, and we forced to hold Stifly aloof, in regard of the great quantity of ice, till about midnight. Then we were forced to wind northward, because of certain rocks that lay on the south side of Waygates, right before VS about a mile and a half, hoeing 10 fathom deep. Then we changed our course and sailed west-northwest for the space of 4 glasses. After that we wound about again east and by south, and so entered into Waygates. And as we went in, we cast out the lead, and found 7 fathom deep, little more or less, till the 19th of August. And then the sun being southeast, we entered into the Waygates, in the road, the wind being north. The right channel between the Image Point and the Samuters land was full of ice, so that it was not well to be passed through, and so we went into the road, which we called the Trayan Bay, because we found store of Trayan oil there. This is a good bay for the course of the ice, and good almost for all winds, and we may sail so far into it as we will at 4, 5, and 3 fathom, good anchor ground. On the east side it is deep water. The 20th of August, the height of the sun being taken with the cross staff, we found that it was illuminated about the horizon 69 degrees 21 minutes, when it was southwest and by south, being at the highest, or before it began to descend. The 21st of August we went on land within the Waygates with 54 men, to see the situation of the country, and being 2 miles within the land, we found many velwork Trayan, and such like wares, and dewars footsteps of men and deer. Whereby we perceived that some men dwelt thereabouts, or else we said to come thither. And to assure versus the more thereof, we might perceive it by the great number of images, which we found there upon the image or Beelthuk, so called by us in great abundance, whereof 10 days after we were better informed by the Samuters and the Russians, when we spake with them. And when we entered further into the land, we said all the means we could, to see if we could find any houses or men, by whom we might be informed of the situation of the sea thereabouts. Whereof afterwards we had better intelligence by the Samuters, that told V's that there are certain men dwelling on the Waygates and V pon Noisembla. But we could neither find men, houses, nor any other things. So that to have better information, we went with some of our men further southeast into the land, towards the seaside. And as we went, we found a pathway made with men's feet in the moss or marsh ground, about half knee deep. For that going so deep we felt hard ground under our feet, which at the deepest was no higher than our shoes. And as we went forward to the sea coast, we were exceeding glad, thinking that we had seen a passage open, where we might get through, because we saw so little ice there. And in the evening entering into our ship again, we showed them that news. Meantime our maester had sent out a boat to see if the Tartarian sea was open, but it could not get into the sea because of the ice, yet they rowed to the cross point, and there let the boat lie, and went o'er the land to the west point, and there perceived that the ice in the Tartarian sea lay full upon the Russian coasts, and in the mouth of Waygates. The 23rd of August we found a lodgy or boat of Pitsor, which was sewed together with bast or ropes, that had been northward to seek for some seahorses' teeth, Trayan, and geese, which they fetched with their boat, to lade in certain ships that were to come out of Russia, through Waygates. Which ships they said, when they spake with V's, were to sail into the Tartarian Sea by the River of Abi to a place called Vigalita in Tartaria, there to stay all winter, as they said to do a year. And told Versus that it would yet be 9 or 10 weeks ere it began to freeze in that place, and that when it once began to freeze, it would freeze so hard, that as then men might go o'er the sea into Tartaria, along Vipon the ice, which they called Murmur. The 24th of August in the morning betimes, we went on board of the Lodgy, to haw further information and instruction of the sea on the east side of Waygates, and they gav Versus good instruction such as you ha heard. The 25th of August we went again to the Lodgy, and in friendly manner spake with them, we for our parts offering them friendship. And then they gav Versus 8 fat geese, that lay in the bottom of their boat. We desired that 1 or 2 of them would go with Versus on board our ship, and they willingly went with Versus to the number of Sewen. And being in our ship, they wondered much at the greatness and furniture of our ship. And after they had seen and looked into it in Ewery place, we set fish, butter, and cheese before them to eat, but they refused it, saying that that day was a fasting day with them. But at last when they saw some of our pickled herrings, they eat them, both heads, tails, skin, and guts. And hoeing eaten thereof, we gav them a small firkin of herrings, for the which they gav Versus great thanks, knowing not what friendship they should do Versus to requite our courtesy, and we brought them with our pinnace into the Treen Bay. About noon we hoist VPR anchors with a west-northwest wind. The course or stretching of waygates is east to the cruise point, and then northeast to the twist point, and somewhat more easterly. From thence the land of waygates reacheth north-northeast, and north and by east, and then north, and somewhat westerly. We sailed northeast and eastward 2 miles by the twist point, but then we were compelled to sail backie again because of the great store of ice, and took our course to our road aforesaid. And sailing backie again, we found a good place by the cross point to anchor in that night. The 26th of August in the morning we hoised anchor, and put out our foresail, and so sailed to our old road, there to stay for a more convenient time. The 28th, 29th, and 30th of August till the 31st, the wind for the most part was southwest, and William Barents our captain sailed to the south side of Waygates, and there went on land, where we found certain wilde men, called Samuters, and yet not altogether wilde, for they being 20 in number stayed and spake with our men, being but 9 together, about a mile within the land. Our men not thinking to find any men there, for that we had at other times been on land in the asterisk Waygates, and saw none. At last, it being misty weather, they pursued men, few in a company, and we were hard by them before we knew it. Then our interpreter went alone towards them to speak with them, which they pursuing sent one towards Versus, who coming almost to our men, took an arrow out of his quiver, offering to shoot at him. Wherewith our interpreter, being without arms, was afraid, and cried VNTO him, saying in Russian speech, "Shoot not, we are friends," which the other hearing, cast his bow and arrows to the ground, therewith geoing him to understand that he was well content to speak with our man. Which done, our man called to him once again, and said, "We are friends." Whereunto he made answer and said, "Then you are welcome," and saluting one the other, bended both their heads down towards the ground, after the Russian manner. This done, our interpreter questioned with him about the situation and stretching of the sea eastward through the straits of Waygates, whereof he gave Versus good instruction, saying that when they should ha past a point of land about 5 days sailing from thence, showing northeastward, that after that there is a great sea, showing towards the southeast VP ward, saying that he knew it very well, for that one had been there that was sent thither by their king with certain soldiers, whereof he had been captain. The manner of their apparel is like as we VSC to paint wild men, but they are not wilde, for they are of reasonable agement. They are apparelled in hart skins from the head to the feet, unless it be the principalest of them, which are apparelled, whether they be men or women like VNTO the rest, as aforesaid, unless it be on their heads, which they cover with certain coloured cloth lined with fur. The rest wear caps of harts or buckskins, the rough side outwards, which stand close to their heads and are very fit. They wear long hair, which they plait and fold and let it hang down upon their backs. They are for the most part all short and low of stature, with broad flat faces, small eyes, short legs, their knees standing outwards, and are very quick to go and leap. They trust not strangers, for although that we showed them all the courtesy and friendship that we could, yet they trusted Versus not much, which we pursued hereby, that as upon the 1st of September we went again on land to them, and that one of our men desired to see one of their bows, they refused it, making a scene that they would not do it. He that they called their king had sentinels standing abroad to see what was done in the country, and what was bought and sold. At last, one of our men went nearer to one of the sentinels to speak with him, and offered him great friendship, according to their accustomed manner, withal geoing him a biscuit, which he with great thanks took, and presently eat it, and while he eat it, he still looked diligently about him on all sides what was done. Their sleeds stood always ready with 1 or 2 harts in them, that run so swiftly with 1 or 2 men in them, that our horses were not able to follow them. One of our men shot a musket towards the sea, wherewith they were in so great fear that they ran and leapt like madmen. Yet at last they satisfied themselves when they perceived that it was not maliciously done to hurt them. And we told them by our interpreter that we set our pieces instead of bows, whereat they wondered, because of the great blow and noise that it gaw and made. And to show them what we could do therewith, one of our men took a flat stone about half a handful broad, and set it upon a hill a good way off from him, which they pursuing, and thinking that we meant somewhat thereby, 50 or 60 of them gathered round about and yet some, what far off, wherewith he that had the piece shot it off, and with the bullet smote the stone in sunder, whereat they wounded much more than before. After that we took our lows one of the other, with great friendship on both sides, And when we were in our pinnace, we all put off our hats and bowed our heads VNTO them, sounding our trumpet. They in their manner saluting V's also, and then went to their sleeds again. And after they were gone from V's and were somewhat within the land, one of them came riding to the shore, to fetch a rough-hewed image that our men had taken off the shore and carried into their boat. And when he was in our boat and perceived the image, he made versus a scene that we had not done well to take away that image, which we beholding, gaw it to him again. Which when he had received, he placed it upon a hill right by the seaside, and took it not with him, but sent a sleed to fetch it from thence. And as far as we could perceive, they esteemed that image to be their god. For that right hour against that place in the waygates, which we called Beelthuk, we found certain hundreds of such carved images, all rough, about the heads being somewhat round, and in the middle hoing a little hill instead of a nose, and about the nose 2 cuts in place of eyes, and viender the nose a cut in place of a mouth. Before the images, we found great store of ashes, and bones of hearts, whereby it is to be supposed that there they offered VNTO them. Hoing left the Samuters, the sun being southward, William Barents, our captain, spake to the admiral to will him to set sail, that they might go forward. But they had not so many words together, as was between them the day before. For that when the admiral and vice-admiral had spoken with him, the admiral seeming to be well contented therewith, said VNTO him, Captain, what think you were best for V's to do? He made answer, I think we should do well to set sail, and go forward on our voyage, that we may accomplish it. Whereunto the admiral answered him and said, Look well what you do, Captain, at which time the sun was northwest, a half p 7 p.m. The 2 of September, a little before sun rising, we put forth our anchor to get out, for that the wind as then blew south-southwest, it being good weather to get out, and ill weather to lie still, for we lay under a low bank. The admiral and vice-admiral seeing versus making out, began also to hoist their anchors, and to set sail. When we put out our foresail, the sun was east and by south, and then we sailed to the cross-point, and there we cast anchor to stay for the vice-admiral's pinnace, which with much labor and pains and time got out of the ice, by often casting out of their anchor, and in the evening she got to versus in the morning, about 2 hours before sun rising, we set sail, and by sun rising we got within a mile eastward of the twist point, and sailed northward 6 miles, till the sun was south. Then we were forced to wind about, because of the great quantity of ice, and the mist that then fell. At which time the wind blew so certain that we could hold no course, but were forced continually to wind and turn about, by reason of the ice and the constantness of the wind, together with the mist, so that our course was certain, and we supposed that we had sailed southward towards the Samuters' country, and then held our course southwest, till the watchers were northwest from versus. Then we came to the point of the States Island, lying eastward about a musket shot from the land, having 13 fathom deep. The 4 of September, we hoist anchor because of the ice, and sailed between the firm land and the States Island, where we lay close by the States Island at 4 and 5 fathom deep, and made our ship fast with a cable cast on the shore. And there we were safe from the course of the ice, and Dewar's time went on land to get hares, whereof there were many in that island. The 6th of September, some of our men went on shore upon the firm land to seek for stones, which are a kind of diamond, whereof there are many also in the States Island. And while they were seeking ye stones, 2 of our me lying together in one place, a great lean white bear came sedanely stealing out, and caught one of them fast by the neck, who not knowing what it was that took him by the neck, cried out and said, Who is that pulls me so by the neck? Wherewith the other, that lay not far from him, lifted his head to see who it was, and perceiving it to be a monstrous bear, cried and said, O mate, it is a bear. And therewith presently rose and ran away. The bear at the first failing upon the man, bit his head in sunder, and sucked out his blood, wherewith the rest of the men that were on land, being about 20 in number, ran presently thither, either to saw the man, or else to drew the bear from the dead body. And hawing charged their pieces and bent their pikes, set upon her, that still was during the man, but perceiving them to come towards her, fiercely and cruelly ran at them, and gat another of them out from the company, which she tare in pieces, wherewith all the rest ran away. We perceiving out of our ship and pinnace that our men ran to the seaside to save themselves, with all speed entered into our boats, and rowed as fast as we could to the shore to relieve our men. Where being on land, we beheld the cruel spectacle of our 2 dead men that had been so cruelly killed and torn in pieces by the bear. We, seeing that, encouraged our men to go baccy again with V's, and with pieces, curtliexes, and half-pikes to set vipon the bear, but they would not all agree thereunto. Some of them saying, Our men are already dead, and we shall get the bear well enough, though we oppose not ourselves into so open danger. If we might saw our fellows lius, then we would make haste. But now we need not make such speed, but take her at an advantage, with most security for ourselves, for we ha to do with a cruel, fierce, and rawness beast. Whereupon 3 of our men went forward, the bear still during her prey, not once fearing the number of our men, and yet they were 30 at the least. The 3 that went forward in that sort were Cornelius Jacobson, maester of William Barents' ship, William Gyson, pilot of the pinnace, and Hans van Nuffelen, William Barents' purser. And after that the sade maester and pilot had shot 3 times and missed, the purser stepping somewhat further forward, and seeing the bear to be within the length of a shot, presently lolled his piece, and discharging it at the bear, shot her into the head between both the eyes, and yet she held the man still fast by the neck, and lifted VP her head, with the man in her mouth, but she began somewhat to stagger. Wherewith the purser and a Scottishman drew out their courtlaxes, and stroke at her so hard that their courtlaxes burst, and yet she would not loe the man. At last William Jason went to them, and with all his might stroke the bear vipon the snout with his piece, at which time the bear fell to the ground, making a great noise, and William Jason leaping vipon her cut her throat. The 7th of September we buried the dead bodies of our men in the States Island, and hawing fleed the bear, carried her skin to Amsterdam. The 9th of September we set sail from the States Island, but the ice came in so thick and with such force that we could not get through, so that at evening we came baccy again to the States Island, the wind being westerly. There the Admiral and the pinnace of Rotterdam fell on ground by certain rocks, but got off again without any hurt. The 10th of September we sailed again from the States Island towards the Waygates, and sent 2 boats into the sea to certify versus what store of ice was abroad. And that evening we came all together into Waygates, and anchored by the Twist Point. The 11th of September in the morning we sailed again into the Tartarian Sea, but we fell into great store of ice, so that we sailed back again to the Waygates, and anchored by the Cross Point, and about midnight we saw a Russian lodgy, that sailed from the Beelt Point towards the Samuters land. The 13th of September, the sun being south, there began a great storm to blow out of the south-southwest, the weather being misty, melancholy, and snowy, and the storm increasing more and more, we draw through. The 14th of September the weather began to be somewhat clearer, the wind being northwest, and the storm blowing stiff out of the Tartarian Sea. But at evening it was fair weather, and then the wind blew northeast. The same day our men went on the other side of Waygates on the firm land, to take the depth of the channel, and entered into the bow behind the islands, where there stood a little house made of wood, and a great fall of water into the land. The same morning we hoised VP our anchor, thinking once again to try what we could do to further our voyage, but our admiral being of another mind, lay still till the 15th of September. The same day in the morning the wind draw in from the east end of the Waygates, whereby we were forced presently to hoist anchors, and the same day sailed out from the west end of the Waygates, with all our fleet, and made homewards again, and that day passed by the islands called Matflo and Delgoy, and that night we sailed 12 miles, northwest and by west, till Saturday in the morning, and then the wind fell northeast, and it began to snow. The 16th of September, from morning to evening, we sailed west-northwest 18 miles, at 42 fathom deep. In the night it snowed, and there blew very much wind out of the northeast. The first quarter we had 40 fathom deep, but in the morning we saw not any of our ships. After that we sailed all the night again till the 17th of September in the morning, with 2 scour sails, northwest and by west and west-northwest 10 miles. The same day in the second quarter we had 50 fathom deep, and in the morning 38 fathom deep, sandy ground with blacky shells. Sunday in the morning we had the wind north and northwest, with a great gale, and then the admiral's pinnace kept V's company, and sailed by versus with 1 sail from morning to evening, south-southwest and southwest, and by south, for the space of 6 miles. Then we saw the point of Cantonese lying southeast from V's, and then we had 27 fathom deep, red sand with blacky shells. Sunday at night we put out our fox sail, and wound northward hour, and sailed all that night till Monday in the morning, 7 or 8 miles northeast and by east. The 18th of September in the morning, we lost the sight of the pinnace that followed V's, until no one sought after her, but we could not find her, and sailed eastward 3 miles, and from no one till night we sailed north and by east 4 miles. And from Monday at night till Tuesday in the morning, northeast and by north, 7 miles, and from morning till no one, northeast and by north, 4 miles, and from no one till night, northeast, 5 or 6 miles, at 55 fathom deep. The same evening we wound southward, and sailed so till morning. The 20th of September, we sailed south and by west and south-southwest, 7 or 8 miles, at 80 fathom deep, black slimy ground. From morning till no one we sailed with both our marsh sails, southwest and by west 5 miles, and from no one to night west and by south 5 miles. The 21st of September from night till Thursday in the morning, we sailed 1/4 west, and so till day, still west, 7 miles, at 64 fathom deep, ocean ground. From morning till no one, southwest 5 miles, at 65 fathom deep ocean ground. At no one we wound northward again, and for 3 hours sailed northeast 2 miles. Then we wound westward again, and sailed till night, while half our second quarter was out, with 2 scour sails, south-southwest and by south 6 miles. After that, in the second quarter, we wound northward, and sailed so till Friday in the morning. The 22nd of September we sailed north and by east and north-northeast 4 miles, and from morning till no one, northeast 4 miles. Then we wound westward again, and sailed northwest and by west and northwest 3 miles. After that, the first quarter northwest and by west, few miles, the second quarter west and by north 4 miles, until Saturday in the morning, being the 23rd of September, west-southwest and by west 4 miles. From Saturday in the morning till evening we sailed with 2 scour sails, southwest and by west, 7 or 8 miles, the wind being north-northwest. In the evening we wound northward and sailed till Sunday in the morning, being the 24th of September with 2 scour sails, very near east, with a stiff north-northwest wind, 8 miles, and from morning till no one, east and by south, 3 miles with a north wind. Then we wound westward, and till evening sailed west-southwest 3 miles, and all that night till Monday in the morning, the 25th of September, west and by south, 6 miles, the wind being north. In the morning the wind fell northeast, and we sailed from morning till evening west and by north, 10 miles, hauling 63 fathom deep, sandy ground. From evening till Tuesday in the morning, being the 26th of September, we sailed west 10 miles, and then in the morning we were hard by the land, about 3 miles eastward from Kildwyn. And then we wound off from the land, and so held off for 3 hours together. After that we wound towards the land again, and thought to go into Kildwyn, but we were too low. So that after no one we wound off from the land again, until evening sailed east-northeast 5 miles. And from evening till 2 hours before Wednesday in the morning, being the 27th of September, we sailed east 6 miles. Then we wound westward, until evening sailed west and by north 8 miles, and in the evening came again before Kildwyn. Then we wound far off from the land, and sailed 2 quarters northeast and by east and east-northeast 6 miles. And about Friday in the morning, being the 28th of September, we wound about again, and sailed with Dewar's variable winds, sometimes one way, then another way, till evening. Then we guessed that Kildwyn lay west from versus 4 miles, and at that time we had an east-northeast wind, and sailed north-northwest and by north, till Saturday in the morning 12 or 13 miles. The 9th and 20th of September in the morning, we sailed northwest and by west 4 miles, and all that day till evening it was fair, still, pleasant, and sunshine weather. In the evening we went west-southwest, and then we were about 6 miles from the land, and sailed till Sunday in the morning, being the 30th of September, north-northwest 8 miles. Then we wound towards the land, and the same day in the evening entered into Ward House, and there we stayed till the 10th of October. And that day we set sail out of Ward House, and vipon the 18th of November we arrived in the Mease. The course or miles from Ward House into Holland I ha not here set down, as being needless, because it is a continual usage known to most men. The end of the second voyage.